Shichishito, the treasured Koran village heirloom whose name means seven-branched sword. Oh, we know what that is. It is said that this sacred sword represents life itself. Though the branches may appear to be infinite, the choice is limitless. Like our destinies, the sword continues to but one end, one merciless point. And when the silver cord, the fragile thread that binds us to this world, is severed, who's that? The illusion is revealed, and implacability? Oh god, whatever. Implacability? I'm gonna be honest, I actually don't know what that word is. It means it can't be placated. Oh, well I know what placate means, so I guess I do know what the word means. Hey, Nick. Yeah, what is it? No, I've got spiritual powers unlike you. Sure, you are a spirit medium after all. Just like you, if I don't keep my powers sharp, they get dull, right? I guess, so yeah. Glad you agree. Okay, Pearly, you're up. Pearls?
So, that's why we need to go on a special spiritual hotspot tour, Mr. Nick.
Huh? I'm lost. What's this magazine you're shoving in my face?
It's the New Year's issue of Occult. Winter Spiritual Location Special.
Oh, Pearls look so happy. Maximize your spiritual powers with just one night of intense training. Oh, it sounds too good to be true. I'll say. Sounds more like a scam to me. Had a spiritual retreat called Hazakura Temple. It's way up in the mountains, and I bet it's nice and cold, just perfect for training. Could this be the shrine that they talked about in the last game? I definitely don't want to go. You know, I think I've heard of this temple before. It's a famous channeling dojo. It's hard for even real spirit mediums like us to make reservations up there. Reservations for a temple? Are you serious?
Don't worry, I've already made special reservations just for us.
Yeah, and I signed up for the special course. That's nice, and the timing couldn't be better, since we don't have a case right now anyway. Alrighty then, it's settled. Well, come on, don't just stand there, start packing your stuff.
Yes, Mr. Nick, you better start packing your stuff.
Huh? Me? Why do I have to go? Oh, you have to be accompanied by someone over 20 years old? Yeah, I don't have anything to do with spirit power. The only thing I can channel is a TV. So, is there a heated pool at this Hazakura temple?
No, but you can stand under a freezing waterfall.
That's like the exact opposite of what I want. Sorry, but I think I'll pass. I hate places.
What? No way! How can you be so selfish? Come on, Mr. Nick, look at this place. Doesn't it look beautiful?
Nope, not going. I'm gonna be nice and toasty at home. By home, I mean this office. What the?
What is it, Mr. Nick?
Let me see that magazine. This nun! She a friend of yours or something, Nick? This girl. It's... How was she not put to death?
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
But it can't be. She was found guilty and should still be in prison. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what the fuck?
Mr. Nick?
I'll go. Huh? Hazakura Temple. I said I'll go.
Yay! Isn't that great, Pearly? Yes! Oh, thank you, Mr. Nick! You do anything for Mystic Maya, right? Even walk over burning coals, right?
Dahlia Hawthorne. I knew there was no way she could possibly be at that temple, but I just had to see for myself who this nun really was. You'd think she would have tried to change her appearance, but she's a sociopath, so she probably didn't fucking care. Just assumes it'll be fine.
Brr, it's so cold here, Nick.
Maybe you should put on something warmer for a change.
Oh, it's supposed to be cold. It's training. Achoo!
Teeth are chattering so loudly, it's all I can do to make out what she's saying. So yeah, especially since I've seen the anime, I know she wears like a skirt, right? It's not even it's not long. So she gotta be freezing her fucking tail off now. Her teeth are chattering so loud, it's all I can do to make out what she's saying.
Oh, Mystic Maya, so this is the famous Hazakura Temple.
Pearly, chew! Well. I don't know what voice to give her. Give her a Mario voice? What, like, but a woman? Like, oh my god, that's it. Oh, how nice to see you here. Welcome to our temple. Now that sounds fucking terrible. You guys are, I don't think you know what you want. Oh, thank you, achoo. Oh my, thank you for coming all this way. Come now, you must have been cold. What's the past tense? We're freezing into human popsicles as we speak. Oh, we are high up in the mountains after all. In any case, we shouldn't speak here. Please follow me. Thank you. I was starting to think I would. Oh, yes. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm the head nun here at the temple. My name is Bikini. Bikini? That's right. Actually, that's my temple name. What do you think? The tradition to have one, and I wanted something that had a nice image to it. So I thought, why not choose Bikini? Besides, it makes me seem younger. Wow! It certainly does. Oh, I signed up for your special course. Well, my. Quite brave of you, considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel. Wow!
Reckless?
Wahaha.
Maybe you should take it easy tonight, Mystic Maya. We can come back another day.
But you went through all that trouble to get reservation. Yes, that's right. You've come all this way, so please enjoy yourself. There's still time before supper, so why don't you have a look around? She calls it supper. You know she's old. So what's her channel in dojo anyways? Oh my. You don't even know that? Forgive him, sister, for he knows not what he is saying. Well, just call me Bikini and forget that sister part. Channeling Dojo is basically a spiritual power training ground. We have special holy items prepared here to help people boost their spiritual power. Holy items? You train an entire evening surrounded by these items. It's quite mysterious. The spiritual power of these items seem to envelop you. Wow, she must have just gotten off the trolley from the land of make-believe. So what exactly is the special? You must be incredibly devoted to be interested in that at such a young age. It's a training session where you sit on a block of spirit ice and chant a spell. 30,000 times. All the while being showered in freezing cold spirit water. That is attempted murder. It's February now, right? You have to be careful this time of year. If you don't watch it, you'll catch pneumonia and maybe even die of hypothermia. So be careful, you hear? How am I supposed to be careful?
Oh no, I knew I shouldn't have signed Mystic Maya for this.
Sister, about this picture.
Who is she? Where is she?
Oh, look at that. I must say I look rather divine here, don't you think? Oh, yeah, unforgettable in every way. You mean it's all I knew it. Wow! Makeup was pretty tough, but Iris helped me out. Iris? The cute little girl in the photo, she looks just like me, doesn't she? We're just a small temple here, so she and I run the entire place. Really? That kind of sounds like... Sorry to cut in, but this... Iris. Where is she now? Oh, just listen to you. You haven't come all the way up here just to find a girlfriend, have you? Claire. No. That's not what I had in mind at all. Anyway, Iris is in the inner temple preparing for this evening. In a temple? Yes, that's right. Iris will be back this evening. Why don't you go have a look at the main hall for now? So she's in the inner temple, huh? No. The main hall, I think it's even colder in here, achoo!
Mr. Nick, do you smell that? It smells like meat and gravy.
Yeah, you're right. I guess it's pot roast for tonight. Yum. Weird, I thought they would serve something a little more, well, traditional. What are you talking about, Nick? You think monks and nuns just sit around eating rice gruel all the time?
Mystic Maya's right. Oh, I hope there's mashed potatoes too. I love mashed potatoes.
I also love mashed potatoes. What a cute little acolyte. Wait, who's that? Greetings to all of you. Oh, hello. Wow, this lady makes Maya look like a 6.8 out of 10 on the weirdness scale. Your outfit, did you come here for this special course too? Ha! Unfortunately, no. Actually, I'm
You're Miss Elise.
Dunim?
You're Miss Elise Dunham.
Yes, that's right. You know of me?
Hi, my name is Pearl Faye. Hey, I'm your biggest fan.
Donim. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you. Who is she, Nick? I see it now. Safari. A fortune teller?
I've got all your books, Mr. Donim.
I can't do Queen Elizabeth. A mother who is a yoga instructor? What does that even sound like? I just gave her the same voice I gave to What's-Her-Face in Persona 5. That's my Miss Cleo. ASMR voice? God, you guys would hate me. I could give her something more, but I feel like if I give her something more mystic, it's just gonna sound like Pearl's mom's voice. All right, you want the ASMR voice? What a sweet thing to say, and please, call me Elise. What'd you think? Was that just super cringy? A wise motherly-like voice. And that would be like, what a sweet thing to say, and please call me Elise. Books?
Mr. Nick, don't you know anything? Don't you even know what this is?
Well, an author maybe?
Yes, and an illustrator of picture books.
Picture books, huh? Oh, now I get it. I'm sorry I didn't know who you are. I don't get a lot of chances to really enjoy picture books.
It's alright, I take no offense to that. My books are nothing but simple stories for children. And really beautiful pictures too, Miss Elise. Your books always make me feel as if my heart has been purified. Ha ha ha. Makes me feel very happy to hear you say that.
I do have to admit, she certainly seems like a kind, sensitive lady.
Miss Elise won an award last year for her book, The Magic Bottle.
Yes, a friend of mine secretly submitted a story I had written to a publisher. They liked it so much that they asked if it was alright to make it into a book.
Wow, must have been a really great story. Maybe I should try to write a children's book too. If I do, you can secretly send it to the publisher for me, Nick.
Recently, I've accepted a sort of apprentice, you might say.
An apprentice?
He calls himself Larice. Larice Tunin. I believe he's off doing some landscape sketches now. On Larice's behalf as well, I'd like to thank you for your support.
Of course, Miss Elise, anything for you. Why'd you come to Hazakura Temple, Miss Elise? Are you here to do some spiritual training?
No, that's not it. I'm actually here to gather materials for a new book I'm working on.
Wow, I can't wait to read it.
Pearl's is completely taken with her.
I wanted to do a book with a more Japanese feel to it this time.
No, see, that's too much like Mia. So is that why you're dressed like that?
The children have a certain image of me in their mind. I don't want to disappoint them.
Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. I kind of like that. What can I say? She's really a sweet lady.
Wow, Miss Elise, you're dressed up like a mountain nun.
Yes, the good people here were kind enough to let me borrow this. I'm wearing training clothes underneath my robe as well. I want a staff like that. You like the crystal sphere? It's real amethyst, you know. Maybe we'll find one like that up here on this mountain. Good luck, Nick. I know you'll find me one. Well, you'll have to excuse me now. I have to go help with the dinner preparations.
Wow, you mean you're cooking dinner tonight?
She just said she's helping with the dinner preparations, Pearl. That's a bit presumptuous. Oh, well.
That's right. Would you like to help too, Pearl?
Yes, I want to help whatever I can. With whatever I can.
Pearl looks like she just won the lottery.
Oh, I'll help too then. No, it's fine. Please don't worry about it. Feel free to relax and explore the area with your friend. But... Oh, yes. Please take this. I think it will be of help to you. It's a map of the area. We wouldn't want you to get lost now, would we?
The inner temple. There it is, on the other side of the bridge. Oh, that's on the other side of the cut-off bridge. Well, if you insist, I guess we'll take this chance to go check out the other temple. The inner temple.
Remember, you're not allowed to fight.
Come on, Nick, let's go. At least we'll stay warm if we keep moving. Huh? Where did Sister Bikini go?
I guess she went to the inner temple to go help that other nun out.
Oh, right. I think her name was Iris? Iris?
Don't ever call her Iris ever again, Maya. Yeah, anyways, that was it. I want to find out who Iris really is, but I'm scared of what I'll find.
Oh, look at this broken down old bridge, Nick.
Yeah, and look at the big canyon below us.
Hey, there's a river down there. It looks like it's flowing real fast.
What's wrong, Nick? Looks like you've seen a ghost. I'm just not very good with heights.
Oh, hey, I've got it. You should face your fear and try hurling yourself off the edge. You know, 1, 2, 3, jump. Might be just what you need to get over your fear of heights.
Yeah, death is a real good way to overcome phobias, alright? Then you won't have them anymore, because you won't exist. Anyways, it sure looks like a rickety bridge.
Can't argue there. That's probably why it's called Dusty Bridge.
Read it again, Maya. It's called Dusky Bridge.
Well, it's practically the same thing. Anyway, the inner temple is just up ahead, right? Let's go and check it out.
Ugh, why isn't there another way across?
Oh, that bridge was shaking like jello in an earthquake. At least half of the wood on that rickety bridge was rotting, I bet. Not to mention...
Well, Phoenix is just like, shut up, please. Stop talking.
Not to mention the last part only had like one board left on it. What's wrong with you? Your face is all green.
Can you not pick on me for a second? I'm still trying to get over the shock that we made it safely across that death trap.
Yeah, I guess I'm a bit surprised too. Yikes, that temple is in bad shape. Looks like it could collapse at any time.
If people don't use it too often. Is this really where you're gonna train tonight?
That has to be it. It's kind of creepy around here, like a ghost might jump out at you or something.
Spirit medium afraid of ghosts? Isn't that ironic?
Don't you think?
Nice, Phoenix. Nice. Alanis Morissette reference. Phoenix fucking right.
Looks like there's something written on it. Can't read it. I can't read it, but if I had to take a guess, I'd say it says Inner Temple. What's the point of a sign if you can't read it? Must be tough for the mailman when he's delivering here.
Guess the sign is a good indication of how long the place has been here.
Hey, a half-open gate. That's practically a welcome mat.
Yeah, except the sign on it here says no entry.
Nick, rules are made to be broken, you know.
Expect the lawyer to go along with that? Nice counter.
Oh, come on, you're such an old lady sometimes. Let's just go.
Don't blame it on me when Sister Bikini puts a curse on you.
Now you've got me scared. Let's just forget about it, okay? It's the inner temple, right?
Looks kind of run down.
Well, it wouldn't be very temple-like if it was all bright and shiny.
You're training here tonight, huh?
Yep. Then everyone will see my spiritual powers.
Sounds like your stomach wants to show off its digestive powers instead.
Wonder if that roast is ready yet?
Walking on that bridge would have probably... I would not have enjoyed it.
Oh, wow, look at these neat Buddha statues. Maybe I'll take one home with me.
Maya.
There's so many, they wouldn't notice if I took just one.
You kidding? Of course they'll notice. What are you gonna do with one of those anyways?
Put in the office, of course. You can trade that wooden statue in the office reception area for one of these.
You know, come to think of it, where did that wooden statue come from anyways? None of these are actually clues yet. Nothing's happened for clues to be a thing. Nice, Maya.
Oh, don't worry, Phoenix. If the bridge were to break, the boards would fall before the wires ever did. Just think about that.
I don't care how much you pay me. I don't want to cross that bridge again.
Anyways, Nick, no one's offering you any money?
Because no reasonable person would call that pile of popsicle sticks a bridge. The latter half of it is nothing more than a few planks of wood and some string.
Hey, if we want to get back, we've got no choice but to get across it again, you know.
Maybe I'll just stay. I've always dreamed of living in a little shack in the woods.
Wow, you really are scared, aren't you?
That's funny. Need some cute interactions. This dialogue is really good.
Hey, there's a giant robot buried in the snow.
Maya probably does have the best dialogue in the game, I would say. In terms of, like, it being humorous and, like, kind of compelling. Like, even mundane stuff like this is pretty interesting with her reactions and stuff. Well, there's something buried in the snow, but I think it's an incinerator.
No, but you've got to admit, it looks like a robot.
A lot like a robot, I'm sure. Anyways, I don't think it gets used much. It's pretty rusty.
Hey, Nick, do you think this giant robo-incinerator can walk?
I told you it's not a robot, and it's not especially big either.
Bah, you have no imagination. I thought it'd be real neat if you had to beat it in advance. Beat it to advance.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out what a bridge is. No clues here. Fight between a lawyer and an overgrown furnace? Who'd ever pay to see that? People that hate lawyers. This is terrible, is what Phoenix really said instead of what that dialogue says on the screen. So this is where you'll both be training, huh?
Huh? What do you mean, both? I'm the only one.
Really? But I thought
Pilly's just a little kid. She couldn't handle this kind of intense training.
So says the girl who I can barely hear over her chattering teeth.
Anyway, the real training room must be behind that door over there.
That steel-barred jail cell door?
Yep, definitely getting the feeling it's back there.
And I can sense that there's something supernatural about the cavern behind that door.
Excuse me, bud. Who are you? Ah!
You!
Hi there! I'm just gonna not read the room at all. We're just looking around since we're going to be staying here tonight. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. I wonder why she's spaced out like that, don't you, Nick?
Did you say something, Maya?
Not to you, Nick. My name is Iris. I'm one of the nuns here at this temple. I'm Maya Fey. It's a pleasure to meet you. Pleasure is mine. Oh, please excuse me. I have some chores to attend to. She sure is beautiful and a bit spacey, I guess. I guess she's just not used to talking with urban sophisticates like ourselves. Nick?
That girl can't be, but...
Iris is pretty sweet.
Ah! Ah! What is it? Why'd you scream like that?
It's the scroll. It's my mother.
What? She has a similar hairstyle to somebody we might have just met. Interesting.
It's Misty Fey, the master of the Crying School of Channeling.
Are you sure?
Yes, the crest at the top of the scroll. That's the special mark of the master of our tradition.
So that's what that mark means. What is it?
Nothing. It's just that I last saw her over 15 years ago. If it wasn't for that crest, I wouldn't have even known it was her. My own mother. And I can't even recognize her face.
Maya. Man, everybody's gonna be having some angsty voices by the end of this game. Except for Pearl, who's just gonna be in the corner with her smile like,
that was fun! Ooh, we managed to make it across Dusty Bridge. Nick, you look green. Are you feeling all right? Hey, what's wrong with you? Ever since we met Sister Iris at the training hall, you've been really quiet.
huh? Oh, sorry. Hey, you, wait up! You think he's yelling at us? I don't know. He must be. There's no one else around. Do you mind moving? You're standing right in my way. Why?
Ah! Hey, I know you. You're... Whoa, sorry, gotta run. See ya.
Are you fucking shitting me? Give me the respect I deserve, motherfucker. Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Elise Dunham.
Liar, you're Larry. Your clothes may change, but you're still the butts.
Shut up. I'm Elise. I'm just here to do a sketch of Dusty Bridge. So is it really is our Larry. Not that I get why he's pretending to be someone else.
So what are you doing with the last name Donut?
I wanted to start over again. With a clean slate. Clean slate?
You remember, don't you? Last time?
Mask-to-mask case.
After that, I started to realize I don't like this guy known as Larry Butt. That's when I came across it, the Book of Destiny.
The Book of Destiny?
Do you mean The Magic Bottle by Miss Elise? So beautiful, so moving, so gentle. My heart felt cleansed, like I was saved. Maybe I should just buy a copy of the Magic Bottle.
Oh, Larry would make a great book salesman. I really want to get that book now, too.
She's the most wonderful person I've ever met. I'd follow her anywhere.
Well, she certainly is a very elegant lady.
You see? Here's a photo I took with her of her in secret. Oh, God.
Wow, that's a beautiful photo.
You want a copy, don't you? It's okay. I just happen to have made extra prints. Still, it's kind of hard to imagine you as a picture book illustrator. To tell the truth, see, I want to give Larry credit, but we know he's not just trying to improve himself. He's just chasing skirts. To tell the truth, you must have some kind of ulterior motive, right? What are you talking about? I don't trust anyone anymore, especially not women. Okay, buddy.
Talk about a bad case of denial.
Anyway, can you even draw well enough to make a picture book? Art isn't only about technical skill, you know. It's also about having a pure heart. And that's why I'm asking, can you draw well enough to make a whole book? Now that you mention it, I wonder.
Looks like you still have some doubt in your heart.
It's true, I do. But when I first saw her, I felt it. Something inside me ended and something else began.
Oh, Larry, it sounds like you've fallen in love with Miss Elise Stoneham.
No, you're wrong. It's not her, it's the other girl. Oh. Of course. Other girl? Uh-oh. I've got a bad feeling about this. Woo, yeah, her! My little Iris. She's really pretty. This girl, she's perfect. She's exactly my type. I wonder if she would model for me. I want to draw a portrait of her.
Yeah, you always liked those model types, didn't you, Larry?
Hey, wait a sec. Didn't you say you were swearing off women? Huh? Yeah, that's right. Of course I am. Basically, but Iris is different. I feel like I still have one chance left at the dream. This guy will never change.
Everyone! My theme music! Yay!
Hey, Pearly!
Dinner preparations are complete. Please come quickly to the main hall.
All right, I can't wait to dig in, Pearly.
I'm going to the inner temple and call Sister Iris. I also want to have a look at where Mystic Maya is going to be training.
Boy, am I stuffed.
You sure it's alright to eat that much before your training?
Well, this kind of training is a battle of endurance.
Mystic Maya, please don't do anything that might put your health at risk.
No pain, no gain, I guess.
I'm so worried about you.
Well. It's a dilly-dally shilly-shally. Advent Children has ruined that for me. That now every time I hear it, I physically cringe. You must get ready for the night.
Good luck, Maya. All right, here I go. I'll see you all tomorrow, I guess.
Iris, please ring the bell at 10 for lights out, all right?
Yes, Sister Bikini.
What voice was I just giving her there? There's so many. I'm losing it. And then after you ring the bell, I want you to come join us at the training hall.
I understand, Sister Bikini.
I and Bikini really seem excited about this training thing tonight.
Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight?
Well,
If you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together.
Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading.
Well then, would you like to practice reading with me?
I'd love to.
That's nice. Girls is absolutely smitten with Miss Donim. So Larry, what are you gonna do? Me? I'm gonna get fucking wasted. Well, I'm just gonna hang out in my room. Can't stand the cold at all. Totally hear you there.
Miss Elise, so for example, how do you read this?
It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word.
Okay, and what about this word?
That's another tough one. It says roast.
What kind of book is she reading anyways?
Well, I'm going to wash the dishes and help clean up.
Wow, they read that fast, or she just lost interest incredibly quickly.
I'll go visit you when I'm done with Elise.
Well, not much to do except head to my room and huddle under the covers, I guess. Fun vacation. Ugh, it's a whole different type of cold up here in the mountains. Ugh, why couldn't the nearest bathroom be just a little closer to my room? Oh, that sounds terrible. Mr. Wright? Yeah! Oh, Miss Donham, are you going to use the bathroom too?
No, but have you seen Pearl?
No, not since after dinner. I thought she said she was going to go to your room.
I know, but she never showed up. I'm going to go look for her. Excuse me.
Miss Elise Donham, a woman as mysterious as the origin of her as her last name. Ugh, the really mysterious one is...
Oh,
Sister Iris!
good evening.
Really mysterious one is this girl.
Are you on your way to the bathroom too, Mr. Wright?
She does not have red hair anymore, so there's that. I can't let this chance pass me by. Should try to talk with her and maybe get some answers. Fuck! Oh. Why'd she take off her clothes? Your sister Iris, right?
Yes?
So, when did you come to Hazakura Temple?
I don't remember. Ever since I was a small child, the temple has been my home.
So you've never left?
Well, I don't have any family left to take care of me. Sister Bikini, I've come to think of her as my real mother, as it were.
I see, but did you go to college? And maybe enroll in the Ivy University Literature Department?
No, I never had an interest in going to a big university like that. My training is all the education I need.
I see.
But once in a while, when I get the chance, I make a trip to the nearby town. I can use a computer and a cell phone too. Look at me go.
That's not exactly something worth bragging about.
But I don't see any Cyclops. So I guess that means she's not lying. Please don't stare at me like that.
She lost her memory? She died and another spirit was channeled into her body? What kind of place is this anyway? Heard it's for training to increase your spiritual power or something like that.
Must seem awfully crazy to normal people like you.
Shit over the head and suffering from amnesia? I don't know. I have to admit, it's a whole different world up here.
I'm glad to hear you say that.
He's gonna fall in love with her all over again and I'm gonna be so mad. Huh?
Talking with dead people, who does it help anyway? I hate it.
Really? That might at least surprise her. So then why stay in a place like this?
Ah!
Something wrong?
I didn't realize it was so late. I have to go and ring the bell for lights out.
I guess it's almost 10 o'clock now, huh?
Mr. Wright?
Yes?
It's all right with you. I would like you to have this.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
This is your hood.
It has the power to protect you from evil spirits.
Come to think of it, Sister Bikini was wearing one of these too.
I pray for your safety on this dark, cold night.
That was ominous.
I'm sorry, but I must bid you good night.
Wait a minute, Sister Iris.
Yes?
Just now, you called me by my name. You said Mr. Wright. How'd you know my name? I never introduced myself to you.
That's...
Sister Iris, please tell me the truth. You and I, have we ever met before? Here we go! God damn! Iris.
Oh, it's almost 10 o'clock. Perhaps we can speak again tomorrow.
Damn! So my hunch was correct. She does know me. I'll have to try to talk with her again tomorrow. Ah! What the? The blood-curdling scream came from the courtyard. That scream sure came from around here. Ah! Someone's there, on the ground. Miss Donan! Just step on something, so. Hey, don't step on my tummy like that! I was passed out, what do you think? So that blood-curdling scream was you? Forget about that! Hurry up and call the police! You having a phone in the main hall? No, but we still get reception up here in the mountains. You must have a cell phone on you, right? I didn't bring it. So you're useless. I mean, he's useless. I mean, even Iris has a cell phone. You got no choice. You have to use the public phone by Dusky Bridge. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Run as fast as you can. Stop dilly-dally shilly-shallying. Yes, ma'am. If you don't hurry, Iris will. Iris will. It's further than I thought. The bridge is just up ahead. Let's go tell Maya about what happened too. Ah! Oh, shit. Dusky Bridge, it's burning down. What the heck happened? Hey, what are you doing here? Ah! Huh? What is it? Is it me? Don't scare me like that, Larry. I almost had a heart attack. My name isn't Larry, it's Laurice. Larry, hurry up and call the police. I'm going to the inner temple. Don't be stupid. The bridge is nothing but a burning wreck right now. Then why would you have agreed to be like, hey, Phoenix, what's up, dude? How's it going? Couldn't sleep either, huh? Listen to me. There's been a murder here at Hazakura Village. What? The murderer might have fled across the bridge. I have to make sure Maya's safe. But please, call the police. I've got to go. Get out of my way, Larry. It's too dangerous. Nick, wait! Must have been crazy. I knew how dangerous it was, but I still went for it. Crack. Ah! Nick! Wow, okay, well. And as I was swallowed by the eternal darkness that surrounded me, a final, terrified scream rose up to pierce the frozen air of that harrowing night. Question mark? Could that be at this time of night? Oh, yes, Edgeworth speaking. Edgy, get up, it's an emergency. Huh, Larry? You know what time it is? How the hell did you get my phone number anyways? It's not Larry, it's Laurice. Laurice don't him. Ellipsis. This is nothing more than a terrible nightmare. I'll just roll over and... Wait, don't hang up. It's an emergency. It's Nick. He took a really nasty spill. Well, it won't be the first time, so... I'm not joking. His life is in danger. What? What happened? Tell me. Talk about a guy with bad luck. He may already be dead. Anyway, you gotta come back. You're the only one that can help. My Iris, my beautiful Iris, she needs help. Alright, I don't know what's going on, but I'll be there as soon as I can. I'm at the detention center. Please, hurry! It's been 1 year since I left that country. I thought I wouldn't have to see him again for a while. Sounds like it won't be a pretty reunion, as if I expected anything to change. You're late, Edgy. What took you so long? I don't want to hear it. I chartered a private jet to come as quickly as I could. Oh, you should have chartered a faster one. Anyway, just listen. Something happened to Miss Elise. And Nick is Maya. And Iris is Bikini. Iris is Bikini. I guess said Iris. Ugh, Final Fantasy 15. Fuck you. Huh? Say something, Edgy. Before I came here, I stopped by the hospital and paid Wright a visit. I believe I have a better understanding of the situation than you at this point. The murder victim was the picture book author, Miss Elise Donham. She was found by Wright and the head nun. The suspect is the temple's younger nun. Then later, while Wright was crossing the bridge, it broke and he fell into the river. The hospital says that he'll need at least 2 days of bed rest. But the trial's tomorrow! Whoa! Yeah, that's right, you got it. But they arrested her, my sweet little Iris. And here I was, convinced he was the one the police had arrested. However, I still don't understand what these 2 items are for. What are you talking about? They're things Wright gave to me when I was leaving his room. This is the first. He didn't. Just here, take this. You can see it in people's hearts with it. Edward's walking away like cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Now this game's fucked me up. If somebody were to ever give me like a charm just as like a gift, like, hey, I saw this and I thought of you, I'd be like, I'll be able to psych lock into people's minds. He said some nonsense about being able to see into people's hearts with this. On the other, he couldn't possibly be asking what I think he is, could he? I beg you, Iris' trial starts tomorrow. We take out the picture, you're all I've got left. You're the only one that can represent her. What did you just say? You know, represent, defend. What were you expecting? Why did you think I called you anyway? I'm a prosecutor, Larry. A prosecutor. Do you understand what I'm saying? A prosecutor is a lawyer who... Don't talk to me like a kid. I graduated from junior high, you know. Don't worry about it. I promise I won't tell. Apparently, Edgeworth doesn't even practice in this country anymore, so I don't see what the issue would be unless he's still employed by the prosecutor's office. No, they would not be able to be a defense attorney while also prosecuting, because that would be a conflict of interest, because they would be going against their own employer. Yeah, that's what I would think. Like, does he have a concussion? Can I see his chart real quick, nurse? Just me. Second. No concussion. And he's simply gone insane, as far as I can tell. But I mean, I heard a paper badge, no problem fooling an entire court before. How could this country's judicial system have fallen to such decay? Please, Angie, at least listen to her. Listen to Irish Society's story. So Wright wasn't joking when he gave me this badge after all.
Thank you for coming. My name is Iris.
Edgeworth, Miles Edgeworth. I don't know if I can be of any help, but I will at least hear what you have to say about the murder.
Mr. Wright, how is he? Mr. Larry said that he might even die.
Fortunately, he'll be fine. Larry, you moron! How could you say something like that? He was badly bruised when he hit the water, but otherwise he is unharmed. Must have a concussion or something, though. I don't care what the hospital says.
Thank goodness.
But he's caught some kind of nasty cold.
A cold?
Well, it was cold as fuck up there, wasn't it? He went into freezing cold water. He's running a high fever and is drifting in and out of consciousness. I must be imagining things. This woman, I feel like I've met her before. Pardon me, Iris. I would like to ask you something if you don't mind. I guess Phoenix doesn't know that he knows her, though. So I was gonna say, why wouldn't he have mentioned this? But as far as I know, he's not aware of the trial. Oh, God. Sorry, I just remembered what happened at the end of that trial and suddenly got incredibly depressed. Anyway, I have the distinct feeling you and I have met before.
It must be your imagination, Mr. Edgeworth. After all, I hardly ever leave Hazakura Temple.
Hazakura Temple? What's that?
It's a place for those who wish to boost their spiritual power come to train. You need to undergo some very difficult training to release your inner spiritual power.
Spiritual power? Did you go to that temple for that reason as well?
No, I don't have any spiritual powers. I don't need them.
In that case, what are you doing at that temple then?
I've committed some sins that I need to pay for. That's why I'm there and why I continue to train to purify my soul.
I want to ask you about last night, the night of the crime.
All right. I helped to clean up after dinner and then went back to my room at about 8 o'clock. Later, I left my room to ring the lights out bell at 10 p.m.
Bell?
We ring it at the same time each night.
I see, and then?
And then, I was told to go to the training hall, but I went back to my room and stayed there.
Why didn't you go to the training hall like you were asked to do?
I was frightened.
Frightened?
So I just stayed in my room and meditated until the murder happened.
So it's meditation murder then, I see. There's more to our story, I just know there is. Maybe I should dig a little deeper. You were asked to go to the training hall the night of the murder?
Yes.
However, you didn't go. Because you say you were frightened. What exactly were you so frightened of? What the fuck is happening? What are chains? Locks? What is this? What in the world? What? Why? I did...
Is there something wrong?
There must be, because for some reason I see locks on either side of you. The entire background has been blacked out and there are chains. I don't know what this is supposed to mean. I'm sorry, it's nothing. Looks like she's not aware of them herself. Wow, Edgeworth fucking stone cold. These must be what Wright was talking about. The psycho locks. I believe he said that I need to present this Magatama item to do something? I don't know, do I just show it to her? It's a badge? Or do I hand it openly as though I'm offering something to her? Or do I throw it at her? I don't... I guess we'll start off light and then escalate when necessary. Do you have any idea as to what really occurred last night?
I think it was the result of the tremendous spiritual power that was unleashed.
Saying she was killed by a demon? Spiritual power?
Yes, spiritual training has been a cause behind many great tragedies. This incident was just another example.
Iris, I'm sorry, but I can't accept that. I'm a man of science. I don't believe in spiritual power, despite what the hell just happened.
Yes, I understand. Most people don't.
And I am certain that the thing that killed the victim was a human. So please, answer me this simple question. Were you the one who killed Elise Donham?
No. I'm not the one who took her life.
There's no psycho locks appearing. I suppose that means I can believe that she's not lying. I found the secret to your success, Phoenix, you cheating fucker.
What's wrong?
I can't believe what I'm thinking. And here I just finished saying that I don't believe in spiritual power. It appears that's about all you can tell me.
Thank you very much for listening to my story.
I visited right at the hospital before coming here. He asked me to take care of you.
Me?
Yes, at the trial tomorrow, he asked me to defend you.
If Mr. Rothead has that much faith in you, Mr. Edgeworth, then I will gladly entrust my fate to your capable hands.
But before that, I have one question.
Yes?
You know, right?
Why would you ask that?
Whenever you came up in our conversation, he would begin to act a little strange.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is Mr. Wright to you?
He was a very dear and indispensable friend. Oh. You old softy. Character development complete.
It was 5 years ago.
Oh shit, she's gonna admit to it.
That's when I deceived him.
You deceived him?
I heard that he was in a lot of pain afterwards because of what happened. I know what a weak person I am. That's why I thought it was best if he never saw me again. I wanted him to just forget about me without learning the truth.
Well, if you ask me, Wright is still suffering, and until he learns the truth, I don't think he will ever be able to truly recover. Iris, it's not too late. It's never too late. You should go to him. Tell him the truth. I'll defend you, but only if you agree to that one condition. Wow! What a fucking stud! Man, can he be my friend? I'm not even sure Phoenix would have done that.
Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, I promise.
Very well. I'll do everything in my power to get you an acquittal. That's enough information gathering for now. I should head to the crime scene. Alright, so I'm assuming that means we do not have what we need to psych lock her. Well, that bridge finally bit the dust. Damn it! Should have said bit the dusk. God, I'm so bad at that. Sure, it's cold, alright? So this is it. Dusky Bridge. Ooh. Oh wow, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see. It's been about a year? Or has it been longer? It doesn't matter, Detective. What does matter is why you're shuffling around up here. Oh, ouch. There is that sharp left jab. Well, I'm happy to see you anyways, Mr. Edgeworth. Let me guess. You were transferred by HR to the local precinct. A wise decision. The vast amount of nothing up here should be quite easy to guard. I heard you were back in the country and arranged to come all the way up here. Wow, he just fucking ignored everything he said. What an emotional, like, champ. Everybody was real nice. They didn't let me take charge of the investigation, sir. Gumshoe indeed. Like gum on your shoe, he's impossible to get rid of. I'm supposed to report on the details of the crime scene, sir. Anyway, here I am, Detective Dick Gumshoe, reporting for duty. Right, thank you, Detective. I thought Prosecutor Godot was gonna get here before me. That guy's a real mystery, I tell you. Prosecutor Godot? I just got back into the country, so I don't really know much about the case. Bruh, Edgeworth against Godot is going to be a slaughter. Edgeworth is going to wreck that dude. It's simple. Well, simple is as simple does, as they say. Oh, you have no idea how much I've missed that biting sarcasm of yours, sir. But seriously, this one's a piece of cake. There's a witness, that's all the whole thing. A witness? Yeah, that bikini lady. Bikini lady here on this freezing cold mountain? Well, you should talk to her yourself if you want the details, sir. I may have to talk to this bikini lady. I mean, decisive witness myself. Bikini lady, you say? Well, it has been a while. So this is the bridge that Wright fell through? Yep. Can't imagine being that reckless myself. Look before you cross. Or how it goes, right? Or was that leap? And is there something on the other side? Yeah, some old building they call the Inner Temple. We can't get over there without a bridge, sir. What? Nobody lives there, so it's usually not a problem. But someone was at the Inner Temple during some training, and now they're stuck there. Yes, I heard that from Wright. It's Maya Fey. Oh no, her again? Anyway, the air is really turbulent right now, so we can't do an aerial extraction. No one's gonna be able to reach the Inner Temple until tomorrow, sir. Will she be alright in this cold? Not with what she's wearing! How did this bridge burn down anyway? I suppose she has all those extra clothes though, right? We're almost 100% sure it was lightning. Lightning? So who's this prosecutor Godot? I've never heard of him. Yeah, he's a new guy. Showed up after you left the country. He's a complete rookie, but nobody can say a bad word about the guy. What kind of a man is he? He just became a prosecutor recently, but he's good, sir. Real good. Even though he's already lost the Phoenix twice. He's so good, how is it I've never heard of him? Is he the lead prosecutor on this case? You bet he is. After all, you know who is right in the middle of it. You know who? Phoenix Wright, of course. For some reason, Godot has really got it in for Mr. Wright. Oh? Yeah, he seems to have some kind of a grudge. And what would be the cause of this grudge? I don't know, maybe he made fun of his mask or something. None of this is making any sense. I better look into this Godot myself. You're telling me the bridge caught on fire due to a fluke bolt of lightning? Yep, last night it snowed for the first time in 3 days. It's a little unusual for lightning to occur during a snowfall like that, but according to the weather data, lightning definitely struck. I see. This is a very detailed weather report. Almost too detailed. It even has the exact time that the lightning struck the bridge. Oh, that? We got that information from the witness's testimony. Someone actually saw the lightning hit the bridge? Who is this witness? Sorry, I'll go ask one of the local cops later, sir. I feel like I've seen this girl somewhere before. She wasn't from a prior case, was she? Nope, can't be. We did a database search with her fingerprints and came up with nothing. I see. That's interesting. I just can't shake this nagging feeling. Well, everyone knows that you are quite popular with the ladies, sir. Did we know that? Maybe she's an old girlfriend that you sent to Dumpsville when you were younger. Yikes. Detective, where did you hear such nonsense from? I didn't hear from anyone. It's just sort of how I imagine you'd be, sir. Do I really inspire this sort of frothing desire from the female masses? I don't know, female masses, does he? Then yes, if he still works for the prosecutor's office, then that would be a problem because he'd be in conflict with his own employer, which is a problem. Not sure if the judge could just do it. I guess I don't know why they wouldn't be able to, but that also doesn't seem like a good idea. But I don't think a judge would order Edward to defend her if still a prosecutor. Like, the judge would probably be pretty upset with that. So this is what happens when you get a court-appointed attorney. Either you're getting somebody specifically from the public defender's office, or if the public defender's office is conflicted out or they just don't generally handle those cases, then they'll appoint a private attorney. At least when I was doing that in juvenile court. I didn't do that in criminal court, but I did do it in juvenile court. The clerk would always call and ask first to make sure that there were no conflicts or anything like that, both with schedule and with like client conflicts. And then it was up to me whether to say yes or no. I've seen a judge get really upset at an attorney because he was making an argument that went against what the social worker was saying, which was essentially the county arguing against itself. So that was a huge problem. I could see the judge being just as upset about a county employee, or I don't know how it is set up in this case, but in the States, you're a county employee. If you're a prosecutor working against the county in a case. Yo, Edgy, what took you so long? I'm so cold, my brain's turned to sherbet. I knew it was a mistake to race back to this country. What do you mean? Red is going to be fine, and the case itself isn't anything unusual. And I find myself taking a request to defend a woman accused of murder. Hey, wait a sec. Hold it. Objection! What's going on here, Mr. Edgeworth? It's hard to explain, but one thing led to another, and... What kind of lame excuse is that? You call yourself a defense attorney? Prosecutor Edgeworth is a prosecutor. And that's why he's Prosecutor Edgeworth. Prosecutor Edgeworth, defense attorney. Just sounds yeah, it does. Just sounds plain old weird, pal. Right, Prosecutor Edgeworth? I'm not sure what role I'm supposed to be playing anymore. Dude, Edgy. I don't see you for a couple of years and your heart turns to sherbet. I'd say more like sorbet. And it's rather cold here. Iris didn't murder her. Someone else did it. I just know it, okay? So trust me on this one. Never the romantic, aren't you, Larry? Nevertheless, I'll do what I can to prove her innocence. At least until I pass the baton on to her right, that is. Man, I'm telling you, Iris is so cute. Right, Edgy? You think so too, don't you? What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? To put it simply, your comment has me highly concerned. And it being that the reason you think she's innocent? Come on, a girl that cute can't possibly be a murderer. I was right after all. I should never have come back. No, don't worry. I see things for how they really are this time, honest. If I had a penny for every time he said that. It's just that, well, Iris is a delicate flower. You can't force things too much, know what I mean? Huh? I have no idea what you're talking about, Larry. Oh, forget it. I didn't say anything. Larry, where were you and what were you doing on the night of the crime? Larry? What? Don't tell me. You think I might have done it? What? Get lost. Go back to your charter jet and get out of my sight, you creep. And I hope your plane crashes and you die. God damn. Oh, that's just one more time. On the night of the murder, where were you and what were you doing? Oh, god damn it, more psycho locks. 3? How does this moron even have the capacity to have more than one lock? I'm sorry, man. You know me. I just don't remember. My short-term memory is a wreck, dude. I think so. I have a feeling that she's hiding something. Could be. After all, she's shy and gets embarrassed pretty easy. I don't think that has anything to do with it. Why not? Look, I know all about this kind of thing. Trust me. Come on, Edgy. You were a guy once. What even is this comment? Lots of girls are like Iris. You're right. Well, you most certainly seem to have convinced yourself. Man, other shy girls like her, it's just so cute. You know what I mean? Doesn't listen to others, I see. I guess some people just never change. Oh, that was an awful sigh. Hey, hello there. So how are you feeling? All right, I suppose. Who's this? Hi. My name is Miles Edgeworth. My. A handsome boy such as yourself is always welcome. If circumstances weren't so tragic, I might just... Please don't call me boy. I'm sorry to trouble you. I'm looking for a woman in a bikini. Well, you have found her. Now what can I do for you? I'm sorry, but I don't see any bikinis. Ha! If you ask nicely, I might give you a peek, big boy. Mr. Edgeworth? This is the head nun, Sister Bikini. She's the witness. Why didn't you tell me that earlier? This is exactly why your salary keeps on getting cut. My stomach is already growling in protest. So, what's the latest about my love Iris? Well, first, I want to hear what you know. First, I'd like to ask you about last night. Well, last night, we had an acolyte here for training. After dinner, the two of us went to the training hall in the other temple. She must be talking about Maya. Approximately what time was that? I suppose it was about 9 o'clock when we left here. Training lasts all night. It's extremely exhausting. The channeling dojo's head nun must be in attendance at all times to keep watch. Wow, you're right. That does sound exhausting. Detective, this is no time for flattery. Shut the fuck up and let me question my witness. Your witness. Sorry. Sometime around 11 o'clock, you witnessed the incident in the courtyard. But your duty was in the inner temple. Why did you come back here? The way you're staring at me, I'm starting to get goosebumps. Oh! Ugh. Starting to get goosebumps myself, but for a decidedly different reason. Oh, You get the chills pretty easy, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth? Get out of my head! Alright then, I'd like you to tell me exactly what you saw in the courtyard.
Must have been past 11 o'clock. Oh no, I can't say it, it's too much for my poor heart.
Hey, calm down, lady. Let go of my tie! Oh, shit! I'd say it's gruesome, but there's no blood. For all we know, it's just on the side of her. Like it was a fake stabbing that we've all done to ourselves once or twice. That had to hurt.
I saw two people, one of them was lying on the ground. The other one was stabbing her from the back with a sword.
Did you see this criminal with your own eyes?
I didn't want to believe what I was seeing, but it was Iris.
You must have been quite shocked. Of course you was. Try putting yourself in... I was gonna say, try putting your sword in her shoes. Of course you was. Try putting yourself in her shoes. It'd be like if you were stabbing Mr. Wright smack in the middle of a courtroom, and I happen to witness it from the witness stand. I'd be pretty shocked too.
I know it sounds insane, but that's what I saw. And when I finally realized what I was seeing, I screamed, and then I passed out.
Unfortunately for us, our testimony seems to be pretty solid.
However, the idea of Iris doing such a foul act seems unnatural.
Unnatural?
The girl I know is simply isn't capable of this sort of foulness.
Wonder what she means by that. As the head nun, it's your duty to stay with the acolyte at all times, correct?
Yes, that's correct. I know I made look strong, but the truth is, I've got a bad lower back.
A bad lower back? Work on your core, lady.
Yes, it's especially bad in the winter. It's so bad that I can't even lift a bucket. Do you remember how cold it was last night? My bad back felt as stiff as a frozen glass. I just wanted to take a nice hot bath to ease my aching back. That's why I returned to the main hall.
So you left the disciple all alone?
Don't be ridiculous. I would never do that. That's why I ordered Iris to the inner temple after she had rung the bell for lights out.
Yes, but she never went to the inner temple, did she? So did this head nun actually see Iris there? I think I'd better try to get some more details. So who was this acolyte that was to train at the inner temple?
Her name is Maya Fey. I treated her very badly, I'm ashamed to say. And after she went through the trouble of signing up for the special course.
Special course?
It's a training session where you sit on a block of spirit ice and chant 30,000 times.
You don't mean to tell me she's still doing that over at the inner temple, do you?
No, of course not. You don't have to worry about that one little bit. She sucks, so she stopped at like 5 chants in. Last night, we still hadn't started the training session itself.
Well, that's good to hear.
Oh, dear, there's one thing I forgot to tell you.
Uh-oh, I don't think I like the sound of this.
You know that small girl, I believe she is Mr. Maya's little sister.
Maya's little sister? Oh, you mean Little Pearl. That's Maya Fey's cousin. Little Pearl?
Thought she was going to visit Mystic Elise after we'd finished with dinner cleanup, but I haven't seen her at all since last night. She's nowhere to be found.
You mean she was with the victim?
It's all the fault of my stupid, creaky old back.
The little girl who was with the victim on the night of the murder is gone? As they say, the plot thickens.
Whoa. That's a demon warning hood. Warning. Acolytes are highly susceptible to possession by evil spirits, you know. That's why we always wear these for protection.
Oh, I see.
What are you waiting for? You won't get any protection by just holding it, you know. Put it on already.
No, I can't. I was just...
Oh!
It's like it was made just for you, Mr. Edgeworth. What do you mean by that, detective?
Looks absolutely marvelous. You've just got to keep it on for a while.
Is this some sort of divine retribution? Yes it is. About this picture. She didn't have her hood on. She could have been possessed.
Oh, look at that. I look pretty S to the XC, don't you think?
Don't get me wrong. It has nothing to do with her, specifically. I would have the same reaction to anybody saying that phrase. Her testimony is gonna be something. Yeah, absolutely. S to the XE, I guess.
But Rosalie, we avoided exposure in such magazines. But this time we had our reasons.
Is that so? For example,
well, why deny the world the sight of such a lovely face?
that was worthless?
Oh,
How could such a terrible thing have happened? It's all my fault. Oh, come on, lady. I don't think you can blame yourself. Quiet! What do you know anyway? Ouch, you're scary. That stupid 5 o'clock shadow and that stupid old coat of yours is just a big bag of stupid. It's too bad that you weren't the one that disappeared. God, relax. Why don't you have to take it all out of me? Her anger does seem a little manufactured. Did you happen to see Iris while you were there? Of course I saw her. I told her to meet us after ringing the 10 o'clock bell for lights out. So you're saying Iris came to the inner temple then? Of course you did. Iris has always been a good, obedient girl. After that, I had Iris help Mystic Maya begin her training. That doesn't fit with Iris' story at all. As I say, the plot thickens. And a little girl has been lost. You know, you really shouldn't be so negative. Creates bad karma. Well, you're right. I need to do some more training myself, I think. This is where the murder took place, sir. Other than removing the body with everything else untouched. Thanks, detective. I'll just have a look around. It's like the police are still investigating. Oh yeah, I should probably examine the scenes. Oh, by the way, I thought I'd better ask just to be sure. Are you really going to defend that nun, Iris, at the trial tomorrow? Yes, I will. I gave her my word, and now I must follow through with my commitment, despite it being illegal-ish. Well, in that case, I've got to be careful. Got to make sure I don't leak the prosecution's whole investigation. Don't worry about it, detective. Just keep your mouth closed, and I think most of it will flow out on its own. You got it, sir. I'll make sure it flows out like water from a tap. Hey, yes, you do that, detective. Just how much has your runny spout leaked over the years? The victim is the famous picture book author, Miss Elise Dimham. Her entire past, up until she won that writing award last year, is a total mystery. It's hard to believe in this day and age you can still find people like that. The estimated time of death of the victim was between 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock p.m. on February 2nd. 7th, not the 2nd. Cause of death was blood loss resulting from a stab to the back by the murder weapon. The murder weapon? The victim was found skewered with a giant sword, sir. God, oof, that sounds awful. That's terrible. Yeah, but there's one strange thing. Yes? The victim's entire body was covered with bruises. The bruises are consistent with falling from the height of a 2-story building. 2-story building? That would be about the same height as that room in front of us, correct? Hey, you're right. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. That just happens to be the room that Elise Dunham was staying in. Maybe she was pushed out of the window after she was stabbed by the sword? Now then, detective. Let's see if we can summarize what we've learned so far. Okay, let's take a look at the map. According to the testimony of Sister Bikini, the head nun. Right after they'd finished dinner, she and Maya Fey headed to the inner temple. Just like this, like how my 2 fingers are moving. At 10 p.m., after ringing the bell for lights out, Iris went to the inner temple. When she got there, Bikini had her take over while she went back to Hazakura Temple. Just like this. After taking a hot bath to soothe her back, Bikini witnessed the murder in the courtyard. If you want more details, you should ask Bikini herself in the main hall. The inner temple, huh? Like some more information about that place. Trial begins tomorrow, but who's the prosecutor? Pretty sure it's that Godot guy, but nobody can get a hold of him, so they're looking for a replacement. What do you mean? It's really weird. All of a sudden, no one can reach him. I wonder if the rumors are true. Maybe since Mr. Wright caught a cold and won't be defending, he just lost interest. Wow, what a fucking life. He'd just be like,
Wright's not prosecuting. I couldn't give a shit less.
I intend to appear in court in the role of defense attorney. However, I'd be quite unhappy if it came out that I'm actually a prosecutor. But yeah, I can see why, but I'm not the one you have to worry about. I think the real problem is going to be that judge that, you know, you practiced in front of many, many, many times. Yes, he certainly would remember my face even after such a long absence. A year? That's why I requested that another judge preside over the trial tomorrow. We've only ever met each other once. There's a good chance he won't remember me at all. Oh, okay.
Great. Yeah, but what about the prosecutor? Everyone in the prosecutor's office must know you. Wouldn't it be a problem if someone there made a big stink, sir? There's no need to worry. I pulled a few strings and arranged for a prosecutor of my own choosing. Wow, Mr. Edgeworth, I had no idea you had such a powerful string to pull. Wait, I'm so confused. So he's getting the Canadian judge to be on the bench. Okay. He asked for a replacement judge. Gotcha. He went to the prosecutor's office and got a prosecutor of his choosing for the case? But he didn't know who the prosecutor was gonna be? Did I read that wrong? But why did he ask that who was going to be the prosecutor if he already knew? That's what I'm confused about. Him asking a favor doesn't surprise me, and that kind of makes sense narratively, but then why would he ask who the prosecutor was? What is this inner temple that Maya was supposedly training at? Right at Bikini. It's an old building they use for training the acolytes. It's on the other side of Dusky Bridge. The bridge that burned down, huh? Is there anything else on the other side of that bridge besides the inner temple? Nope, not a thing. Nothing. The other side is surrounded by cliffs on all sides. In a way, it's kind of like a little island out there. So the only thing there is the inner temple. There, it's not the kind of place a person could survive in. Please be alright, Maya. God, look at that. Maybe it was the statue that did it. So the sword from this gold statue is actually the murder weapon? Sure is. It's called a shitishito, by the way. Nasty piece of work, sir. Still blood on it. I suppose this is the victim's blood? Yep, it's all over the blade. And speaking of all over the blade, there are fingerprints all over the hilt of the shitishito, too. Fingerprints? Naturally, they match the prints we got from the younger nun, the defendant. The fingerprints are on the murder weapon? Well, I'm fucked. What's wrong? You're looking really solemn. Is this how it is for right? Is this what it is like to be a defense attorney? Well, a defense attorney with a shit case all the time. Yeah, I figured it doesn't feel really good. To be honest, it feels more like it's detrimental to your health. Not wrong. I like this tune. The lantern, I suppose they light it at night. There's something elegant about the light of a fire. At the end of each month, I always like to relax my room by candlelight. Detective, can you not afford to pay your electricity bill? How'd you know? Dude, why is he even... Go move somewhere else and be a police officer. You'll make so much more money. You could probably bag groceries right now and make more money than what you're making on their salary. Okay, I believe that's everything. What's this? Looks like a wizard staff. What's the meme? I grabbed my staff and wizard robe. That belonged to the victim, Mrs. Elise Dono. There's nothing strange or magical about it. Oh yeah, listen. This is just between us, okay, sir? Yes, what? This is top secret stuff. Don't tell anyone about this. Alright. The truth is, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a wizard. That's it? That's what you wanted to tell me? That's it. This staff was made from a very strong kind of wood. What about fingerprints? Were there any on it? Just the victims. What is this? This was here before, wasn't it? What's that white piece of paper sticking out from under that stack? Beats me. Would you mind checking that for me, Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. Oh my god! Here you are, Mr. Edgeworth. Looks like an old manila envelope. Yeah! What is it, Detective? This could be it! An ultra-important clue! A super special clue! Suppose I should read it myself, then. Looks like a letter addressed to Sister Iris. Tonight at 10, at Heavenly Hall, unless you want your secret to be exposed. Sounds like a blackmail letter. Always with the blackmail. Nice going there, Mr. Edgeworth. Why can't I ever find clues like that? You're an ultra-important prosecutor, a super-duper prosecutor. Well, I suppose it takes a super-duper kind of dumb to miss a clue like this. I don't see Larry anywhere. Maybe we scared the poor kid away. His heart was shut tight with a number of psycho locks. Suppose I'll have to look for him now. What a thorn on my side. Suppose this type of thing is necessary up here in the mountains. This should give me a great idea. Something tells me he's gonna tell me what's on his mind, whether I like it or not. I've got an idea for a brand new invention. It might even make me rich. An invention? Yeah, a car that can travel on snow. I'll call it a snow car. So what do you think, sir? Would you like to go for a ride on something like that? Only after you take the first 1,000 test rides. Oh, God. There's a little shack down that way called Heavenly Hall. A shack? It's like a rundown doghouse for losers that can't bear the freezing drafts of wind. Kinda reminds me of my apartment, sir. The name Heavenly Hall makes it sound like a palace. Giving a hovel a great name is a crime itself. I'd call it false advertising. By the way, the name of my apartment complex is Compton Castles. Oh my God! That's Japanifornia, all right. Gumshoe lives in fucking Compton? Oh, well done, game. That's not such a great name, if you ask me.
Ah, Mr. Edgeworth.
I came back because I need to ask you a few more questions, if you don't mind.
But I've already told you everything that I...
Iris, please remember, I'm on your side. You can tell me anything.
Yes, thank you.
I just finished speaking with the head nun of Hazakura Temple. She testified very clearly as to what happened. She said she saw you stab Miss Elise Donham with a sword. And one other thing. She said that when Maya Fey began her training at the Inner Temple, you were there as well.
What?
When I spoke with you last, you claimed that you never went to the Inner Temple. And yet, Sister Bikini says she met with you at the Inner Temple that very night.
But I didn't go there. I didn't go to the Inner Temple last night.
Looks like she's unwilling to tell me the whole truth. Wonder if I'll find the answers I'm looking for if I break those psycho lock thingies.
Take that!
Holy shit! Did you guys hear that? Take that! Wow. The power! The power behind that! Whew! Whew. Got me a little hot. Since I have been handed this case, it is my duty to dig up all the answers, understand?
Yes, sir.
The smallest flame can sometimes bathe a case in a whole new light. In my years in court, I've seen it happen over and over again. That's why I'm committed to searching until I have those answers. Now then, is it really true that you didn't go to the Inner Temple last night?
Yes, I swear. I already told you that.
Yes, you said you didn't go because you were frightened.
That's right.
If that's the case, then the obvious question is, what were you so afraid of? Iris, I wonder, is this what frightened you so much that you couldn't even leave your own room? The weather.
Take that!
Nope. This.
Take that!
We just got this, and I was like, she was afraid of the lightning! I found this in the main hall. It is addressed to you.
Ah, that's...
Well, Iris?
Why are you glaring at me like that?
You were scared of the blackmailer who who wrote this to you, isn't that correct?
Ah!
She still even gets the same Yu-Gi-Oh fucking win knot back every time you, like, call her out on her bullshit. Was it the evidence or the power of my glare that broke that lock? Oh well, I don't suppose it matters either way.
But, Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes?
thought that letter was just someone playing a prank on me.
Prank?
Oh, yes. After all, even if I did have a secret, there's no one to tell it that would cause me any grief.
I wonder about that.
Sister Bikini is like a mother to me. I would never hide anything from her.
No, you may not have anything to hide under normal circumstances. However, last night was different. Unfortunately, I don't know the exact nature of your secret yet. However, whatever it is, there is one person you didn't want your secret told to.
Take that!
This handsome gentleman right here, Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Ah!
You mean something to Wright, it seems. And I can tell he holds a special place in your heart as well. That's why you didn't want him, of all people, to know your deep, dark secret. Well, what do you have to say?
I should have expected as much, especially from a friend of his.
Boom. Health restored. Wow, I feel fucking fantastic. What's in that Megatom, I tell you?
After dinner, this letter was waiting for me in my room. As I said, I was frightened by it.
What is this heavenly hall the letter mentions?
It's a small mountain shack at the base of Dusky Bridge.
A small shack, huh?
It's more like a broken down shack that no one would ever want to go near.
Where is it on this map?
It's around here. To get here, you must follow a small path from Dusky Bridge. The reality is, to get to the inner temple, I had no choice but to cross that bridge, with the thought that such a terrible criminal could be lurking at Heavenly Hall. I was so scared by the whole affair that I didn't even want to think about it.
So this is the secret that you locked away in your heart.
Yes.
It's like as though I may have to visit this heavenly hall now. Maybe I'll find some sign of our mystery blackmailer. In any case, you still claim to have never left your room last night.
Yes, that's exactly right.
The trial starts tomorrow. I promise you, I will win. I'm going to win so that you and Phoenix can see each other again. But when I do, you must promise me that you will tell him your secret.
But it's pointless.
Why would you say that?
Because I may know who Phoenix Wright is, but he has no idea who I am.
Okay, well that's interesting. Let's go to Heavenly Hall. Whoa, not much of a view down here, huh? Still better than the view from my apartment, though. Someone's here. Hide yourself, detective. Of course he's living here.
Why does this always happen? Whenever I find a girl I like, they always run away. I even chased one of them to Japan. Next is gonna be prison, I guess. I'll steal that detective's wallet. That'll get me locked up for sure. Nah, I can't do that for someone who looks like he's down on his luck.
He's just talking to himself.
Shh, be quiet and listen. I knew it. I shouldn't have done that. I blew it again.
Done that? What did he do, I wonder? Hey, you! What you said? I got an objection.
What the? Edge, you dirty rat!
Gumshoe, you oaf. I'm sorry, sir. Or I knew it, I was shouting objection. Objection. And in a loud, commanding voice, too. I even pointed it out with my finger. You watched too many trials. He's been a part of too many trials. I'm sorry. Okay, Larry, the jig is up. What have you got to say for yourself?
Ugh.
What is this little shack, anyway?
Well, I just discovered it myself yesterday.
And why were you down here in the first place?
Come on, I'm an artist. I was looking for a good place to sketch. This is a great little place. It's, artistic.
Those are actually really good portraits if he did them.
It's quiet, it's cold, it's got no power, and it looks like it's about to collapse.
Sounds a lot like my apartment there, pal. One thing's for sure, no one is likely to show up and disturb you here.
Can I get you something to drink? Some hot water, maybe?
He's getting all buddy-buddy on us, sir.
Listen to me, Edgy. You've got to do this. You got to save Iris.
Why are you so sure she's innocent? Because she's cute?
Watch your mouth. Anyway, I made up my mind about it. I'm going to marry that girl.
Mr. Edgeworth is pretending he didn't hear you, so I'm gonna ask for it. Have you already asked this girl to marry you?
No, not yet. But I can tell how she feels by the look in her eyes. She's got this, I really want this man to carry me over the threshold look. I'm sure Nick would be surprised. He'd never imagined that I could marry such a beautiful girl like that.
Something tells me he would be shocked indeed.
That's why I didn't want her to do anything dangerous. I mean, what am I gonna do if she gets hurt?
What is this guy trying to say? He lost me about a mile back. We really want to know the answer to that. I'm gonna have to drag him onto the witness stand. Come to think of it, you still haven't answered my question. Where were you, and what were you doing last night?
Man, don't you have anything else to talk about? That kind of attitude, you'll never be a ladies' man like me. Okay. Chill out with those scary eyes, I got it. If you want to know last night, I saw something incredible.
Something incredible?
Alright, do we have enough? Yeah, but let's not talk about that right now. Let's talk about the good old days. What do you say? Come on, I'll pour you a nice cup of hot water.
Why hasn't he realized that I absolutely despise talking about the good old days, especially with him? Alright, let's see if we can do this. Might not be able to, but we'll give it a try. Alright, Now you're going to tell me what you really saw last night.
Whoa, you're really upset, aren't you, Edgy? Okay, I'll talk.
Huh? That was a little too easy.
Yeah, anyway, it was awesome. Never seen anything like it. Around 10 o'clock, I started thundering. I've been sleeping, I'm not sure for how long. Suddenly, zing! The world in front of me went white. Like I'd just been slapped in the face by my old girlfriend, Naomi.
And then?
And then it was on fire. The bridge was on fire.
Dusky Bridge caught on fire? Are you saying you saw it with your own eyes?
Hey, why are you giving me the evil eye? I'm telling the truth.
There are still 3 psycho locks remaining. That means he's still trying to hide something. By the way, Larry, where were you when you saw that happen?
Whoa, where you say? What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean? Just answer the question.
I was in my room by the main hall. Where else would I be?
As usual, you're as transparent as an empty jelly jar. Problem, I suspect, lies there.
There? What do you mean there?
It's impossible for you to have seen this lightning strike from your room. Yeah, you can't see over the... Take that! This is a map of the area. Take a look around the vicinity of Hazakura Temple.
What am I looking at?
I think that should be fairly obvious. The main hall is surrounded by trees, and it's impossible to see a bridge from there.
What? Why didn't you tell me that before?
Well, how about it?
How about what?
You feel like talking now?
About what?
It's like it won't be that easy after all. You leave me no choice. I'll have to move on to the next step. I will probe your mind. You weren't in your room in the temple, so then where were you?
You don't know that I was in my room.
So where was Larry and why was he there? I read the situation up to this point correctly. The answer is fairly obvious. Very well then, let's test my theory. The place where you witnessed the lightning strike, the Dusty Palace, was...
What? He had to have been here, right?
The place you saw the lightning strike from was naturally Heavenly Hall.
Why would we be hanging out in this old shack? It's freezing cold. There's no electricity. It could fall apart any minute.
Larry, how do you know that anyway? How do you know there's no electricity? After all, it's not that dark yet.
Uh-oh.
In other words, you have just provided evidence to prove my theory. My theory that you've at least once in your life visited Heavenly Hall after sunset.
Blah. I have to admit I'm impressed, Edgy. You're in a totally different league from Nick.
That's nice. Now tell me, what were you doing at this cold little shack last night?
That's so dismissive. That reminds me of Cloud's line in Final Fantasy Remake.
Yeah, nailed it. I got it. Let's go. What were you doing at the cold little shack? This cold little shack last night?
That's what you might call a fair decor.
Is it core? Is it coer? Coer? I don't know how to pronounce that word. It's that word. Love affair. Could it be you weren't waiting for someone?
Oh no! You're the Arwen scary guy, you know?
I believe that last night you were waiting for this person to come meet you. Only one person you'd wait for in a horrible place like this, Larry.
I told you before, don't call me Larry.
The person you were waiting for was Iris.
Oh, I suddenly feel all cold all over, Edgy.
No doubt because of my chilly glare. Let me pat myself on the back for that one.
So you think I got the hatch for Sister Iris, huh? Do you have some kind of evidence?
Bruh, you mean other than your constant, like, adoration that you shower upon her verbally?
You got something that proves I was waiting for her, or you just guessing?
This is where I draw the line and end this ridiculous little game. Here's the evidence that proves you're waiting for Iris. Here's your evidence. You called her to the spot with a pathetic blackmail letter.
Oh, hey! Give that back! You're embarrassing me! What are you doing with that anyway?
That's not important. I misjudged you, Larry.
What do you mean?
Taking advantage of a woman's frailty like that, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Oh!
First of all, what's this at the top of the letter? It says, salutation here.
He took a fucking form letter? Oh, God. That's what it said in that book, Letter Writing for Dummies.
You're not supposed to actually write that. That's where you're supposed to write, Dear Iris.
Wow, I'm so sorry.
So you were here in Heavenly Hall last night, weren't you, Larry? And you saw the lightning hit Dusky Bridge, didn't you?
Objection leading question? Sorry, Edgy.
Sorry doesn't cut it, you scumbag, threatening a young lady like that. Actually, a crime.
Wait, hold up.
Wait. What now, pal?
What are you talking about? What threatening stuff?
I'll tell you what, you tried to scare Iris by threatening to expose her secret, pal.
What do you mean threaten? When did I threaten her?
Unless you want your secret to be exposed. That sure sounds like a threat to me, pal. Blackmail, in fact.
Give me a break. You love letter. Haven't you ever been in love?
Apparently not that type of love. What did you just say?
My love for her burned so hot that it can melt all the snow on this mountain.
Oh? Then what is the secret you mentioned?
Come on, Eddie, don't you get it? Talk about the secret love between me and her. Her and me. Obviously, she wouldn't want old lady Bikini to know about it, right? About our hot and sour, bittersweet love affair.
Hot and sour? Oh, that sounds... Why? Alright, then why did you send a love letter in a business-like manila envelope?
Give me a break. Not my fault I didn't have any other envelopes. Sheesh.
Then why were you so quick to apologize, pal?
It's because Edgy gave me that scary look of his. What's wrong, Edgy? Why are you too quiet all of a sudden?
That's it? That's what all those huge locks were about? I don't understand why you were so defensive.
Well, I don't know either. I guess the thing is, you shouldn't expect too much from a guy like me.
Truer words have never been uttered in these games.
Hey, come on, don't let it get you down. Phoenix trusted me once too. Look what happened to him. On his deathbed.
But Mr. Edgeworth, this guy is still hiding something, I know it. What do you mean, detective? Don't forget what this guy said just a minute ago.
You really want to know this? I saw something incredible.
That was the lightning. He's right.
Larry. What? You looking at me with that hungry dog that just found like a hungry dog just found a bone?
What was this something incredible you saw last night? You're going to tell me, Larry, one way or another.
I already told you, didn't I? It's your lightning strike Dusky Bridge.
Yes, and I believe it was the incredible sight you saw. But now that I think about it, something doesn't quite ring true.
What didn't?
That's all there is to your story. Your heart wouldn't have had all those locks. Therefore, Larry...
He's probably like, what the fuck are you locks? What do you even... Are you high, Edgy?
I do believe you saw something last night. Something more incredible than lightning.
What? When? Where? Why? How?
Hey, what do you think you're doing? If you hide anything from Mr. Edgeworth, I'll arrest you on the spot, pal. No! What's wrong, sir? Why did you scream like that? Does this mean I have to do it all over again?
Why are you glaring at me like I'm next to be hit by a bolt of lightning?
I just about had it with this Harlequin. If I really want to drag the truth out of him, I'll just have to drag him to the witness stand. He did just rage quit. Fuck this.
Trial time, you know what that means, guys.
Time to get your favorite suit and blouse on.
Oh my, Miss Elise feels that way about me?
Apparently. He isn't aware of your real secret at all. This is no time to be embarrassed.
I'm sorry. I'm just hardly accustomed to that sort of thing.
Worry not, and in any case, whatever it was that he saw on the night of the incident, mark my words, I will drag it out of him.
Does that mean Miss Elise is the witness today?
No. Believe that none will be the first to take the stand.
Sister Bikini.
She claims to have seen the very instant in which you carried out the crime. I just want to ask you one last time. It really wasn't you who killed Miss Elise Donham, correct?
That is correct, it wasn't me.
Very well then.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes?
You are a prosecutor, aren't you? Are you sure about this? If your true identity is revealed.
Don't worry. I'm scrambling my name around. For now on, I'm Mr. Worth Edge.
Like, wait, how are people not gonna fucking know? Okay. He had a reputation. Okay. Okay.
Just ignore it. We'll get through this. Don't worry, I've made the necessary arrangements.
I see.
Iris, it's a prosecutor's job to doubt people. But right now, I am a defense attorney. A defense attorney's job is to believe in people, and to believe until the bitter end. That's what my friend told me once.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I simply ask that you watch yourself and decide for yourself whether or not I am fit to do the task I have been entrusted.
Very well, sir. I'll leave my defense in your capable hands.
I'm my OC, Edge Milesworth. Oh, we have no prosecutor. Court is now in session for the trial of Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. The defense is ready. It's gonna be like the defense is on. Are you ready? Wait, sorry, I'm not used to saying those words. The defense doesn't need to be ready, appear to be ready. However, the same cannot be said for the prosecution in this case. Yeah, instant win. They wouldn't, well, actually, they probably would dismiss the case. There's some judges that would dismiss the case there. Indeed. I'm not sure I like such a blatant waste of this court's time. An empty prosecutor's chair can only mean that the prosecution has no confidence in their ability to prove their case. It would seem this case is already over before it had a chance to begin. I am ready to announce my verdict at this time. This court finds the defendant...
Objection!
Oh, shit!
Let's go! The prosecution stands ready.
I thought she left. I guess she could have came back. Just never mentioned. I guess it doesn't need to be mentioned. And you are?
Franziska von Karma, prosecuting prodigy. Despite having my ass handed to me several times a little while ago.
Von Karma, you say? Perchance, you wouldn't be of any relation to the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma, who was found guilty of murder and then killed.
Legends are a thing of the past. I am a von Karma, that is all. Upon a special request, I flew in today for the purposes of prosecuting this case.
Okay, so she's still on the payroll too. You did? Then you must be quite a big shot, eh? By the way, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor? I'm almost certain that I've seen you somewhere before. Or am I just imagining things? You look very much like a prosecutor I met once. I believe you are imagining things, Your Honor. Magnificent comeback. Maybe we met at the Starbucks in the courthouse at some point. Miss Von Karma, do you have anything to say?
There's no such weakling as this man among those of the prosecutor's office.
There isn't? But I'm sure. Ah!
I told you there is no such weakling.
What is that, a whip? I'm not sure I care for such a thing in my courtroom. Smile! Bailiff, remove that whip at—
Hold it!
I have no objection to the whip. You don't? Smile? Stop giving that fucking face. I can't take it anymore. The prosecution can wield a whip or drink 17 cups of coffee. I didn't know who Godot is. Did he just like randomly, did that randomly pop into his mind? That's incredible. Well, there is still only one truth. That is what I stand here to prove today.
This promises to be interesting, Miles Edgeworth. I had expected to face Phoenix right here today. But looking at you now, maybe this is what I've been waiting for all this time. Miles Edgeworth, I will not allow this chance to crush you slip through my fingers.
And see, you brought your flair for the histrionic. Allow me to add to the things I'm not sure about. People acting bizarrely in my court.
Ah! The stage is set. Now continue with the proceedings, Your Honor.
Very well. Miss Von Karma, please give us an outline of the case. With as little whipping as possible.
The murder victim is the famed picture book author Miss Elise Donim. Her body was found in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. She had been stabbed through the torso by a ceremonial sword from a golden statue.
The sword in this picture is the weapon in question, correct? Very well. The court accepts this photo of the crime scene.
There is no mistake. This was the doing of Sister Iris. After all, there is a witness to her crime.
Very well. Please bring this witness to the stand. And so it begins. My first and last trial as a defense attorney. Oh dear.
Witness, state your name and occupation, please.
Hold on there. I'm not sure about being not sure if I care for this at all. What? I'm not sure about being not sure if I care for this at all. Witness, please stand up nice and straight. If I recall correctly, there are a few milk crates in the defendant's lobby for our back-pained plagued witness. Bailiff! Fetch a crate for this poor lady, please!
Once again, your name and occupation, please.
Good old me? Well, I'm the head nun of Hazakura Temple of Eagle Mountain. My name is Bikini. You got it, Bikini? Nice to meet everyone. Smile. But you don't appear to be wearing a bikini right now.
Ah! The courtroom is the garden of holy judgment. God damn, that's some fucking colorful imagery. Okay. Woo. Those with lechery in their hearts should leave this sanctuary at once.
You want me to leave? Smile? No need to get your bikinis in a twist. Let me tell you, I'm a sight to behold in summer. In any case, witness, I hear that you saw the crime take place on the night in question. That's right. I can still hardly believe it myself, to be honest. There's no way dear little Iris could do anything like that. First, tell us about your own movements that night, eh? That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back legs act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. There's no bath in the inner temple, you see. I needed a long, hot soak. It was after I had finished, just as I was heading back. That's when I saw it. That's some awful testimony. Saw what? Get to the... Okay. Smile. So it was simply coincidence that you found yourself returning to Hazakura Temple. Yes, you could say that. My back had been in so much pain, I would have stayed at the inner temple. That sounds like a pretty important statement she just made.
There's only one problem with this testimony that I can see. And you're not about to fall at the first hurdle now, are you, Miles Edgeworth?
Mr. Edgeworth, please begin your cross-examination.
Hold it!
What is this inner temple? Well, you see, conversing with the spirits is what we train people to do, right? We'll be the ones asking the questions, madam. In order to do that, a place strong in spiritual power is required. There's a small temple across Dusky Bridge called the Inner Temple. Acolytes must spend an entire night there to undergo intense training. How exactly do you help with this process? It's all quite exacting. Can't be performed without a nun supervising.
Like a tutor watching to make sure a spoiled child studies.
A tutor with a whip, in your case. If that is the case, then why did you return to Hazakura Temple where the murder took place?
Hold it!
Violently? That's right! It's no laughing matter, especially in winter. I can't hold anything heavier than a knife and fork during the cold months. Just being alive is like strict training. Damn! That sounds awful. Whoa! On the night of the murder, was this fabulous back of yours acting again, or hurting again? That's right, raging like a bull in a pig pen. I almost fainted once or twice. I just knew that unless I warmed it up, it was going to finally finish me off.
Hold it!
You left Iris to help with what? What do you think? The acolyte's training, of course. It was just past 10 p.m., so we're starting to enter into the training exercises proper. Isn't it your place to remain with the disciple? Well, the job is simply to watch over the acolytes so that they don't pass away. Just to confirm this point again, that night, you met Iris in the inner temple, correct? Yes, she's a gentle, honest girl. She's never once failed to follow my directions.
Hold it!
So you returned to the Hazakura Temple in order to take a bath? My back is to blame for everything. It's a do or be done in kind of world, after all. How long were you in the bath for, if you don't mind me asking? My, what a filthy little rogue you are! I know what's on your mind! I love her smile, like, I bet your next question is going to be, where exactly did you wash? This is why you have to watch the young ones. What are you going on about?
Pathetic, Miles Edgeworth.
Lowest of the low! Is there some sort of kick-me sign stuck to the defense's bench? Anyway, I couldn't afford to be away from my post for too long, you understand, so...
Hold it!
The crime took place in the courtyard, correct? When you go from my room to the main hall, you have to take a winding hallway from which you can see the courtyard.
That's right. In other words, it was pure coincidence that the witness saw the crime taking place before her eyes. There was no complicated setup in this case.
That certainly seems to be true. There's indeed only one problem with this testimony. If I can cleanly point out what it is, then I can begin to quantify just how good this witness's memory and observational skills are.
Alright. So, we know that she's not telling the truth about Iris being there. But, am I skipping ahead a step like I normally do?
Objection!
Witnesses have to undergo their own trials, I'm afraid. The defendant's fate rests on their powers of observation and memory, after all.
Whoa, don't worry, I'm more than up to the task. I'm a woman of faith, after all. The head honcho of Hazakura Temple. Oh, I gave her some Irish there all of a sudden.
In that case, Miss Honcho, I'd like you to explain something for me. The discrepancy between your testimony and that of the defendant, Iris. She claims that after ringing the lights out bell, she went back and stayed in her room. Which means she did not go to the inner temple at all.
Oh, she said that?
Defendant or witness, who is more likely to lie, do you suppose? The defendant is simply lying to cover her back.
Not a strong argument.
Well, that is completely illogical. The murder was committed in the courtyard of Hazakura Temple. Claiming that she went to the inner temple would make for a much better alibi.
But that is odd. For the reason, I can't believe that she would lie. She does indeed have honest eyes.
All people lie, that is my belief. I believe that too.
Why am I the only one being whipped in here? Anyway, neither the witness nor the defendant have any reason to lie. Which means, you must call your memory into question.
Dear. You're older than me and yet you want to play the game, do you?
Well, that isn't exactly what my memory is perfect.
Crystal clear. Especially in the winter.
I suppose it's too early to end this cross-examination, eh? Mr. Edgeworth, if you are going to question the memory of this witness, you need to show me a more decisive piece of evidence. Actually, Honor, that would be the burden of proof is, well, no, I guess it's shifted to me because I'm calling her memory into question. But the decisive piece of evidence would only have to do with her memory, not the overall case itself. Understood, Your Honor. I was naive to think that alone would do the trick. And please add your comments about Iris to the testimony. Let us return to the cross-examination.
Iris came to the inner temple. She was dressed exactly as she had been at dinner.
Are you sure you're not making a mistake?
You, young man, need to get your estimation of me up from the floor. Ugh. Iris always wears the same clothes. The smallest thing out of place would have stood out like a sore thumb to me. You're making a mistake thinking I made a mistake.
An excellent finish there, witness. Still, I have to wonder.
Dressed exactly as she had been at dinner. Received before the lights out.
Objection!
Yeah, okay.
Witness, let's get one thing straight. The defendant who you claim to have met, she was wearing this demon warning hood, correct?
Of course! That is a very important piece of clothing, I'll have you know. Wait a minute. Hold it right there. Why do you have that?
That's the question of the day now, isn't it, Miss Von Karma? I'll have you know that this hood was given to someone as a gift that night, before the lights out bell was rung.
What?
You know where I'm going with this, don't you? The witness had seen the defendant as she claimed. then the iris she saw should have been missing this very hood, and there's no possible way that she could have had two hoods.
Well.
Not a bad feeling at all exposing contradictions like this. I understand that happy look on Wright's face every time he does it. Why? No!
Sister, this hood.
You have spare ones around the temple, don't you? That's a good counter-argument.
Spares? Well, I do tend to make too many of them. Although I will also say, if Von Karma did not know the answer to that question, that would have been a very, very risky move. Because if she's like, no, we don't have spares, then she just kind of fucks herself there. Which is why they say, don't ask questions you don't know the answers to. Although there are situations where you're so desperate that it might not matter.
You see, you stockpile a surplus of hoods, eh? Each nut is only given one hood. This should be the only hood that Iris owned. This is quite strange. Wah!
If there was a surplus of hoods, then she could have worn one of those. There is no contradiction here.
I'm sorry to break this to you, Miss Von Karma, but you won't get away that easily. Discrepancies such as this will sow seeds in any human heart. The seeds of doubt. Witness! Well, I don't wish to call your testimony into doubt. You must give every detail with precision. I'm not sure I'm comfortable going along with this.
Sister, you shall continue with your testimony. Tell us what you saw after finishing your bath and on your way back to the inner temple.
The seeds of doubt are sprouting in the judge's heart. They just need a little more stimulation to bear fruit. Contradictory stimulation.
Man. It's like fucking night and day between Edgeworth and Phoenix. Edgeworth is like,
I'm doing it very slowly. Contradictory stimulation.
And Phoenix is like, oh man, Judge fucking hates me, man. God, oops, that sucked, lol.
I finished my bath around 11, and I thought I should return to the inner temple. And as I was walking back there, I heard a noise from the courtyard. I took a look in. Iris was, oh, Mystic Elise. Iris was, God, I do really need to show this picture again. It's so brutal. Oh, Mystic Elise, with that sword of all things. She's not wrong. Mystic Elise was staying in the corner room which faces out onto the courtyard. The stabbing I saw must have occurred after she was pushed out of her window. You saw a truly terrible sight, didn't you? I was in your place, and it would be much like Miss Von Karma whipping Mr. Edgeworth in two in court. And me, seeing it all from this very chair. Smile. Oh, well, something like that. This judge. His imagination is about as vivid and creative as Detective Gumshoe.
I would look the fool if I commented on such foolishness. Anyway, this case is mine, Miles Edgeworth.
Calling everyone by their full name. Can't you do something about that habit of yours? Oh, crap. That was okay.
Hold it!
How far is it from your room to the inner temple? Let me think a moment. About 20 minutes. On these stumps of mine? About 15 minutes to the dusky bridge from Hazakura Temple. The inner temple is just beyond the bridge.
Still, you never made it back there that night, did you?
That's right. I was heading along the walkway towards the main hall.
Hold it!
You say you heard a noise? Oh, just like that.
That could only be the sound of the victim falling.
It's very quiet in the temple, you know. You even hear the snow falling from the branches. Thump. Just like that. But then, couldn't this noise you have heard been snow falling to the ground? I never thought of that. Wow! Oh!
The next one to laugh gets a whipping.
Well, whatever the source of the sound, I looked over at the courtyard and...
Hold it!
This is the second time that the witness has testified to seeing the defendant. But some doubts remain in these claims. Hey, just what does that mean? Because you're a good-looking man doesn't mean give you the right to... The murderer who stabbed the victim with the sword Sister Bikini, try to recall exactly who it was you saw as clearly as you can. Well, you're a handsome young man, so I'll forgive you. Oh, now that you mention it, there was something awfully strange about her. Something that has been bugging me all this time. Please, don't keep us in the suspense. In suspense. The suspense. Her hood! Her hood? That's right, it's coming back to me. I wish she wasn't wearing her hood. Thought something was out of place, but it all makes sense now, doesn't it? After all, she'd given that hood away to someone, right? Ugh.
Ha! You've dug your own grave, Miles Edgeworth.
What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Is this testimony important? No, it's not important. I mean, it is, but I don't want it to be because it's bad for me. This may initially appear to put me at a disadvantage, but I can't see any other leads at the moment. Your Honor, I don't like these new statements to be added to the testimony.
Miles Edgeworth. If you want to hang yourself, you need only to ask. I'll gladly lend you my whip.
Witness, add that statement to your testimony. No problem.
Hold it!
You're not sure about that? Yes, after all, we always wear the same clothes. Oh, I don't mean because we're poor, you understand. It's our style. Yes, that's it. There's absolutely no need to explain yourself. Anyway, she looked different from normal, so that really stuck out.
Like me holding a whippet puppy?
What? I don't know what that is.
Like me holding a whippet puppy instead of my whip.
At least then it might bite you and not someone else. Iris didn't have her hood on, I'm sure of it. Very well. Now, please tell us about the victim, eh?
Hold it!
The room the victim was staying in overlooked the courtyard, correct? Which means, the victim's room was on the second floor? No. Hazakura Temple is a single-story building. But the mountain itself slopes downward. Elevates to the main gate side of the temple and the guest rooms at the back. About the height of a two-story building. I see. The victim was staying in one of these elevated rooms, correct? Yes, I should know. I'm the one who carried her things to her room after all.
Hold it!
What makes you so sure of all this? Just like I told you earlier, I heard a noise from the courtyard, okay? Thump, just like that.
You're one smart sister, I'll give you that. The autopsy report states that the victim's body was covered in bruises, indicating a fall from around 10 feet in height.
Related to greyhounds. Oh, I didn't know that. So they're huge, right? It appears that the witness was not mistaken then. Yep. I'm more than just a pretty face, especially in winter. I'm a woman of faith, after all. The head honcho of Hazakura Temple. There's only 2 of them working there.
What's wrong, Miles Edgeworth? No snappy comeback remark?
Doesn't feel like she's lying. This is very powerful testimony, too. She claims to have seen the insect which the defendant stabbed the victim. There are only 2 things I can believe in right now. My client Iris and my own abilities as a defense attorney. Body fell 10 feet after death. Oh! No, it wasn't very hard at all. I just needed to read what the autopsy report said. Oop.
Objection!
Impressive logic, that's what I'd like to say anyway. Oh, please do, my apprentice, something else, especially in winter. However, I think you're overlooking one thing. Miss Von Karma, would you be so kind as to take another look at the autopsy report?
The autopsy report.
The victim did fall from a height of 10 feet. However, this fall was after she was killed. Ah! That's right! It says after death right here. The scene the witness claims to have seen is contradictory. The defendant stabbed and killed the victim there in the courtyard. How did the victim then go on to take a 10-foot fall? Order! The victim was killed and then fell. If that is the case, then the victim must have been killed in her room. Don't you agree?
That is the logical conclusion. Yes, that's right. The victim must have been stabbed by the defendant in her own room.
and she was then thrown out of her window down into the courtyard below. Are there any signs of a struggle in Miss Donham's room? She was stabbed with a sword. That would leave a blood stain, wouldn't you agree? Well, Miss Von Karma, was there any blood? Ah! No traces of blood were found in the victim's room. Your whip has just caused traces of blood to be found on my glorious playoff beard. However, there was no blood in the room, then I'm sure there's no need for me to go over this, as I'm sure your honor is well aware of when a stab wound produces the most blood. When it produces the most blood? Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of the blade's insertion, contrary to what any popular anime would ever have you believe. Unless you are watching the anime in which there is a slash, a brief pause, the protagonist then proceeds to put his sword back into the sheath, and when it is fully sheathed, then the blood spills. Then that would be more accurate. You want to talk about when the most blood would be lost from a body? That would be when the blade is removed. Indeed, the weapon is still in place. Acts like a lid on the wound. That's true. With the weapon still in the body, there wouldn't be much bleeding. There'd be some bleeding though. Perfectly reasonable line of thinking, except for the fact that, again, there would still be some bleeding. Well, maybe not. We have come to a conclusion then. The victim was thrown out of the window with the sword still in place. This removes all the contradictions. Does it though? Order! I must admit that this is a probable version of events. And expect no less from Franziska von Karma. She locates and takes control of every vital point. It seems that we need a clearer testimony from the witness. Remove all supposition on your part and tell us only the facts, please. Witness, please! Remain standing on the crate. Tss. Oh, let's be short now. The weight of winter snow has bent me out of shape, especially my back and my mood. Sister, please, give us your testimony. I will give you a vigorous massage once we are finished here. Damn. No, before someone asks, I have never heard that sort of offer in court before. With the whip? Oh boy. Alright. When I looked across it to see the storm was already in place. Thinking about it now, I didn't actually see her stab Mystic Elise. That's a big difference. I've never seen so much blood before. That's when I fainted. You can't blame me, can you? When I woke, Mystic Ami was stabbing Mystic Elise through the back. It was really the statue. This all confirms Miss Von Karma's theory. Von Karma strive for nothing but perfection. Putting together such facts is nothing for me. You should know that, Miles Edgeworth. Perfection is an impossibility, Franziska Von Karma, and I'm here to teach you just that. At that time, was the victim bleeding? Well, I was very shocked to be seeing all of this, of course, so I'm not entirely sure. But I don't think I saw any blood, not then. They're saying that you saw the victim's blood? That's right, some of it had splattered onto Iris too. When the victim was arrested, she was meditating in her room, and her blood-flecked clothing was neatly folded in the corner. What? Her clothes were blood-flecked as well? That seems quite conclusive to me. What should I do? Press this point further? Going back to your previous statement, you said that you saw little bleeding when the victim was stabbed, but now you say you saw the victim bleeding? Oh, well, I say that what I saw is what I saw. What'd you see? Maybe I didn't see the poor woman get stabbed, but I saw the girl pull the sword out of her plain as day. Pulling the sword out? Well, it wasn't exactly pulling. It was more like it came out. Witness, you will add this statement to your testimony. Oh, was that important? More important than you can imagine. Smoothly, you say? You're saying you saw the sword smoothly slide out? That's right. The whole thing happened right next to the gold statue of Mystic Ami. Mystic Elise was on the ground, and Iris was stooped over her. The sword was buried up to the hilt. Wait. Myra stood up, the sword in her hand just slid out of Mystic Elise's body. It slid out from the gaping wound, Goes without saying that if the sword was removed, there would be bleeding.
Wasn't there only like an eighth of the sword covered in blood? Nothing out of place here.
Is that really the case? I can't help but feel that something about this testimony is very out of place. That something which couldn't possibly have happened appears to have happened.
Alright, let's see here. Wait. It was never pulled out of her. It was still in her when this photo was taken. How was it pulled out of her by the statue?
No, that's not it. Although that
seems weird?
okay, just the sword itself. Sister Bikini, you're a reliable witness. At least I'd like to think so.
He's done that twice now. At least that's what I'd like to say.
But there are too many contradictions here.
What do you mean? You make it sound as though I'm a liar.
But
You're a handsome young man, so I'll forgive you. What contradictions are you talking about?
in the scene that the witness claims to have seen, the weapon was thrust up to its hilt into the victim. Furthermore, the killer withdrew the weapon smoothly from the body. However, both of these are complete impossibilities.
What do you mean? Please explain. Explain yourself.
To start, do you think it would be possible to stab someone to the hilt with this? No matter how I look at the defendant, she doesn't appear strong enough for that.
Doesn't appear? What meaningless dribble. I too may appear to be weak and frail, but I can crush men under my heel and make them weep should I so choose.
The objection stands. I wept a little back there, I must admit. That isn't the only issue here. If this sword, well, you wouldn't have to say objection then. If this sword was truly stabbed in the body up to the hilt, well, just look at all the branches on it. It certainly wouldn't have come out smoothly. You also have the problem of the amount of bleeding. It's true that when a blade is left in a body, it acts as a plug of sorts. However, when the weapon is shaped like this, it's an entirely different story. The wound would be too large for the blade to completely stop the bleeding.
That's nothing more than conjecture. In reality, the victim was stabbed with the shito. Even a weapon of this nature may still sometimes slide out smoothly and may still sometimes stop the blood loss.
I'm not finished. There is still one more conclusive contradiction.
You've still got more? He's like, tell me more.
This one is simple. If this sword really was thrust all the way up to the hilt, why is there only blood on the tip of it? If this witness is telling the truth, then there should be blood along the entire length of the sword.
No! Bravo, Miles Edgeworth. Raising this many contradictions from a single piece of evidence. All the other attorneys I know could maybe manage one, if that.
Well, you mean except Phoenix Wright. Anyways,
what does this all mean?
you have proven contradictions regarding the murder weapon, but having come this far, there can only be one answer.
That is?
The weapon used to kill the victim was not the shito.
What? A foolishly foolish idea born from the foolish mind of a foolhardy foolish fool.
Let's examine this again, and just ignore everything you just said. What was it that made us think this sword was the murder weapon?
Well, it's because Mr. Kami was holding it.
Exactly. However, if you reflect on this, that is the only basis we have to assume such a thing. The impression left by the scene was just too strong. That is what influenced us. It influenced us to believe that the shito was the murder weapon.
So maybe the shito was not the murder weapon. Even if that is the case, it changes nothing, Miles Edgeworth. The sister here saw everything. She saw the defendant stab the victim with a sword-like object. No, she didn't.
That's true.
No, it's not. She literally just said she did not see the stabbing.
Response, Mr. Edgeworth? That is so. I'd like the prosecution to answer the obvious question it raises. The obvious question? Yes, namely, where did the real murder weapon disappear to?
God,
Edgeworth is so much better than Phoenix. It's baffling that Phoenix was ever able to beat Edgeworth. Phoenix was able to win because he had the truth on his side, and that's basically it. And because Mia would come in and save him. It goes without saying that the police searched the main hall and the surrounding area. Perhaps the prosecution can enlighten us as to if a sword-like object was found?
That's...
Answer the question, Miss Von Karma.
No evidence of that kind was found.
Another mystery to throw under the pile. Trial without a murder weapon is a tricky beast. Smile. Excuse me, can I say something? I just remembered something, actually.
What is it, sister?
I was just thinking, is it possible that just maybe what actually happened was just over there? What exactly are you going about here? The murder weapon, I mean. Maybe. I think I might know where the sword was disposed of.
You what? Well then. I think we need to hear testimony from you one more time, sister.
He does have more Chad power. Impossible. What else? What else could this old woman have seen? How do you forget all this shit? I saw the murder at around 11 p.m. And after asking that it would be reported, I went out to the main gate. And there I saw tracks indicating that the snowmobile had been used. It takes 15 minutes to walk to the dusky bridge, but less than 5 using one of those. Maybe they threw the weapon into Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out? Iris could have done that. She can drive a snowmobile after all. Witness, please, tell us everything you know right away next time. Well, I'm not in the best of shape. What with my back and my age, you know.
Quite. There were indeed snowmobile tracks in front of the main gate. Here is the photograph. Look at it!
Snowmobile, I see. Well, it certainly is an interesting theory.
The tracks begin in front of Hazakura Temple, run all the way to Dusky Bridge. It actually looks like it came back from somewhere as opposed to going somewhere. That solves your pesky little problem, yes? The Eagle River's current is quite swift, meaning that it doesn't freeze over in winter, making it the perfect place to dispose of the murder weapon.
Did she really go to the river to dispose of the murder weapon? Mr. Edgeworth, your cross-examination, please. Okay, press... You're sure about the time? Yes, I was worried about it after all. What was that? Because I have a strong sense of responsibility, especially at this time of year. Everything at this time of year. The acolyte was being doused in freezing water at the time. I couldn't very well take it easy in the bath all night now, could I? So at 11, I decided to leave Hazakura Temple. Your estimation of the time seems reliable.
Please continue, sister.
I'm gonna check something real quick.
Yeah, look at this. Doesn't look like... It looks like the snowmobile returned. It doesn't look like it ever left. But the question would be, who used it?
Hold it!
The whole thing is that she did it really fast, right? But if she didn't have the snowmobile, then she couldn't have walked to the river very quickly. She could have gotten back quickly.
You asked Phoenix Wright to report the crime, correct?
Right, the one who trampled me.
It seems she is the type to hold a grudge.
There isn't a phone in the main hall, so I sent him to the bridge. Phoenix Wright, he didn't even have his cell phone on him.
He had forgotten it at home, apparently.
What a naive boy, as always. Not only do I always carry my phone, but I always have my whip in hand, too.
Anyway, I was really scared, and it was taking him a while to get back, so I thought I'd go out by the main gate for a spell.
Hold it!
As I recall, there was a snowmobile outside the main gate when I visited. That's it, that's the only one we have. It'll run no matter how much snow falls. Now, you're certain the snowmobile was there at the main gate when you arrived? Yes, of course, it was parked in front of the gate.
So she had already gone, discarded the murder weapon, and returned by that time.
I'm not sure if this is really relevant. What should I do? Sure. I need answers to every possible doubt. The snowmobile in question, was it still warm at that time? Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean, eh?
What do you mean, Miles Edgeworth?
I'm playing to a slow crowd here. It goes without saying that using a snowmobile will heat its engine. If it was still warm, then it means it was recently used. Oh, I see. I never thought of that. That's right. I overlooked that too. Of course you did. Then answer the question, please, witness. I don't often go around touching hot engines. However, now that you mention it, there wasn't any snow on it. Snow? No! Yes, for some reason, only the snowmobile wasn't covered in snow. There wasn't any snow on it? Curses. Seems highly likely that the killer did use the snowmobile then, eh? How long does it take to get to Dusky Bridge by snowmobile?
Hold it!
In that case, why didn't you use it yourself? You could have spared yourself some walking. Ah, there's a reason for that. Have you got a moment for me to explain? I think that's why the question was asked in the first place. It was about a month ago. I was driving my beloved little snowmobile, heavy as can be. I fetched some water and was heading back when I went and crashed into a tree. The tree and my back both went crunch, just like that. Crunch. Is that like a weird Dr. Seuss rhyme or something? Crunch. I haven't been able to find the courage to write anything since then. Anyway, the killer must have used it.
Hold it!
Refresh our memory. How long were you knocked out for? Like I said, somewhere between 10 to 20 minutes. It's possible to get to the bridge and back in 10 minutes using the snowmobile. I have to concede that is more than enough time.
Is that all you wish to concede, Miles Edgeworth?
Hold it!
Well, it would have been possible time-wise. One element remains out of place here. Oh, and what would this mystery element be? The killer's reasoning, Your Honor. Why did the killer do all of this? Why go to Eagle River to dispose of the murder weapon when there are other methods? Too many unanswered questions. Your response, Miss Von Carmen? Ah!
Turning to me for help over the slightest thing. Why don't you think for yourself once in a while, Your Honor?
What? She's as over the top as always.
Anyway, whatever the reason, the fact remains that the defendant could have done this. The murder weapon was disposed of in the river. Another point to me, Miles Edgeworth.
Another mystery to feed the fire. Is there any reason to go and throw away the murder weapon? Luckily, there is surely a problem with this testimony. Now all I have to do is start poking holes in this flawed account.
Okay, so in theory, even if she walked to Dusky Bridge, got the snowmobile there, and drove back, she still could have got back in 20 minutes. Okay, let's see this again. All right, so we see somebody walking out, grabbing the snowmobile, and then driving back. Could have taken 20 minutes. But if she woke up earlier than that, then that wouldn't have been enough time.
Objection!
Nope, okay. That's not it. Don't get smart with me. Get smart with this penalty. Oh, maybe I do it here?
Objection!
Yeah, just the wrong spot.
I admit this photograph proves something. It proves that the snowmobile was used on the night of the murder.
You finally accepted the inevitable, it seems, Miles Edgeworth.
However, if what the witness says is true, then why is there only one set of tracks?
What do you mean?
Aris left Hazakura Temple, threw the weapon into the river, and then returned. If this was the case, then there naturally should be two sets of tracks in the snow. Those from heading out to the bridge and those from coming back.
Ah, you're right.
You are forgetting one thing, Miles Edgeworth. On the night of the murder, it was snowing. The tracks leading to the bridge were erased by the snowfall. This removes your precious contradiction now, doesn't it?
I see. While she was at the river, the snow stopped, leaving just the return tracks in the snow.
What do you have to say now, Miles Edgeworth?
Is there a flaw in her theory? The idea that the snowfall covered one set of tracks? It's flawless. Yeah, right. The tracks in the river were covered by snow. What a nice theory. However, Miss Von Karma, that is impossible.
Do you care to explain why there is a rude index finger currently pointed in my general direction?
I don't know why I find that to be hysterical, but it is.
No need. The evidence will do all the talking for me. On the night of the murder, the killer went to and returned from Dusky Bridge in order to dispose of the murder weapon. The outgoing tracks were erased by snow, or snow claims Snow claims. Miss Von Karma, see what I did there? Mr. Edgeworth, present your evidence to the contrary, eh? Evidence that the outgoing tracks were not covered by snow. Maybe like the weather report. Witness, please tell us again what time it was when you witnessed the crime. Like I said, it was around 11. Of course, this means that the weapon was thrown away after that time, correct? On that note, please take a look at this data. It is the weather report for Eagle Mountain on the night of the murder. The weather report, snow started to fall at 7 p.m., but it stopped at around 10:50. Therefore, when the sister witnessed the crime at 11 p.m., the snow had already stopped falling. It's impossible for any tracks made after that time to have been covered up. Ah! Order, order! Very well then. Looks like Miss Von Karma's claim has been snowed in. Get it? Get it, guys? Snowed in? Mr. Edgeworth? Snowed in? Edgeworth's just like... Von Karma's like pulling out her whip. Okay, I'll just continue then. Ah! Oh, no, I was actually whipped. It's too soon to be closing this trial due to snow. Nice one. Miles Edgeworth, how pathetic of you to rely on the weather of all things. Answer me this then. When is a weather report ever correct? This is horrendous logic. This is a horrendous argument. Ah, no, you've got it all wrong. This isn't a forecast, this is actual data. Ah! Forecast data, all the weather reports have some inaccuracies. You're making the claim. The burden of proof then shifts to you to prove the inaccuracies, not us. It may have still been snowing in the vicinity well past 11 p.m. It's true, we cannot be totally sure, eh? What? How did she pull that off? I am legitimately wondering the same thing, because that is complete horseshit. And it stopped snowing at Hazakura Temple when the murder took place. You need to provide conclusive evidence of this. You did. Okay. I've come this far, there's no turning back now. Very well. I too cannot allow any doubt to remain concerning this testimony. Yeah, the burden of proof shifts to her. If she's saying that there's inaccuracies, she has to prove the inaccuracies, not us. It wouldn't be on us to do this. Ha! You can't back down, can you? Such a perfectionist, Miles Edgeworth. Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. Where's your evidence that it had already stopped snowing when the victim was killed? Goddamn, 3 bars? Oh. There's no snow on her. Ultimately, it all comes down to one point. That being, whether or not it was snowing in that courtyard when the victim was stabbed. That's right, but proving that is incredibly easy. Nice. Look at that smug fucking look. Incredibly easy. Insultingly easy, even. We want to know whether it was snowing or not. This photo will tell us everything. Of course. I am referring to the photo of the crime scene. See, it feels good to be a badass in the court. That's never Phoenix. Phoenix needs to, like... I want to see this more out of Phoenix. When Phoenix does it, it feels so, like, cringe. Maybe not cringe, maybe not to that extent. But, like, very... I don't know. When Edgeworth says it, you are like, oh, shit. Whew, that confidence. When Phoenix does it, it's like... I don't know, like he's a puppy that's barking. Instead of a dog who's just like, a grown-ass dog who's just like, row, row. And you're just like, oh, okay. Say no more. As you can see, everything is covered with snow, with just one exception. And that is the victim herself, Miss Elise Dono. Why is there no snow on top of her? The answer is simple. It stopped snowing when she was killed, that's why. And Von Karma comes out like, everyone knows that blood will make snow melt if it touches in the general vicinity, and everyone knows that the robes that they're wearing are heated, so the snow would melt right away. Prove me wrong. Yes, please prove her wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, God. In other words, if the killer really did go to the Eagle River to dispose of the murder weapon, then in this photograph there should be 2 sets of tracks. Ah! Ah!
Just what are you suggesting, Miles Edgeworth?
Quite honestly, this is more like what the average court experience is like. Not just one attorney just utterly destroying the other. Normally, attorneys are competent enough to, like, make it an actual back and forth battle.
Just what are you suggesting, Miles Edgeworth?
To be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself, but this is simply what all the facts point to. That night, someone used the snowmobile to leave Hazakura Temple. From the tracks left, it can be understood that they were heading for Dusky Bridge. At that time, it was still snowing.
Of course it was, because those tracks were erased by the snow.
Then, when this person returned to Hazakura Temple, the snow had stopped. Thus, the return tracks remained.
Can I say something?
No. This all sounds a bit fishy to me.
What does, sister?
There is only one key for the snowmobile.
Furthermore, on the night in question, we know that the defendant had it. The key was found in a room after the murder.
Which can only mean that night, Iris used the snowmobile to go to the inner temple. But Iris said that she never went there. I should probably press on this point some more when I get the chance. The snowmobile can't cross the suspended bridge, so she must have left it on the Hazakura side of the bridge and crossed on foot. That sounds right. What's odd is, when I left Iris and returned to Hazakura Temple, I didn't see anything near Dusky Bridge.
You must have just failed to see it, sister.
Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean. I know what I saw. It was covered in snow, too. But that isn't possible. Order in the court. What does this all mean? Ugh. So then what was the snowmobile used for? It wasn't taken by the defendant when she went to the inner temple. If it had been, then the witness shouldn't possibly have seen it by the gate. Furthermore, it wasn't used by the killer to dispose of the murder weapon. If that were the case, there should be 2 sets of tracks in this photo. All we know is this: after it stopped snowing, someone used the snowmobile to return to Hazakura Temple. I never thought a simple snowmobile could cause so much trouble. I think we've learned all we can from this witness. Yes, I've nothing more to add. I told you everything that I know. But then, it still leaves us with the same problem. Only there was someone, a witness, who could testify to having seen the snowmobile. A witness, huh? Was there no one out walking, perhaps, near Dusky Bridge on that night? I don't think that's likely. It was cold enough to freeze your ears off. Only an idiot would go out wandering in like that. Unless they had something really important to do. That's a shame. Hold on. Something is coming to me. An idiot may well have gone wandering out on that some Arctic night. Your Honor, actually, there just might be one individual who may be of help to us. Really?
You know of someone who might have seen the snowmobile on the night of the murder?
I don't know for sure if he saw it or not, but there are 2 things about him that do come to mind, which are, first, that he saw something incredible on the night of the murder.
And the second being?
This individual that I am thinking of went wandering outside on that cold night. In other words, he is our kind of idiot. Zendrith, who is this idiot you're talking about? This guy must be a product of Jean-Luc de God, I can't. Guy to obnoxious French painting. This is Larry Butts, a disciple of the victim, Elise Dunham. Her student? Interesting. And why was he wandering about outside on the night of the murder? I could tell him all about his desire for Iris, but it may cost us his credibility as a witness before I even call him. He is, after all, an artist. He was perhaps searching for something in the snowy scenery that would move him. although I cannot guarantee that this is the reason.
And so, this unfortunate, unreliable-looking man, what exactly was it that he saw?
I don't know, I have to unlock some psycholocks, or whatever they're fucking called. I intend to extract that from him right here in this courtroom. With this! He starts doing the Magatama thing, and Phoenix is laughing his ass off. He's like, oh, he actually did it, the idiot! Summon this youth as a witness immediately! I have no choice, do I? I believe he is in the gallery for this trial. It will not take long to summon him. Get down here now! I mean, he's like literally, okay. Very well, Larry.
Like he's in the gallery, so he just heard them talk mad shit about him.
You may have escaped me yesterday, but today I'm going to get everything out of you. The court will now adjourn for a 20-minute break. Ms. Von Karma, please see to preparing the next witness. Understood, Your Honor. Good. Well then, court is now in recess.
Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm not really sure what to say.
Iris, we only have 20 minutes. Speak plainly, woman. There are two things which I need to ask you before we reconvene.
Alright, I'll help you any way I can.
First, about that night, you really didn't go to the inner temple, correct? The last witness claims to have met and talked with you in the training hall. Either you or Sister Bikini is lying.
Mr. Edgeworth, it's just as I said yesterday. Until the incident occurred, I was in my own room in the Hazakura Temple.
Very well. Second thing then. That night, the temple snowmobile was used in between the time Sister Bikini returned to the main hall and when she bore witness to the murder. Sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m. that night. Were you the one who used the snowmobile?
There's only one key for the snowmobile. The only person who could have used it was me.
So it was you. But why? What made you go out to Dusky Bridge?
I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh God, this is not the time for this. Iris.
I can't tell you about that yet.
Yet?
Not until her safety is confirmed.
Oh, she's talking about Pearl. That one's kind of obvious. Huh?
Safety of the acolyte.
Or I guess she could be talking about Maya too. The acolyte, huh? She must be talking about Maya. Yeah, because she would have said the acolyte's sister. If she was, because she still thinks that Pearl's Maya's sister. Iris, look me in the eye and tell me the truth. Did you kill Elise Donham?
No matter who or what may come, I could never take a life.
As I thought, no psycho locks. Very well. It's my job to get to the truth. You'll discover this for yourself soon enough. We'll now reconvene. Miss Von Karma, where's the witness?
During the break, a man was detained for suspicious behavior in the gallery.
Suspicious behavior?
He was sketching something very intensely.
Tori asked what the witness was sketching when he was detained.
He drew a terrifying woman armed with a demonic face and a vicious whip.
Smile! I can only presume his intention was to capture you!
Ah! Anyway, it's time to drag this pathetic excuse for an artist before the court. Elise Donham, I hope you're ready. Get in here.
It would seem that whip is going to see plenty more use today.
Ouch! Your sketch is in contempt of this court. Hey, I was just artistically rendering. Ow! You tried to run away from the bailiff who was trying to hand you your subpoena, correct? Look, I'm nothing but a fledgling artist training out in the mountains. I'm only down here in the city because I ran out of green paint. Well, to use the technical term for the color, viridian.
Larry, this isn't an art store now, is it?
I know, I graduated junior high, okay? Look, art is all about working in the fields, isn't it?
Working in the fields? I presume he wanted to say field work, I hope.
That's it, thanks, buddy.
It's kind of sad that I was able to understand his mangled train wreck of a sentence.
I just happened to stop in here and found a wonderful new model. So see, I've got nothing to do with this trial at all. I expect all of your faces to be red when you realize this mistake. Bright red. Or to use the technical term, crimson lake. Ow! 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 Oh my god. Ow! Stop your pathetic babbling and testify like a man. I think he likes it. Refrain from whipping me, Miss Von Karma. Cross-whipping is as bad as cross-checking. Witness. That was all your fault. Testify now. Who blamed the witness because she voluntarily whipped him? This is too much for me. I was at the lodge out in the mountains, looking up at the stars that night. I walked to the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. The girl I was waiting for didn't show up. My teacher died on me. I'm all alone now, aren't I, Edgy?
Witness, please refrain from talking directly to the lawyers during your testimony.
I'm just a nobody, nothing but a small worthless man, aren't I? Why wasn't I asked for my name and occupation, or anything else?
Nah, that's actually a good question. They didn't lead with any foundation. Mr. Edgeworth, this man seems to have quite a severe inferiority complex. He's recently been the cause of numerous incidents. I think he's finally realized for himself just how much of a nuisance he has been to other people. Damn, dude.
Yeah, that's right. I made everything, every case.
That's really conceited to believe that he alone is the reason all that stuff happens.
Watch out, okay? Just touching me will make you eternally unhappy.
Well then, let us proceed with the cross-examination, with no touching, thank you. Or whipping. We can delve into other details at a later time. You kind of need those details, though. That's foundation. Like, there's no foundation right now. He's an artist. He didn't, like, establish why he was there. He didn't establish where he was staying, why he was staying there.
Hold it!
Whatever is the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? This one single statement is full of so full of contradictions. For a moment there, I thought I was going to collapse. So, witness, any idea as to where these contradictions in your testimony lie? Depending on your answer, I may stay my whip.
Okay, give me a minute. Well, it was snowing that night, so I couldn't possibly have seen the stars. That rundown shack is hardly a lodge, is it? And even if the stars could be seen, it isn't like I was there to look at them, right?
See? You can do it if you try.
Oh, ouch!
There is only one issue here. What you saw at Dusky Bridge.
Hold it!
A number of times? How many?
Maybe 5 times? I went once every 20 minutes.
Which means you spent almost 2 hours at Heavenly Hall that night?
You bet. Real love is about waiting with your heart in your hands.
Love, you say? It was this man's intention to summon the defendants to the small shack. Wait, that wasn't man. No, I read that wrong. He wanted the girl to come to him. That's what it was. Ignore what I just said. Strike it from the record. Using this blackmail letter. Blackmail?
No. That was simply a product of overflowing love. Oh, you huffy, puffy, loosey-goosey excuse for a whimpering, whiny whisk of a witness.
I'm not gonna lie. That's mildly disappointing coming from her. I would expect a stronger insult. So, what did you see? Oh, for your sake, you saw a snowmobile. You huffy, puffy, loosey-goosey excuse for a whimpering, whiny witness of a witness. Whisk of a witness. Eh?
Well, you see.
Being called those names doesn't seem to bother him at all.
Hold it!
Larry, you really didn't see it?
Hey, no need to hit your desk. I can hear you. I didn't see it. I didn't see a snowmobile.
Larry, say snowmobile for me, please.
Snowmobile.
If you truly have nothing to hide, then why are you stammering like you just flew over a cuckoo's nest?
Shut up! Shut up! What is this? I don't know. Don't ask me.
It seems I'll need to start from a more obvious contradiction. I'm going to strike the blow that will finally get him to spill the beans.
Hold it!
You didn't meet anyone?
It's right, because I have nothing to do with this. And I'm just here to buy some Viridian paint, okay? Come on, I expect to see those Crimson Lake faces now. It would appear that simply pressing him isn't going to be enough, Mr. Edgeworth. I've never had the judge say that to me before. Perhaps you should not. Perhaps you should go further than just smashing the L button and hoping to get there. Okay. Indeed. It seems that he's going to claim to have nothing to do with this to the end. I don't want this guy to cost us any more time. I need to slice through his obvious contradictions and keep things moving along. So... walked to the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. Let's see again. Salutation here. Main gate to Dusky Bridge. Okay, so that's all the way up there. Yeah, Edgeworth did say, I have no objection. Now, of course, the judge could still say, I don't give a shit whether you have an objection or not. The whip is gone. But, yeah. Time to throw Larry under the bus. I'll like Izard to go pick up his little bro. See you later, like Izard, if you still hear me. Well, it's fine, Lady Melody. I get it though, that it's like part of that genre. That makes really good pumpkin cake and German chocolate cake. My wife made German chocolate cake and she hated it. She made it for someone else. Because that's what they wanted. I think it was her sister. But she doesn't like coconut. So, like, the whole frosting part of the cake she just didn't like. And I'm like... it's fucking delicious. I don't know what your problem is. Shit's great. Fantastic. I haven't had pumpkin cake in a while. I've had pumpkin pie, not pumpkin cake. Okay, I walked to the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. Didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. We know he saw Phoenix, didn't he? Or did he just meet him at the bridge? Either way, we know he talked to Phoenix. Okay. Larry Butts. I can understand why you might want to throw your own life away. You're pretty pathetic and you cause all sorts of trouble. I'm sorry. But, having realized just how much of a nuisance you have been, that could be considered a step in the right direction. Edgy, are you trying to console me? Certainly doesn't sound that way to me. However, I cannot forgive you for simply turning away from the incidents you create. Well, you're totally putting this on me. Now then, let us talk about the night of the murder. Sister Bikini, after seeing the murder take place, asked Phoenix Wright to report it. Thus, he headed for the public phone by the bridge. There, he happened across a certain nefarious individual. You, Larry Butts. It's right, me in the flesh. Listen carefully, witness. Doesn't matter if you change your name. As long as you remain pretty pathetic, you will continue to cause these incidents. That reality will not change. But, what do you want me to do then? Larry, stop being an asshole. That's all I ask. What you need to change is your inner self, but for now, what you saw that night, testifying truthfully about this one issue, is all I need from you. Iggy, I think I've finally woken up. Well, I guess I could still be sleeping. But anyway, I'll do it, I'll testify. Well, I'm not sure this will go especially well. I'll ask again then, witness. What did you see on the night of the murder? I went to the shack at around 9, so it would have been about 10:30 p.m. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. I looked out the window and Dusky Bridge was on fire. There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. That's when I ran into Nick.
I'm not gonna lie, even though that, like, it's a shack and it's like whatever and it's gross, this whole, like, chapter is making me want to, like, just go to the woods and just stay at a place like that for a few, it's like, that ain't gotta be that long, just a weekend, just to clear the mind, get away from the technology, just enjoy myself, just, I'm not even like an enjoy nature kind of guy, because I'm not. I hate camping, for example, because, but like, just to simplify things. It's hard to do in your home because your home reminds you of all your obligations and responsibilities. You certainly saw quite a lot, didn't you? So, what happened to the bridge after it caught on fire?
It was like me after a 3-day stint chasing a girl.
A 3-day stint? Is that what you call that? Okay.
It totally burnt out, like almost totally gone. I mean, trying to crush the burning remains was what caused Nick to fall.
What did you say? Oh, don't worry. It's nothing life-threatening. He just caught a cold. I never know with that man if he should be called lucky or unlucky. Oh, she's concerned about him. That's cute. No, Mr. Edgeworth, please commence your cross-examination.
Hold it!
What'd you do out there in the cold for an hour and a half?
Well, if you really must know, I was busy being excited, I guess.
Excited? Dare I even ask?
No, you dare not ask. I set the meeting time at 10 p.m., right? But I couldn't wait. And I thought she might come early, too.
Well, it appears she didn't come at all in the end. Because they never arranged to meet in the first place, did they?
Shut up, don't go picking my fond memories apart. Anyway, I was getting a little worried. I thought maybe Iris had lost her way. So every 20 minutes or so, I went out to the bridge. But I didn't see anything particularly suspicious. I didn't have anything else to do, so I went back to the shack to wait for her.
Hold it!
This light was, of course,
Lightning. Like, kerpow! Like a snap from Miami, honestly. A big bada boom. Ah!
or a little like that's.
Well, it's more like a punch from Miranda.
Wow, he's been physically abused. That's actually a problem. Witness, did you actually see the lightning hit the bridge?
Well, I was a bit startled by the flash of light, so...
Hold it!
Seeing that, what did you do?
What do you think? I was burning up as well, from the fire in my heart.
That's why you went to take a look at the bridge?
Well, to be honest, it was freezing cold, so at first I thought, forget it, I'm not leaving my covers. But it had pretty much stopped snowing, so, I don't know, I changed my mind.
Smile. I'm not sure I care for the forget it attitude you had at first, Witness.
Hold it!
You said right away, but exactly how long after the strike was that?
The lightning fell, and then the bridge caught on fire, maybe around 5 minutes? I mean, I suddenly thought, gotta go check this out.
How far is this small shack you were in from the bridge?
Hold on, well, it pretty much stopped snowing. I guess about a 5-minute walk?
And how did Dusky Bridge look when you got there?
Like I had recovered a piece of my childhood. I mean, not even the bonfires kids make during school camping trips can compare.
Well, should I press him a little more for a little more info? So you suddenly thought to check out the bridge? Does that mean that you initially had no intention of doing so?
Well, yeah, I guess it does. It was really cold. I didn't really want to go out there.
If that's the case, why'd you change your mind? I would like to hear your reasoning. In which case, please give testimony to that effect, Witness.
My reasoning, okay, reasoning it is? Thought I'd never get another chance to see something so big burning.
Hold it!
So you decided to go and see what was happening?
That's right. We're talking about a massive suspension bridge burning to high heaven. It's not something you see every day. A real like, really special.
Can we really trust the Witness who is unable to pronounce spectacle? Life seems to be... Life seems to love hitting this poor Witness below the belt.
Well, my motto is to hit life back as hard as I can.
Ah! I'll give you a few hits too if you'd like with my whip. Is she getting off on this? She seems like especially willing to hit him. He told me about the burning bridge yesterday, but there's still something that doesn't quite fit. Looks like, despite his change of heart, Larry still isn't telling us the whole truth. 10:30. He's 15 minutes off. I don't know if that's, like, it, though. Still some thunder, but I went... Yeah, that's consistent, because the lightning was happening until 11. I'm gonna press this again real quick. Larry, let me ask you one thing. What is it, Eddie? What's with the serious face? Why didn't you call anyone? Huh? What do you mean? Normally, when faced with a towering inferno, one would try and tell someone. There was a public phone by Dusky Bridge, correct? Well, of course I thought about doing that. So then, let's hear why you didn't. Huh? Yeah, okay. My reason isn't that I didn't try to tell anyone, I just didn't have time to, okay? Oh, this is interesting. So, his last statement is based on which one I press him on. You claim to have arrived at the bridge at the same time as Wright? Yeah. I thought I'd better tell someone about this, but then Nick came up yelling about the murder. No. It totally made me forget about the bridge. The fire was pretty much out by then anyway. What's this feeling? I suddenly have a terrible case of unease. It was after contacting the police that Phoenix Wright fell from the bridge, correct? Yeah, it's pretty much it, more or less. That seems way off on the timeline, because the murder didn't happen until 11, right? Do we show the weather report? Because technically, it's not it doesn't contradict the autopsy report, which says 10 to 11. But I thought we determined that the murder happened closer to 11. He said he left at 10:30 and took 5 minutes to get to the bridge, so Phoenix would have arrived around 10:36. Yep. Your very existence being a contradiction, I'm not sure if you can grasp this or not. What the hey, Edgy? You maybe sound like some sort of alien. But your testimony is conclusively contradictory. The problem here is time. Ever been the best timekeeper, you know? 3 minutes after Billy leaves on foot, you follow him on your bicycle. How long did it take for you to catch up with him? Terrible at those. This is much more simple. You saw the lightning strike Dusky Bridge, and immediately went to see what had happened. Is this correct? Yeah. Well, I waited about 5 minutes first, but more or less. I have the weather data from the night of the murder here. According to this, the lightning fell at 10:45 p.m. You say it takes less than 5 minutes from the shack to Dusky Bridge, meaning you probably got there at around 11 p.m. Yeah, that sounds about right, I guess. And then Nick showed up and did his falling act. That is impossible. What do you mean? 11 p.m. is when the murder occurred in Hazakura Temple. Thus, Wright was still there in the courtyard. There's no way that Larry could have encountered him at Dusky Bridge at that time. Excuse me, I have an objection. You do? Andrew, how many times do you have to say this? I'm not Larry. I'm the recent, it has not been proven that the murder occurred at 11 p.m. The sister only said around 11. In which case, it could have been earlier than that. Watch your footing there, Miss Francisca von Karma. The slope ahead is slippery. Oh God. For there is still no way that Wright could have been at Dusky Bridge at 11 p.m. And why not? It is very clearly written here in the weather data report. It took around 30 minutes for the bridge to burn out. Therefore, the bridge must have been burning until at least 11:15 p.m. Which means, what exactly? Wright did not see the bridge while it was being consumed by the flames that night. In fact, he did not arrive on the scene until after the flames had died down. Larry, you arrived at the bridge at 11 p.m. All right, so let me take a moment here. This is again problematic for the same reason I forget what point in this case this was an issue too, but Edgeworth is essentially using testimony from Phoenix as to what happened. Now, if I'm Francisca, I object to those facts as they are proposed, given that Francisca did not have the ability herself to cross-examine Phoenix about these facts, and they need to be put on the record with him as a witness. You arrived at the bridge at 11 p.m., but Wright did not make it there until at least 11:15. I suggest you stop hiding things and just tell us the whole truth. Now then, what happened during these missing 15 minutes?
I feel like I just got brutally woken up by toilet splashback. Oh, where did that pop into your head? I guess I was still sleeping after all.
Order! Ah!
So there was a missing 15 minutes prior to meeting Phoenix Wright. I hardly see that as much of a problem.
Yeah, not much of a problem at all.
Really? The bridge is burning before your eyes, and there is a phone right next to it. Why, then, did you not report the accident? Yes, witness, why didn't you? Were you there simply to watch the bridge burn? And therein lies the problem, for even after the bridge had burnt down, he was still there. Staring into space, this witness didn't even attempt to fulfill his civic duty.
That's what it sounds like.
But this is Larry we are talking about, and even he is incapable of being so stupid. Which means there has to be a reason for this inaction.
Edgy, I think it's about time I got serious with you, dude.
Just as I thought, you've been playing with us all this time.
Listen, I'm going to tell you everything. Are you sure you want to hear it all?
Yes?
I may really say it this time. Everything,
Then say it.
Very well, I have a terribly bad feeling about this, however. Let's have the witness finally give us the whole truth. Now, for this 15-minute gap, what were you doing, witness?
I'm a gentleman, and I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? Sketching in front of the bridge. I was ripped up into a frenzy of art. The shock and awe that I was feeling, I transferred it all directly onto the page. Before I realized that the flames had gone out, and then it came running up.
This is not...
I suppose our artists can be strange folk.
That's right. I'm willing to sacrifice everything in order to draw the perfect sketch.
Including the truth from the sound of it. Mr. Edgeworth, does this remove the last of your doubts? Not at all, Your Honor. One very large doubt still remains. And what would that be? This is a surprisingly believable story, especially considering the source. So why did he think he needed to hide it from us until now? I intend to drag the reason out of him.
You regret this, Edgy.
He does realize he's actively hurting the love of his life or whatever's chances here, right? Actively hurting.
Hold it!
Tell us, Larry.
My name is Elise, get it right. Mistakes like that are what keep you from being popular with the ladies like I am.
Just who exactly are you?
I'm Elise Dunham, apprentice extraordinaire.
That's what he calls himself in any case. You are an artist? This is foundation that should have been, laid out in the beginning.
Of course, I'm an artist, the real thing.
Yet again, that's what he calls himself.
Names mean nothing. There's only one issue I care to discuss. What were you doing?
That's a very big issue indeed.
Hold it!
Sketching the burning bridge?
The burning bridge and everything that came with it.
What came with it?
You want to hear this from my lips, do you, Edgy? If you regret this, that sketch of mine is...
Enough. Just take that ridiculous sketch of yours out already, witness.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean.
That does indeed appear to be the fastest solution. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Edgeworth. What should I do? I've got a terrible feeling that the instant this sketch is revealed, the entire world may be changed by what is depicted there. Larry, I wonder if you could show us your sketch, please.
Well, even I couldn't have imagined it turned out like this.
Imagine what?
That Elise Dunham's debut would take place here today like this.
Whoa, ouch! Show it now!
Okay, but steel yourselves. This...
Oh man, but there is something there. What's that figure that definitely looks like a woman up in the sky? Oh boy.
This is the world of Elise Dunham.
Well, so this is Dusky Bridge, correct? Quite a large bridge, isn't it? Your response, Miss Von Karma?
Yes, well, it's a better drawing than I expected. Isn't it? I struggled to reproduce those flames, I really did.
Yes, I'm sure you did.
Ugh, this is going to get ugly. No one has the courage to bring it up, it seems. This mysterious flying object. Larry. What? The burning bridge is fine, but what is that unfortunate looking figure? You spotted that? I thought you might. However much I might want to ignore it, I can't. It's Iris, of course. Iris. I wish she'd take better care of herself. We have to plan for her future, you know. What would have happened to her if she had injured herself flying like that?
Larry, please, answer this next question honestly.
Okay.
Are you really claiming to have seen this? Are you claiming to have seen the silhouette of the defendants flying over a bridge that was engulfed in flames?
Yep, that's what I saw. That's why I drew it. I'm an artist, a real artist.
Are you high?
I was expecting to go with like a very basic, are you kidding me? Sort of thing. It fucking ends with, hi?
The girl, she's really high.
Oh, I see. That's funny though. That's still really funny.
The girl, she's really high up in this picture. What was that for?
This is all a bad dream. I was hitting you on the cheek to test that theory.
Please whip your own cheek from now on if you wish to test your wild theories. Anyway, no court of law will ever acknowledge that people can fly.
Actually, there's some precedent for this. She was flying pretty high, my sweet Iris. She was about 30 feet above the bridge at least. It was really something to see.
This has to be some kind of mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, please bring the witness back down to earth.
What? Me?
This witness is your friend, is he not?
Accessory to foolishness, Miles Edgeworth.
Let us get back to the cross-examination, by force if necessary. Mr. Edgeworth, I expect you to expose the obvious contradiction here.
Yes, Your Honor. I think I've got another reason to remember this moron. Well, what'd you think of my debut piece?
Now, hurry up and cross-examine him.
Hold it!
Just where did you see this sight from?
Hey, you need to shout. I was lying in bed in that rundown shack. The crack of the lightning bolt made me realize its bridge was burning. I just watched it from a while from there, thinking how nicely it was burning. Then after about 5 minutes, I saw it.
The defendant flying.
That's right. That's when I decided to go to the bridge.
I see, that all makes sense. Aside from the sketch itself. Yes, this sketch doesn't make any sense. I just need to convince the artist that his work is ludicrous.
Hold it!
You transferred everything directly onto the page, and that is this sketch here?
Yep, sensational, isn't it? Or should that be scandalous? It put my mind at ease anyway. It did? That's right. The reason she didn't come to me, even though I waited for her, was because she was trapped on the other side of the bridge. Could it be that Iris undertook that dangerous, desperate flight in order to reach me? That's gotta be it. Alright, go me. Nice. Ow! Continue, please.
Hold it!
You forget the passage of time to that extent, did you?
Well, once I got caught up in something, I tend to forget everything else.
That's true. He's always been that way. I guess he's not lying about that, at least.
Phoenix Wright appeared on the scene after 11:15. If he was drawing until then, that dispels all doubts.
Aside from doubts of his humanity, eh? There's a big clue waiting for me in this cross-examination. This testimony does nothing less than mock the court. I am sure that there's a vital kernel of truth hidden in it somewhere.
Alright, we have to use the photo, the painting, right? Oh wait, she didn't have her hood.
Objection!
That's right. Larry, what did you really see that night? Not that I particularly care.
In your position, that's just being irresponsible. I drew exactly what I saw. I'll give you a whole $1, that's the truth.
If that is truly the case, then there is one thing that we can say for certain.
What might that be?
That the person who flew over the bridge could not have been the defendant, Iris.
What do you mean? I don't understand. What?
A foolhardy folly of a foolish statement by an equally foolishly foolhardy fool. See, that was impressive. How exactly can you make this claim? Tell us, Larry. According to this picture, the individual whom you say you saw was wearing a hood, correct?
Of course he was. That rundown Jack is quite away from the bridge. The hood is what told me that this floating angel was my Iris. The hood is my darling Iris, and Iris is my darling hood.
Wah! It seems there are bigger fools in this world than the one at the defense's bench. Larry, there's something you need to be made aware of. On the night of the murder, Iris wasn't wearing her hood. She had given it to Wright as a gift. Are you going to change your story now? Perhaps suggest it was Wright who took flight?
What are you talking about?
I think you understand what I mean just fine.
Why? Why did Nick have Iris's hood?
Oh, I was worried this was gonna happen. He's like, out of all that, he's like, wait.
Nick had Iris's hood? What? Why? Why would you do that to me, Nick?
Ugh, God, here we go. What?
Edgy, what's going on with Iris and Nick? Why, you Nick, you dog!
I do believe that this unbelievably mysterious sketch is destined to disappear, discredited and discarded, straight into the garbage. What is it now, witness?
Feels like I've been waiting 25 years for this very day to come. Edgy, today's the day I get to completely stupefy you.
Again, this actually doesn't make any sense narratively. He knows that Edgeworth is trying to get Iris off of this charge, defend her, and he's like, hey, I'm gonna fuck you up. And it's like, why would you do that? What? What's the meaning of this your outburst, witness?
I hate to have to do this, but I have some definitive evidence.
Again, why would he do this? It doesn't make any sense. Definitive evidence?
Iris did indeed come flying over the burning bridge, and I, the Reese Donut, shall prove it.
Because not making sense is part of his character. Fair, I guess. I didn't expect to ask this again. We shall be needing your testimony once again. He's just like, oh God. That's not actually how the bridge is set up, right? Tell us anything you know concerning the defendant as depicted in the sketch. And show us your evidence that this nightmare was actually reality.
Okay, I hope you're ready, Edgy, because I'm gonna feed you a whopping serving of pain.
You've been serving us a whopping serving of pain this whole time, trust me.
When I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone. I was so worried, so I frantically searched all over for her. That led me to finding a beautiful crystal sphere, half buried in the snow. Huh. I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a spare hood. After all, no one else could have lost this crystal sphere that night.
What? How does he know that? A crystal sphere?
This one. Pretty, isn't it? The finders keepers.
That sphere, where did you find it?
Let me see, around here somewhere. Looks about right.
And it was half buried in the snow?
Yeah, it pretty much stopped snowing by then, but there was still some falling as I walked to the bridge.
The court accepts this crystal sphere.
That's mine, okay? I want it back afterwards.
There's something on it. Oh my, it's blood. What's blood?
You ready, Edgy? By tomorrow morning, you'll be calling me Master Larry. Yeah, that's the sound of that. No one's gonna push me around anymore. Unless they're hot.
Didn't you want to be called Larice Donum only a few minutes ago? Yeah, I was gonna say that looked just like the sphere in her staff. Because her staff, like in the picture, has it. But then when we found the, on this, it did not have it anymore. Let's go through the motions. So you went to the burning bridge?
That's right, to meet Iris. She actually flew to get to me. The least I can do is meet her halfway.
But the defendant was not at the bridge when you got there, you say.
I guess she went back to Hazakura Temple. She's a girl after all. She must have wanted to look her best.
Must be lovely to live in this fantasy land of Larry's mind. Actually, it's so depressing that I can't even work up the energy to point. So, what did you do next?
Hold it!
So you searched all over for her? She was flying pretty high, you know. Thought maybe she slipped down her landing and got hurt. Hey, this was more than possible. Also, when I headed out to the shack the first time, I was snacking on a banana. I was pretty sure I threw the peel away somewhere around there, so, you know.
Can one guy really be this stupid? Edgeworth. Miles, my dude. Have you met my associate, Yasuhiro? So, did you find any signs of her so-called landing?
I don't really remember it. I kept on falling over myself and I kind of lost it for a while, I think.
You fell over yourself?
Yeah, the snow is deep and there was even a banana peel out there.
Yep, there's Stupid, and then there's Larry Butts. The short of it is that you didn't find any signs of her landing, correct? Then what happened next?
Hold it!
Hold it!
Half buried? It was sitting in the snow with a little gathered on top of it. It was very hard to spot, actually. I mean, it was dark out, too.
I'm impressed. You did well to find it.
No matter what you may think when you look at me, I'm a pro. Genius security guard. I used a pen that I borrowed from my company to help in my search. And it sparkled really brightly, as if it were saying, "Here I am," to me.
It does indeed look very much like the crystal sphere on Iris's hood. But need I remind you that she was not wearing her hood that night?
Hold it!
Each nun is assigned their own hood, and they are assigned only one.
I don't know anything about that, okay? And Iris is special, right, dude? And when she did steal a spear hood, I'll forgive her.
This is getting us nowhere our destination for the day, it seems. However, this crystal sphere was found near the bridge. That is a fact. It didn't come from a hood. Where could it have come from? That is the question I am to answer.
Hold it!
Let me confirm this one last time, Larry. The reason you thought that this was Iris are the hood and the crystal sphere, correct?
That's right, my gut is never wrong. I met that old Bikini the next morning. Her crystal sphere was still there, safe and sound.
Indeed. She was wearing it in this very room earlier today. This case isn't going to end without a fight. Some of the obvious contradictions in this testimony will be easy. Won't be easy. Will be easy. But I fear that all that awaits us are further mysteries. I'm guessing we show the picture first, and then the staff? Or vice versa, or like either one of them? Larry, that night, there was someone. Someone who lost a crystal sphere.
There was? Who? Who is this stupid idiot?
Miss Elise Donham, the mentor to a stupid idiot.
What a comeback. The victim?
I have a photo of her here. And on the end of her staff, you can see a familiar looking crystal sphere.
Hey, that's my photograph. Give it back.
Ouch! A crystal sphere like that is quite easy to find. I have one just like it on my brooch. They look nothing alike. In any case, please take a look at this. This is the victim's staff found at the scene of the crime. Ah, the crystal sphere! It's gone!
What?
Just what does this mean? Bang your theme! If anyone jumped or flew across the bridge that night, it certainly was not Iris. After all, she was not wearing her hood. More importantly, the crystal sphere found at the landing site was not hers either. That means the one who flew and dropped the sphere was the victim, Miss Elise Donham?
A fool alongside another fool on a fool's errand to reach a foolish conclusion. First of all, this sketch, which I prefer to call a scribble, is ridiculous. People cannot fly, thus it is rejected.
It is a little conclusory, but it's not wrong.
You can't do that. And this crystal sphere, this is nothing more than a red herring.
You honestly believe that?
Give it some thought, and I'm sure you'll realize it as well, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Donham was in her room on the night of the murder. There was no reason for her to go to Dusky Bridge. Therefore, this sphere cannot be related to this case. That is all.
Miss Francisca von Karma? The only people who will accept that explanation are scatterbrains and clowns.
You may feel free to put your clown mask on now. Where are you pointing at me?
The victim's crystal sphere was found near the bridge on the night of her murder. Yet you expect us to believe this has nothing to do with the case?
That crystal sphere, it was probably thrown away at the bridge after the murder.
After the murder?
There is blood on this crystal sphere, isn't there? This naturally suggests that it was thrown away after the murder took place. The killer placed it there to throw the investigation off the scent, which is the exact same reason that he drew that ridiculous sketch. What? You mean I'm the killer? No, what? All joking aside, just when did this crystal sphere appear near the foot of the bridge? Unless this can be proven in some way, I refuse to believe this is related to the case.
She makes a valid point. There is no evidence that Elise Dono left Hazakura Temple that night. However, if somehow this crystal sphere can be proven to have been dropped before the victim was killed, then this case is going to transform into something else entirely. Your response, Mr. Edgeworth? What's your final opinion on the disposition of this crystal sphere? But first, make sure to save your game. If it is not related to the case, then this witness who you called will have nothing more that will have been nothing more than a monumental waste of time.
Prepare yourself for some very appropriate punishment, Miles Edgeworth.
Can I prove it? Can I prove that the crystal sphere was dropped before the murder took place?
I guess we'll give it a try.
Can I prove it? That isn't the issue. To simply prove it. That's the only option. That's what he'd do. That's the way Phoenix Wright would do this. Your Honor, allow me to prove something to you. I will prove that this crystal sphere is a vital link to solving this case.
You will do what? That look in your eyes. You remind me of Phoenix Wright when he is cornered.
Yeah, and every time you cornered him, you lost, so you know what's coming next. That should come as no surprise, because right now I am Phoenix Wright, and I am cornered, indeed cornered. I order you to present your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Evidence that proves that the crystal sphere was indeed dropped before the murder.
Okay. Can't see her staff here, can you? No.
Are we talking about the tracks? Outside of the... Like, that's my first thought.
Take that!
Okay, that's not correct. Timing. Let's try this again.
The timing that we're proving here? It would have taken her 15 minutes to get back, which means she would have had to have left with about, at like the latest, at about 5 minutes before the snow stopped, which is why there was still a little bit of snow on top of it.
Take that!
Ugh. That's not it, apparently. Is it the... I don't know. Is that logic wrong? I guess I don't see how that's wrong, that it wouldn't be the weather data, unless I'm one step ahead of the game.
Take that!
This crystal sphere was half buried in the snow, correct?
That's right. If it hadn't stopped snowing, then it would have been game over. The snow would have totally covered it.
That's all I needed to hear from you, Larry. Your testimony makes one thing clear.
What?
When the crystal sphere dropped, it was snowing, even if it was ever so slightly.
I literally pointed this out with another piece of evidence. The game is in error for not allowing you to use the weather data to also prove the exact same point. The game is just flat out in error. I do kind of have an index pointing maneuver, don't I? But it's more like I kind of throw my hand out. Now, most of the time I do that because I don't want to hit something, but it should have had two answers, but the one that I picked apparently wasn't correct. And the game, I think, is just flat out wrong. Snowing.
On the other hand, let us take a look at the scene of the murder. As proven earlier today, there is no snow on the victim's body.
Ah,
Therefore, the crystal sphere must have been dropped before the murder.
what? The banger.
Order, order, order! On the night of the murder, the victim did indeed go to Dusky Bridge, and there, something occurred that caused the staff's crystal sphere to come loose.
What could that have been?
This sphere, there's some blood on it, isn't there? Allow me to raise a certain possibility at this junction. The real crime scene was near the foot of Dusky Bridge.
The murder didn't take place in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. Only a fool would suggest such a foolish piece of absolute foolishness.
Just who was the fool, and which part is so foolish, Miss Von Karma?
Have you been paying any attention this whole time, Miles Edgeworth? The sister saw everything. She saw the victim being killed by the defendant in the Hazakura Temple courtyard.
Well, that's not exactly true now, is it? To put it more precisely, what she saw was the murder weapon being removed from the victim's body.
That's the same thing.
No, it is not. No, it isn't. You said it yourself.
Very little blood is actually lost. Surgeon, yeah.
That statement is the truth. Then Dusky Bridge could have very easily been the scene of the murder. The murder weapon was not removed, thus there was no bleeding.
You are forgetting one vital thing, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Donham's body was found in Hazakura Temple. On foot, it takes 15 minutes to travel from Dusky Bridge to Hazakura Temple. Do you mean to suggest someone carried the body all that way?
I've made it this far. The only place to take this is to the end. I just need to prove that my version of the events is also perfectly plausible.
Please show us the method by which the victim's body was carried to Hazakura Temple.
Okay, this one's good.
Tracks!
On that snowy night, there is one way that a body could have been moved. The snowmobile.
Ah! This can also be considered detrimental to us because we know our client is the only one that had access to the key to the snowmobile.
As we know, the snowmobile was used that night. It was explained as having been used to dispose of the murder weapon, but it could have also been used to carry a body.
Order, order! Ah! This is completely unacceptable, Miles Edgeworth. You've dug yourself into your own grave.
What do you mean?
The only one who could have used the snowmobile was the defendant. She's the one who moved the body. Doesn't that put the final nail in your coffin?
That is the correct counter-argument. You're too late, Francisco Von Karma, and in fact, the defense has proven something else entirely. We have shown that this case requires further investigation.
That is very true. I don't think the judge would have any choice here but to adjourn. What?
Where was the victim, Elise Donham, really killed? Her body was moved whenever for. And finally, just what does this image mean?
Do you even need to think about that? Such a creature could never see the truth, let alone describe it.
This witness certainly sits on one of the lowest possible branches of humanity. However, he would never utter a lie that could hurt a girl with whom he is enamored. He drew this, so it is something that actually happened. The defense stands firm on this point.
Edgy, thank you.
It settles it then. I cannot give a verdict under these circumstances.
I feel like I should address something here that I don't think I've ever addressed in the past. This is something that happens frequently in these games, right? We have to conclude for today for more investigation. I'm actually not sure if that's something that ever happens in real criminal court. Maybe it does in Japan. A big reason why that would be is that you are giving so much more time to investigate before a murder trial would happen than a day or two. So there's just less of a reason that would ever arise, but I suppose it still could if something happened like during the course of the case. Because new evidence does pop up, but I'm not sure I can ever remember hearing of a judge who was like, I have to end for today because we need more investigation. Now I'm curious. I'd like to do some research myself.
Right? I seem to have fulfilled my part in this. It is just as I thought. Francisco Von Karma, you make a wonderful partner.
Excuse me?
There was one reason and one alone for me being here. To expose the darkness lurking in this case and then pass it on to Wright.
Really? That's what this is all about? You could have just told me that from the very beginning. I wouldn't have had Francisco. Ah! Miles Edgeworth,
I don't care about what you were here to do. This was my chance to finally grind you under my heel. A shame that your chance seems to have slipped you by.
What a shame. Ah, frenzy! This is all your fault. Such a terrible witness. I demand satisfaction. I challenge you to a duel.
She actually murdered Larry. Well, I think we're gonna have to arrest the prosecutor there, bailiffs, if you can go and cuff her right now for murder.
Yeah, and in fact, the prosecution and the defense may have probably argued some of these already before the trial ever actually occurred with motions in limine.
Cannot believe that the witness's testimony relates to an actual event. However, there has to be some sort of answer for the question it raises. Have his words here today been the truth or lies? Next time we gather in this courtroom, those are the matters that shall be addressed. Yay! I'm counting on thorough investigations by both the defense and the prosecution. And with this, the rest is up to you, right? I'm actually gonna be very disappointed if we don't have Edgeworth for the entirety of the case. I hope Wright's like, oh man, they won't let me out for the rest of the trial. Court is now adjourned. I'm still up at this hour reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor, Mia Fey, had ever handled in the court of law. A horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I have read, I don't want to believe. What is written here, this isn't the Dahlia I knew. Phoenix, you know that already. She tried to set you up for murder before. Remember that? After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat burns, knees weak, palms are heavy. There's vomit on my sweater already, mom's spaghetti, and my head's on fire. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to recover in like 2 hours! This trial already has to be in the afternoon at this point. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he will be able to help me with him. Somehow. Larry's the most ill-tempered witness imaginable? Are you fucking kidding me? Right? Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face. Or maybe Viridian, in Ardent speak. Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. But it's gone down. That means I can obviously go to this ridiculously cold area. Oh my god. I'm just disappointed that we have to go back to Phoenix. I am legitimately disappointed that we have to go back to Phoenix. And if we're going back to Phoenix, he better step up the way Edgeworth is, or it's just going to be just a dramatic drop-off and disappointment. Edgeworth set the bar, man. You got to keep it up here now. That's my expectation. How's your temperature now? Only 102.2 degrees. What was it before? Nothing to worry about. Anyway, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. In the end, the Shito did not deliver the deadly blow, which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. Another sword, huh? Don't worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig out the murder weapon myself, or I'll eat my coat. Ugh. Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. That is probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into, and that is our client's background, naturally. You mean Iris, sir? I have the feeling we've met before. All I want is confirmation, one way or another. And since I probably won't be getting that from you, I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, right? Take care. I was gonna say, that seems kind of sketch that he was even released. Well, if he just ran out. But yeah, it has been established that the Hottie Clinic is... They let that one dude walk around acting like he's the fucking director. Yes. Guess I should get moving too. Why? Do you need to be somewhere? Yeah, I've got to get to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across to the other side. Ah, that's right, Maya's still stuck over at the inner temple. But don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know. Thank you, Gumshoe. No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? All right, I'm off. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out, I promise. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. I love this theme. That theme's so cool. No, Maya would still be alive. I mean, she's been without food for a while, but she has warmth. She had a fuck ton of clothes to lay under. Looks like no one's here. Larry! Larice! I was sure he'd be hiding here. Guess I'll try again later. Come on, please, it's for art's sake, I swear. There's only one guy I know who could be this persistent and high-strung. I'm talking about the heroine here. The heroine in my book. It'll make you famous. Ah! Enough. Oh, hell yeah. A fool's fool, fool's fools who foolishly accept the foolishness of a fool's fool. That has to be the best one. That has to be the best one. Right? That's like, I'm not sure she can top that one. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright? Man, she's like positively ecstatic now. Huh? Me? Wait a second. I know you. You're, ow. You're, what the fuck's your name? How do you not? Okay, whatever. Your reflexes and mine need to shape up. My brain's frying like a sunny side up, and you want to grill me over a name? I suppose he is still really fucking sick. Randy, you can't do that. Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death or so, unquote. Whip a dead horse. Isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's not. And I'm not on the brink of anything. Come on, Nick, tell her, would you? Tell her she needs to model for my new picture book. Franzie's Whippity Whip Trip. Yeah, before you ask me to model, learn to give at least semi-coherent testimony. And before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. I don't care about what anyone says. I'm telling the truth. I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you. Whoosh! Just like that dude with the red underwear. Don't think I'm gonna forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize. Off he goes. Oh, you're still here. It's amazing how little has changed with you in the past year, Phoenix Wright. Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right. Extending my perfect win record naturally. Damn. She can practice in both Japan and Germany? Nice. Oh joy. Sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Really been a year since we first met? I am Franziska von Karma, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. Franziska was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Her father was the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years. But now he's gone from this world. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me because of what happened to your father. Phoenix Wright, you will fall before me, this I promise. But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? I thought it was established that it wasn't because of her father, it was because of Edgeworth. But maybe it wasn't made clear to Phoenix. Yes, Crystal. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. Little brother? He's like, what, 7 years older than her? That also confirms that they're way more of a sibling thing than a romantic thing, since she calls him Onichan. Wait, what's little brother? Onichan is older brother, isn't it? She's only 48? I better begged for like 60. He's younger than I am? I'm not sure who that's worse for, him or me. Edgeworth, come to think of it. Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well. Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know. He said this case has a special significance to you. Because it does. And that's precisely why I'm here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you in teensy-weeny pieces all the better. Probably the fever, but she's so openly hostile that it's almost kind of cute. There it is! There it is! There it is! Oh, he's got a fever, all right. The only prescription is more Francisca.
Ow! No smirking. No whipping the sick. That foolish fool doing such a foolish favor for such a foolishly foolish fool. Edgeworth, make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing and one thing only, to pulverize you.
Like I thought you were here to bring me some Cold Killer X, you know.
Oh, the reference, there we go. I went over the whole case file on the flight over.
You read the whole thing?
Yes, every last word of every last sentence of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did made it a very interesting read, you know. Attempting to cross a burning bridge, did you even consider the dangers?
No. The only thought in my mind was, I have to get across.
A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than the fool who foolishly thinks.
Gumshoe said he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. Maya, she's gotta be okay, I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the Inner Temple that night. I'm just gonna walk this way now.
Ah!
That was one long sigh. Sister Bikini?
My, I didn't know you were here. How are you doing? I had not noticed her cheeks jiggle when she was laughing until that moment.
You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake.
I suppose I've made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well.
Mystic Elise? Now that I think about it.
There's an acolyte stuck at the Inner Temple, and that poor little girl's gone missing too.
That little girl? You don't mean Pearls, do you?
Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident.
Pearls? She's missing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this?
Yeah, Edgeworth probably should have mentioned that. I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself.
Talking about your performance at the trial today?
You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least I was until this morning.
I don't see any psych locks, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden?
You know that artist who testified after me?
So I was right here fluttering. I feel like I'm extra flying myself.
I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible. I started to wonder if I had acted just like him when I was on the witness stand.
Wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he does is he draws his trouble and nothing else. It can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the Inner Temple, is that correct?
That's right. I'm sure it was Iris.
Iris claims she was in her room in Hazakura Temple.
I know I shouldn't have come back here that night, but...
Because you did, Maya's stuck all by herself at the Inner Temple.
I'm so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at, but it was especially bad.
I'll bet. The training hall looks like it's about to fall down any second.
Eel Mountain was always prone to earthquakes, just so you know.
Earthquakes?
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall.
Gotta get Maya out of there, fast.
But still, there's really no need to worry. That area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island.
It's like an island, how so?
Oh, the only thing on the side of the bridge is the Inner Temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded by all sides by the river and the forest.
I see.
So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. As long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there.
That means Maya can be stuck out there with a murderer with no way of escape either.
Oh dear, yes, I suppose it does.
Please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster. Curious about a few things if you don't mind answering some questions.
Oh, do you need to know my measurements for your investigations or something?
No. I want to know a little more about the victim, Miss Elise Donham.
I'm afraid I don't know her waist size or bust size for that matter.
No. I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training.
My, you make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Miss Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know.
There, you did it again, Sister Bikini. I noticed you always refer to Miss Donham as Mystic Elise.
Oh?
Yes, now why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte.
We address all our visitors as Mystic. It makes the experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know.
How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you?
Here we go. Boom, 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 boom.
That's a fuckload of Cyclops. Seems Miss Elise Donham was no ordinary visitor after all. And there's Pearls. She was with Miss Donham out on the evening of the murder, and now she's vanished. It's all got to be connected somehow. Why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess?
Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but try to keep it together.
Oh man, my head's throbbing so bad it's killing me. Oh, that wasn't good. Pearls. She was with Miss Donum on the night of the murder, remember? Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we finished eating dinner. The murder didn't take place in front of her innocent eyes, did it? According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either. Come on, keep calm. There's one place left where Pearls can be. Just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe, tell me you're done with the repairs soon. Whoa, that's a demon warming hood. Acolytes are highly susceptible to it. I think we heard all that already. Iris gave this to me on the night of the murder, but then I went and fell into the river and got this nasty fever. Thought maybe if I wear this hood, it'd make my fever go down faster. I don't think so. Gold and spiritual power have nothing to do with each other. Way to crash a man's hope. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. I mean, Iris could never do such a wicked thing. But they proved it in court today, didn't they? That this sword wasn't the murder weapon. That's what they were saying, yes. Problem is, I saw it too. I'm sure that what I saw was the blade, this blade stabbed into Miss Donum's body. Huh? Ah, well, look what you found. So this woman is Maya's mother, huh? So this is, she's said all this before, but now she's talking to Phoenix instead of Edgeworth. It's been nearly 20 years since Misty disappeared. Apparently she intended to pass the torch on to her daughter. Her daughter? Don't you know who her daughter is? Oh, I myself am part of a branch family of the Fae Clan. She's having the exact same conversation, except Phoenix, you better make her look like a moron here because she should feel stupid. Even I am not privy to that kind of information when it concerns the May family. Bikini doesn't seem to know Maya's standing within the Fae family. Why don't you fucking tell her? Just like, sucks that you don't know, and just walks away. I hate withholding people like that. Oh, it's Mystic Elise's staff. The crystal sphere really is missing from it. The sphere was found near the Dusky Bridge, right? Yes, even though I'm sure Mystic Elise was in Hazakura Temple that entire evening. About this photograph. Oh yes, those are our snowmobile tracks, alright? I know them anywhere. There's only one set, which means the rider went out while it was still snowing and came back after it stopped. That's really the only logical explanation, I suppose. Honestly, it's like the end of the world. It's not a good thing, that's for sure. I think people have the gall to call this kind of scribbly by the name of art. Huh? That's the sort of standard you need for the arts these days. I could be a pop diva. Sure. But what about the contents of the picture? What do you make of that? It's definitely the end of the world. This crystal sphere. It's not from a demon warning hood, but I would guess it serves a similar purpose. It's not from a hood, then I guess it really is from Miss Donum's staff. Look at the blood on it, though. Poor Mystic Elise. She has 5 fucking things that I'm assuming we can't get that information yet. It's where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. Hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there are some clues there yet to be found. Shito. It's there in Miss Takami's right hand. It was proven in court today that it wasn't the murder weapon. Given the design, it must be used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. What was that jarring, inconsiderately loud yell? So this is where you've been. Keep it nice and warm, I see. Detective, have you finished the bridge? Yeah, I did. Told you I'd let you know. Well, then I'll come along with you and... Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Access restricted to people involved in the case. What was that? I mean, she's a witness. Technically, she's involved in the case. I'm involved, aren't I? You couldn't get much more involved than me. Well, yeah, but that's not why... It's been a while, Scruffy. He gets bullied by everyone, though. I'm pretty sure Pearl bullied him at some point. It's Miss Von Karma! Did he die? Sister, please leave the investigation to me. My, well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I'm on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris. What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix, right? Ow, that hurts, you know. Silence! I asked you a question and now I tell you to silence. I, Francisca von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. So you will follow me. She's not seriously going to follow me around, is she? I guess we are going back. I mean, I guess, but no, would not. I mean, if it's Maya and you're Phoenix, yes, she probably would. But if I was just walking by and they're like, hey, you want to go to the other side of that bridge? I'd say, tell somebody to fuck off. No way in hell. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. They must have commenced with the investigation. Oh, Mr. Nick! That voice.
Pearls! Yay!
Mr. Nick, Mr. Nick!
Aw. So you were here ever since that night.
I was so lonely, I thought I was going to die. When I woke up in the morning and saw that dusky bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone.
She was all alone. Must have been very trying for you, little girl.
Ah, you're...
I'm Francisca von Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here. I'm not gonna lie, being around Francisca would make me feel a lot safer in general. I should, like, if I was really, really up to the task, but I'm not, I'd switch suits if we were to go into court again today, because I am a different character now.
You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year.
Well,
I
don't like you.
You're nothing but a little girl without your whip.
Oh! Pearl! Dunking on her! Just imagine Pearl with the basketball just... I think I might need to get out this staff to defend her.
Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you.
Hey, look, there's consequences to being an asshole. Wow! Looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin. Yo, why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything. Well, she's not gonna whip the kid. You didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away. Okay, well, yeah. Anyway, Pearls, weren't you with Maya?
Ah, I'm sorry. It's all my fault.
Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls?
Well, Mystic Maya!
Hey, wait! Pearls, she just ran off. Ow! What'd you get over there? That was cruel, Phoenix Wright. To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable. What's that all about? Pearl's acting like that. It's giving me the creeps. Guess I better take another look around since I got a chance. Especially since something about this place seems different than 2 days ago. The incinerator has been opened. There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. The door is also open, almost like it's begging me to look inside. Well, well. Let's see what stunning clue is concealed in here, shall we? Huh? It's empty. How naive of you, Phoenix Wright. But it's a bit strange, don't you think, Francisca von Karma? Seem to remember. There was snow on this incinerator the first time I saw it. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix Wright. It's impertinent to call people by their full name. I was only copying you. And she just shrugs that off. Phoenix Wright, what? Would you stop calling me by my full name like that? Was this once a prosperous port? A port? Yes, that metal hook is a mooring post for boats, you know. Oh, that's an anchor for one of the wires that's used to hold up the bridge. I think that wire was tied to this one. The wire that was tied to this one probably snapped when the bridge burned down. I mean, there's no way there was ever a port all the way up here. Don't get smart with me, Phoenix Wright. But I didn't say anything. Okay, so if it's only on this side, then Ventus's theory has a lot of legs to it. Because that means that she was down here as opposed to up here. Because the lines would have gone this way. No, we're actually getting a little bit of character development from her. Don't you Americans enjoy doing whatever you like and then simply saying, whatever? That's got nothing to do with anything. Also, who told you that? Well, sure. The dynamic's better with Maya because they have more chemistry because they spent a lot more time with each other. They have, like, no relationship other than an adversarial one. It shouldn't be as good as Maya and Phoenix. It's still interesting nonetheless. I'm interested enough to see where this dynamic goes. Initially, it seems like Maya's dynamic's better, but we'll see. We get a lot of Phoenix and Maya. There's a lock there. It's interesting. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya, she was supposed to be in here training. Yet it appears she's nowhere to be seen. What's that? That strange lock. Wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. This door. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Those chains, it's almost as if they're guarding something inside the cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before. I have. I've seen locks and chains just like this before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psych lock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. It's an antique dresser. Don't you dare open it, Phoenix Wright. I know how Maya feels when I tell her not to touch things. What a pity. It's full of nothing but old clothes for the acolytes. Thought we weren't opening it. I'm from the prosecutor's office. I can do anything. Whatever. Yeah, you can do anything except stand up to a 9-year-old girl. Burn. Except he didn't say it. Look at those wafer-thin mattresses. I'm sorry, Phoenix Wright. Wafer-thin? Yeah, you know, thin like a wafer. In other words, uncomfortable. That's how we describe things like these mattresses. I guess you must say wafer-thick or something back in Germany? Not about these mattresses, certainly not. What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix Wright? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... a woman? I don't see any woman here. There's a different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere, it's a different smell. It's gravy! What's the matter? This scroll, it's been completely covered in gravy. Ah, yes, there is a very appetizing smell in the air. Would it still smell appetizing now? I mean, I guess it's refrigerated, so basically. But gravy is a type of sauce, so when you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute, I see. No, no one does that. For starters, it stinks. This must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident. But why would anyone do this? Why this scroll?
What took you so long? I thought even you managed to get here faster than this, Trite.
Prosecutor Godot? I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor? How come you didn't show up at the trial today?
Ha! I could ask you the exact same question.
Huh? But I had a cold, so...
I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. A grudge. The importance of which is something you have no hope of even understanding.
Enough. I believe I have the measure of you. You are the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial?
Who's the wild mare, Trite?
This is Miss Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence today.
Ha! Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can go now, Princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins.
It's just funny because he's so much worse than her in court. Just who do you think you are? This case is my...
Hey, Philly, know your role and shut your mouth.
Ooh. You gonna whip him? You whip everybody else? Wow. I should have given him the Rock's voice the entire time. Hey, Philly, know your role and shut your mouth.
I can't stand women like you. I'm only gonna say this once, Lady Von Wippenberg. Go home.
Phoenix Wright! What are you hitting me for?
You deserve more craps of the whip than that, Tripe.
What?
You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you've set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo.
There's something different about Godot today. I'm getting such a strong sense of something behind the mask of his. Is it anger or is it sorrow? You had some important business and that's why you weren't in court, huh? So what was it?
I've told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. You see, Tripe, I've experienced something most have not. Death.
You died?
Of course, being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your internal organs is, well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me.
So you mean that mask you wear is...
This ugly device, I promise it's not a fashion statement, my enlightened friend.
I mean, I hope it wasn't.
Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face.
So it's literally a Geordie LaForge visor. I didn't know. Really? I mean...
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn-out piece of junk of a body going with regular servicing.
I'm sorry, but you say you've experienced death. How is that possible? What happened?
Why don't you ask him?
Huh? Me?
Yeah, that's right. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended, and who ended it for me.
Well, Phoenix, right? Do you?
I don't know what he's talking about. He was poisoned by Dahlia, and Phoenix didn't know about it, actually. Well, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Godot was killed.
It will all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, Trite?
Earlier, you said I've done something I can never undo. What do you mean by that, exactly?
The inner temple here on this side of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island.
That's what Sister Bikini said, too.
And I wonder, Trite, do you know what the police are doing here today?
What do you mean?
They're searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing.
Missing?
As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge.
Huh? But that's impossible. She came here that night and... So Maya's the one that was thrown off the bridge. That's my guess, anyways. It's just a guess. I have no idea if that's correct.
I won't say it again. The chances of being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place.
One? Where's that?
The Sacred Cavern, the entrance of which we are standing at now. This is the only place that the search party has yet to explore.
They haven't searched the cavern yet, huh?
Be aware, though, that the temperature inside this frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. No! Which means, Trite, that you sent Maya Fey to her death.
You fool! If that's the situation, why aren't you in there with a search party right now?
You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. Don't you see that big lock and chain? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, Trite, once again, a woman dies because of you.
Once again? What are you talking about?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you.
Because of me? Wait, no. She didn't die because of him. It had nothing to do with him. In fact, it was due to some old case that had nothing to do with Phoenix. No, his logic doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah, I was just gonna say use bolt cutters. Like, the lock doesn't matter.
It's a really pretty lock. I don't want to break it.
The sexism in my coffee is strong. And you know who that was? It was Maya Fey's sister. That's right, Mia Fey.
Mia?
You killed her.
No, that's not how it was. Quite literally.
It was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man, but she bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy.
Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. But I got that guy, personally.
Sure, Miss Fey's murderer was caught, but that won't bring her back.
Well, no, but...
You were with her at the time, you and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her.
Phoenix was literally not at the office. What? Yeah, his logic is dog shit. That's so stupid. That's what I would have said to him.
You say Mia Fey was your teacher? Well then, I'd say you've learned nothing, Trite. You robbed her of her life, and now you've let her sister suffer the same fate.
Literally not the case. Not at all. I haven't sentenced Maya to death. No. This is like a negative to Godot's character. This is actually stupid. And as a prosecutor, I should say as an attorney, he should know better than to put such faulty logic together. What is this peculiar looking lock? Oh yeah, you're still here. Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of...
I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has always been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock open would, well, let's just say the inner temple and the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past.
Very well, then dare I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with the key?
Ha! Sure, just show me where the keyhole is in this trick lock.
There's no keyhole.
That's right, an interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it.
And who was it?
Simple, the accused.
What? Iris?
When an acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern, the attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was to train in there.
Sister Bikini did mention it a number of times, now that I think about it. She said that Iris is left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training.
So Iris, the accused, is the only one who could open this lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now.
Iris is the only person who can open this lock? If she gets here soon, hang on in there, Maya. We'll get you out.
So, I should be getting back to work.
Wait, Godot, how sure about Maya are you?
There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You better start praying. You better pray that friend of yours brings the accused back here soon.
Edgeworth?
Listen up, Trite. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never.
Okay, it literally doesn't affect me at all. Shrug.
You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright.
That's what everyone says. Looks like I don't have much of a choice. I guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. Sounds like someone's talking to himself, but where's that coming from?
Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. My brain. This is driving me nuts.
Is something troubling you, Scruffy?
Please don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir. It was merely a simple greeting, a friendly tap on the shoulder with my whip.
Godot's argument is that Phoenix is the reason that Mia died. Phoenix did not set the plans, nor is he a guaranteed protection from her murder. First of all, the person who killed Mia there is no other fault to be placed except for by the person who killed her. That person made the decision to do so. Phoenix's existence has nothing to do with it. He was poisoned and died. That could warp a man's brain for sure. Certainly did mess up his ability to be a lawyer, apparently, because he was a lot better when he was on Mia's sideline instead of when he's actually a prosecutor. So what's up, Gumshoe? Something on your mind?
How'd you know, pal?
Perhaps you were trying to decide if you wanted to watch that off or not.
How'd you know, sir? Oh, yeah, I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay?
You mean the one that says no entry on it?
I, kind of already snuck in there.
You trying to be clever or something? So what's behind there, Scruffy?
Huh? Kind of garden-like garden?
A garden?
Yeah, anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you. I'm asking you, pal. You got me?
Isn't it normally the other way around?
Yeah, that's why I thought I was misreading it for a second. Well, see you later.
So, shall we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix Wright? Of course. What else would we do? I'm kind of surprised she'd be like, oh, no entry. Hey, let's be the prosecutor and you the defense attorney, go. I really want to know what Gumshoe was thinking of washing off. Or is she just like fucking whatever at this point? Is she not going to be on the case anymore, I suppose? Because Godot's back.
There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is.
Strange feeling? Forget about that. What's that strange writing on the stone lantern?
What are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in here.
Don't you know, Scruffy, Yvonne Karma will always show up whenever there is a clue. And there are plenty of clues to be found here.
But, move yourself. What the heck is that? Why do people love writing Maya's name in blood places?
Uh-oh, you spotted it, huh, pal?
Are you kidding me? It couldn't be more obvious.
It says Maya.
Yeah, and before you ask, it's written in blood.
No shit.
You will answer all of our questions now, Scruffy, without question. Yes, sir.
He was gonna cover that up? Oof, bruh. Well, this is odd. There's no snow on the ground here. It's almost perfect rectangle. It couldn't have happened naturally.
Yes, it appears as though someone has carefully cleared away the snow. No doubt it was you, huh, Scruffy?
No, huh? No, it wasn't me, sir. It was already like that when my men and I got here to start the investigation.
Almost like a grave. It wasn't the police, then who did it?
Oh yeah, there's something I need to tell you, just between the three of us, okay?
What is it?
It's top secret. You can't tell anyone, got it?
Understood.
Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked out of the local wrestling contest, you see. I was so disappointed, I just picked up my mouth guard and cried all the way home. Man, I got in so much trouble when I left it on the couch.
Is that it?
That's it.
Whoever cleared the snow away must have had a reason. Although I can't even begin to imagine what the reason could be. A little lantern, a little statue.
Certainly a quaint little garden. Oh, what is this huge bowl here for?
Oh, I know this one. It's a water bowl, isn't it?
Everything else is completely frozen over, but the ice in this bowl has been broken.
That's true. I wonder if this has any impact on the case.
Well, I doused my face earlier with the water in this. I was getting kind of sleepy.
Next time you're sleepy, you need only come to me, got it?
There are a couple of torches here. Guess you need all the light you can get up here in the mountains.
Yeah, I was looking at those things, pal. It looks like they've been lit pretty recently.
Recently? How recently are we talking here? As recent as the night of the murder. Maya was training here on the night of the murder. It's not unreasonable to think these things were lit up at the time, I guess. So how's the inner temple investigation going? We have the best forensic team in the world working the place. Forensic team? And what was the outcome of this scientific study? Nothing. Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle. That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there were a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. That stone lantern in the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct? They look kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. So I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were, it's actually kind of hard to say, actually. Guess I better look into them myself. About Maya. Oh, did Mr. Godot tell you yet? Yes, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her, but there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Miss Edgeworth to get here, pal. Edgeworth? He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here. We'll have to wait, since she's the only one who can open the door to the sacred cavern. Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what it is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down, I felt like I was drowning. Sounds pleasant. Maya, so these letters are written in blood? Yeah. What's worse is it's the victim's blood. Huh? This is Miss Donham's blood? We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. Most interesting. Oh god, I swear to god, if this is another set Maya up to be the killer case, I'm going to be very disappointed. We don't need another one of those at all. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down? You know what? That was really bothering me too, but I just came up with the answer. The result of my own special gumshoe investigation. Really? Do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, that stone lantern was upside down. Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Elise Donham wrote these letters herself in her own blood. You must be joking. That's impossible. From the writing in the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Miss Elise Donham's murder. At least, that's our current theory on how the events took place, pal. What? 3 Maya 2020 for real, Jesus. So Miss Donham was killed here? However you want to look at it. That's what people are saying now. Then, what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard at the main temple was... Well, what was it? If that wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think, Miss Bonded? Karma! Surely a special gumshoe investigation would reveal the answer, no? But wait a sec. The bloody writing and all the other clues here, someone could have easily set all that up after the murder, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible because Dusky Bridge was completely burned out. I was overseeing repairs of the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men, which means no one could have planned all this stuff before, pal. Ugh, I can't think of a counter-argument to that. I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. If this really was the scene of the crime, then I need to figure out what exactly it was that Bikini actually saw. The situation hasn't changed. We still don't know anything about Maya's whereabouts. She's got to be in the sacred cavern now. That's the only place left. I heard it's real cold in there. We got to get her out fast, or it could be bad, pal. Isn't there anything you can do, detective? What are you talking about? Huh? We're already on it. You couldn't get a faster response from a computer. Mr. Godot put everything in place right away. That guy doesn't mess around. Godot? Yeah, the coffee-drinking mystery man who didn't show in court. I gotta say, he's totally made me rethink my perception of him, pal. That guy's got more mysteries than a choose-your-own escape book, pal. This escapade book, pal. Yeah, I know. Trust me, I already know. I can't believe he skipped the trial like that without even getting permission. He'd have been fired for sure if he worked for a normal company. Never would have expected the prosecutor's office to be so lax. Don't get the wrong impression, Phoenix Wright. More importantly, doesn't it strike you as odd that police are unaware of that man's medical situation? Yeah, why is he hiding that from everyone? Additionally, it raises another question. Why did he choose to tell only you? Yeah, why did he? I guess there's that little bitty pocket in that huge hole of checkmark. There's a charm or something poking out from the snow. What's that? Looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it too. Apparently it belonged to the victim. To Miss Elise Donham? Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cord found on the victim and on this charm match exactly. Sounds to me like this little trinket is going to be my ticket to getting some very big answers. Karine Master's talisman? You mean like Misty's? Alright, I assume that's what we had to find in here. Oh, yep, here we go. It seems you have a visitor.
Mr. Wright?
Iris, I'm really glad to see you. Damn, dude!
You gotta come up with that skull, bruh? I'm doing alright, thanks. Godot managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. Not him again. Never mind him. We've gotta hurry and unlock the sacred cavern.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you is locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later?
Alright. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, right? Wait, Edgeworth. I'm coming with you guys. Sorry, right? I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya Fey is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, right? It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the police to interfere. Come on, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand that. But it's Maya!
Mr. Wright, all that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct?
Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright.
Oh, she's being almost decent. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us.
But that's my client! Okay, that brings up a very interesting question. Can they take my client over there and have all that stuff without my presence? I'm not sure that would fly in the US. Like, if I wanted to accompany her, could they force me to not do that? Probably not without a court order. And I'm not even sure a court order could, like, a court order like that would hold up. So there's now I get the whole, like, for story reasons and for moral reasons from Phoenix's standpoint, it's not just his client, he's also worried about his friend. I'm just saying, I think he has a pretty damn good reason to say, I need to be there. I'm surprised Pearl wasn't freezing. Yeah, so if that's what happened, right? I was interpreting that correctly. He is a part of the investigation now, even though he can't actually do that because he was defending that girl earlier. Although, well, that's an interesting question. He is working in a way that could prove Iris's innocence if someone else is determined to have done the crime, but it's still in conflict with Iris's case itself. So the short answer is it doesn't matter, he should just not be involved at all, right? This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there other things that demand your attention? She's right. Thanks for reminding me. I need to talk to Bikini, right? Sister Bikini looks like she's shrunk some since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My, hello you two. What are you doing? Ha 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 ha. Sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome crimson-clad prince. Talking about Edgeworth? Oh shit, dude. It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it's all my fault that this has happened. Poor Iris. She was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that, and we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Blue Suits doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Oh, well, Claire. Oh, yes. You did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular. You two are the only ones who said that to me. Can't shake that feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew. You have a problem, Phoenix, right? Sure, she was so brave to testify so truthfully like that. But I know she's still hiding something. Guess it's time to break those psych locks of hers. I don't know. I don't know what Von Karma is doing. I don't know. Edgeworth is now a part of the investigation on the prosecution side, which is highly problematic. Von Karma's like with the prosecution, but helping us out. Maybe she's not with the prosecution anymore because Godot's back. I don't know. But she's essentially our Maya now because Maya might be dead. Probably not, but maybe. All right, let's give this a try. She got them thick Cyclocks too. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Donham had a special significance in this temple. So why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? Miss Elise was an author, just an author of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Donham's true identity. Shit, do I have that? This?
Take that!
Miss Donham had this charm with her at all times. Ah! Would you? This isn't some cheap good luck charm either. Then, what do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, isn't it? Interesting. Oops!
This thing speaks volume about who Miss Donum really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove Miss Donum's true identity. The staff, the scroll? I'm actually not 100% sure here. Yep. Painting is obscured by this gravy stain at the moment. But this scroll shows the master of the Crine channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of that honorable title. The very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her. Ah! This crest is reserved for the master of Crine. Who on earth told you that nonsense? I've got no idea what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Fey, told me. What? You mean that acolyte is Misty Fey's daughter? Daughter? Yes. Are you sure? Stupid questions. Yes, in fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Fey's sole successor. Mystic Misty! Wow. Okay. Nice. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman with that mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? Crine talisman? It's the symbol of the master of Crine. The bearer must carry it with them and always until their death. Until their death? So Elise Donum was really Maya's mother, huh? Well, that's fucked up. We finally meet her after all this time, and now she's dead. She was Misty Fey, the master of the Crine channeling technique. Truth comes out at last. Looks like we're making some headway here. Tell me, sister. For 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Well... Earthquake! What's happening? It can't be. Earthquake! Ah! Oh my goodness, the inner temple, this kind of tremor might... The inner temple! The sacred cavern of the training hall might very well cave in! What? Maya! Seems to have passed. Well, we can't just stand around here and do nothing. Let's go. What? Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, alright? Of course. You run along now. People may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. Yeah, that'll do it. Somebody that's been injured in a cave-in. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. I just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's alright. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Come on, let's go. You'd have been nice if she was the one who looked worried about Miles Edgeworth. Miles, like I know him. I do know, well, I know Edgeworth a little more now after playing as him, right? We've got to hurry to the inner temple inn. Right. Ah, what are you doing here? Well, that wasn't very suspenseful. He's immediately there. Good. How can I have? What do you expect us to, how do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Yow! Hey, why am I the one getting whipped? She's gone. No. The defendant, Iris. She's gone. Oh, the defendant, Iris. Oh, I don't fucking care then. I'm just worried about Maya. Gone where? She fled. She escaped. What? Did she cause the earthquake? What the fuck is going on here? I honestly have no idea. And this is a good part of this case. I have no fucking idea what's gonna happen. So it was just now, during the easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness, his fear of earthquakes. I should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes, and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? That's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. Can't believe I let it happen. Right, the inner temple area is a dead end, so she could have only escaped to this side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get a manhunt underway now and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth, have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous, why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. Then you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation? Listen, Edgeworth. I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Alright? Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall's sacred cavern now. Alright, let's go. Man! We're the Three Musketeers now! Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in. But what we found was something none of us expected. How can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Oh, shit. Iris! Iris, please tell me, what the hell's going on? Fuck! Whoa, Miles, we're on a first name basis? Yeah, we talked it out, we're bros now. Right, is this what Godot was talking about? Yeah, trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me.
What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped, and I know that there was only one lock when I last came here. Psycho locks! It's those psycho locks things, right? So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks?
Yes.
If only I was stronger. What, to rip the locks apart? Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're one to talk with your face all green. Oh, he's talking about like the earthquake thing, right? Although, Iris didn't run, so I guess I'm not sure what he's so worried about. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous, I'm perfectly fine. Ugh. There's no telling what sort of mistake you could make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Looking out for big bro. Understood. Or little bro. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. How foolish that a fool cannot foolishly undo these foolish locks. Well, we're gonna show her just how foolish a foolish fool can undo such a foolish lock. Am I right? Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in a corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. Yes. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris?
No, not at all.
Why'd you make a run for it, Iris?
I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried, I just had to come and see.
In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law, at least we're clear on that. Didn't you just say we part ways here? Francisca's changed. She's a more trusting individual than she was in the past. Especially since they were both raised under a basically mentally abusive father. Possibly physically abusive, but that's just what I'm guessing. But we don't really have any evidence of that.
I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was alright, but...
But what?
Then I saw these chains here. I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door and... Who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Quran tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why the only person who set the lock can open it.
And you aren't the one who set these locks. I don't think it's that simple, Francisca von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them.
What does that mean?
It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of these locks, the first one.
Yes, that's correct.
What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this?
Well, if you use your mind power, well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But...
it will take time, won't it?
Yes, about a day if I had to guess.
That's actually not that long. A whole day? I mean, it sucks because Maya's, like, stuck down there, but, like, in a vacuum, that's not really that long. Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us?
Sure, I'll do whatever I can.
Gotta wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're gonna have to call on your inner strength now. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix, right? I swear she said she was leaving us now, but I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident. I would not ask her this question in front of the prosecutor. That is silly and could possibly ruin the entirety of attorney-client privilege. Very bad. But you were seen that same evening at the Inner Temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple, it's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. Bruh, Phoenix. All he has to do is take her outside. Take her outside, let's walk like 20 feet this way. Then answer my question. Oh, here we go. Only 3. I knew it. Something going on here that we don't know about. Just pouty face? That's not helpful. Can I... Well, let's go outside real quick. Cops are still coming in this place. They look pretty nervous. Be nervous too. It's got to be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. How could I have done that? Wow, I can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth? Ah! Hey, don't you dare run away. What do you want, right? What do I want? You came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you want to look into something concerning Iris. Yes. Thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime, that's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely, you don't suspect. Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect, Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? Actually, no. It is not your job because you were defending Iris, and which I guess you weren't supposed to do that either, so really you should just remove yourself from this case entirely. That would be the easiest way to do it. So I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. No, though thankfully my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little school kids at the same elementary school, Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. Okay. Seriously, I get it. We know what happened. He was in the elevator, his father got shot and died. Killed by Von Karma. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now, and that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? Right, question mark? I mean, I was there and helped resolve it, but right? I just want to hear you say that I was the one that did it for you. Just come on, just say it. Just say it. You think I don't know that? I was there, but it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, right? There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake, and not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think, so no more of this self-pity, okay? It's a real turn-off to the lady folk. There's being self-deprecating, and then there's just being awkward. There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I had seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. Felt like I had seen her in court before. She went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look for a file? Yes, I checked over every case file I ever worked on, and I was right. I had seen her face before, 6 years ago. 6 years ago? It was my first appearance in court, and as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, right? I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. Oh, was it because she was a minor at the time? That makes sense. Because I was going to say, criminal case files are generally public information, at least the party names. But yeah, if she was a minor, that would make sense. What? Why not? It might be the crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and the Hazakura Temple.
and neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Unrelated? Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. This? Apparently, Iris was taken in by the sisters here at the temple when she was a child. However, we still don't know much about her past, so we're looking into it. That reminds me. Edgeworth went back to the criminal affairs department to look some stuff up. I should ask him what he's found. Fuck! So he's like, I want to tell him, and then doesn't want to tell him. Finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues. Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, Pearls. It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. Sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of, I guess I should go back. I should go check out the shack just down the path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again. We really have to talk to Larry again? I guess we do.
Oh, Mr. Nick!
Oh, I didn't expect that. Pearls, what are you doing here?
Nothing. What about Miss Sigmaya? Is she alright?
Well, we don't know yet.
Oh, I see.
Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick?
Larry?
This is the loser shack, where losers get together and lose themselves.
This is the what?
Hey, we comfort each other in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that?
Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Larice did a picture of me.
That's, great, Pearls.
We're going to gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire.
Do not feed her rotten potatoes, you douchebag.
Just stay out of our way.
I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man?
No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Oh, Miss Sigmaya.
She's so sad. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture?
Hey, I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now with Pearl. Two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore.
What am I gonna do with him? Alright then, what do you think about this picture, Pearls?
It looks stupid. I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing.
Oh, you poor, naive person, you.
See? Someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know.
It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy.
No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew. I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night.
That's fucking stupid, Mr. Larice.
Not you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you.
This picture is a representation, it really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw.
Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night.
Looks like he's wide fucking, yeah, I was gonna say.
But I was wide awake after the lightning struck, and I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture.
Looks like I don't have any choice but to take the sketch at face value.
Hey, what you there looking down on your face?
Pearls?
Yes, Mr. Nick?
I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you, and what exactly were you doing when it all happened?
I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know.
I think that's the first time she's used that line. Good for her. She's learning the manipulation game.
I'm sure it really doesn't matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick?
Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Donham's room, reading a book together. But Miss Donham was murdered and you, Pearls, were at the inner temple. Just what exactly happened that night, Pearls?
I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick.
God damn it!
I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished.
What are you talking about, Pearls?
My spiritual power has disappeared.
Interesting. What? Her powers have disappeared? What do you mean your powers disappeared, Pearls?
It's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint.
Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at the Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps? Way to go, Nick. You made her cry. That's really cruel of you. Just as I thought. Going to have to break her psych locks to get the truth out of her. God damn, he made that seem so fucking... I will have to break her mentally. Like, dude, fucking relax. All right, let's go back. I wonder if Sister Bikini's back in the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea somewhere together. I bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. All right, so let's just check around here. Oh, there you are. Well, what's the damage? How is the secret cavern? Looks like it survived. But we have a bigger problem now. Told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the sacred cavern. We knew that. You didn't have to repeat that part. Okay. But who? Who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Korean tradition. We have Iris at the sacred cavern trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini. Oh yes, we were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yes, you were telling me how the Master of Crime disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Face suddenly appeared at this temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Elise... No, I mean Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the Master, she said... Someone is trying to destroy the Korean tradition's main family line. I'm here to put a stop to them. The fuck? Someone's trying to destroy the main family line? There's only one heir to the title of Master at a time. It's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new Master of Korean and her daughter is the main family. All other mediums become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. It's like, maybe they should come up with a different type of hierarchy or something. The power of the Master worth this much bloodshed? You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real. Yes, I do. 2 years since I first met Maya, and that time I've seen her channel spirits of the dead plenty of times. Yeah, Mia, gotcha. The Korean technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know? I mean, the ability to commune with the dead. That's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there behind every important leader. Who would respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but all that power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now. You're saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? Oh, you're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see. All because of one little mistake. Mistake? What mistake? DL6, motherfucker. It was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident. That incident? She's talking about what I think she is? Oh my god. Use your fucking brain, Phoenix. Edgeworth would have just been like, oh, she must be talking about the DL6 incident. But Phoenix is like, oh, what incident? I'm sure the record still exists if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It is called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file. DL6 incident. Knew it. The DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Oh, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case. Murder that took place 17 years ago. Oh, new graphic at least. It's the first time in the country's history that police ever used the spirit medium. I'm sure it was the first time. She was just talking about how leaders all over the place were using them, like all across history using them. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. The medium who performed the challenge was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Through Misty, oh god, Mystic Misty is just through Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, then the investigators were spurred into action. That man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was. Why would you even ask that? You already know the answer to that, Phoenix. The case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world has ever seen the Korean tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Korean Village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared, vanished, while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. Crying tradition is starting to recover at last. But with the new master wielding the power of the clan. Does she mean Maya? The spiritual power of the crying channeling technique is in the blood. Maya's told me the exact same thing before.
We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums. It's because of the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us.
According to Maya, only the woman in the family can inherit that power. The Maid family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Ami. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. And the ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right, that's literally what I just said like 10 seconds ago. It's always the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too, an older sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. I mean, fuck her though. I mean, she went and died or some shit. What? You know about Mia? Of course. She became a lawyer in hopes of discovering what happened to her mother. And lost her life as a result. You know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. There wouldn't have been a fight. She just is the leader. A fight would imply that there was actually something to contest. And in this case, there was nothing to contest. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. Yeah, her aunt sucked. That's right, Misty Faye had an elder sister too, as we continue our clip show, and Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the master seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Yeah, but Mia had power, so it's not a comparable situation. I mean, I guess so. It's kind of comparable, but not really. Morgan sucked. That's why she lost the position. Mia didn't suck. Morgan, there's a name I know well. It was a year ago now at Maya's home, Crying Village. Morgan Faye's hair and Hero's hair, oh, they are match made in heaven. Devil heaven. What she did was terrible. It was also she could make her own daughter the next master. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris... Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this? That Iris is... Mystic Morgan's daughter... Wait. Pump the brakes. Whoa, pump the brakes. Reel it back. Excuse me? That's Pearl's sister? I would say that's a nuke. Good God, what? Wait, where'd that come from? I did not see that coming. Oh my God. Well, I mean, Iris doesn't actually seem evil. If she was Dahlia, or is, or whatever, then yeah, but I don't know. I'm not convinced Iris is Dahlia. If she is, I'm very curious to see how she changed the way she did. Yeah, I assume she's dead because she was found guilty of murder. And when you get found guilty of murder in this game, you die. So then is like Iris's spirit being channeled, but like it's different? I don't know. And we know she has some history with Phoenix. Iris is what? She kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. Sounded like you'd met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yes, Pearl Faye. But I always thought she was an only child. You jest! That child, she's Mystic Morgan's. I had no idea. You jest. Mystic Morgan, you slut. But she's in prison now, isn't she? Oh, I don't like slut shaming, but in Morgan's situation, I will make an exception. Yes, ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. Because Morgan sucks. She is just a terrible person. In fact, get away from her. You don't deserve to be anywhere near that pure and innocent child. And just, the face, so creepy. Oh God, you're evil. Go away, go away. It's that hair, the hair. The hair always takes control and makes the person worse than they would be otherwise. Look at what happened with Hero. If he didn't have that hair, I guarantee you he wouldn't be as shitty of a character. But the hair took over, and now he's utter garbage. It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mr. Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. Ooh, okay. So they were twins. What? The fuck did... Okay. Wait, what? 3? Yes, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. Ooh, ha ha. Oh, twin sister? Oh, didn't you know? All happened 20 years ago. Didn't you know all of this already? Did you do your research, lawyer? After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Crime's reputation hit an all-time low. Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master. He left her in the village, taking their twin daughters with him. But not Pearl? What a dickhead. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up to be looked after by us here at the temple. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. Iris has a twin sister. This is like a fucking meme. It's actually a meme. Oh, it was my twin sister. In this case, it actually was. My name's Iris. We're talking about Dahlia. Not me. So then she's a half sister of the 2. Yeah, because she's what, 9 or whatever? 10? They're 15 years older than her? Ish. And he left 20 years ago. Put the math together. And then the father left. Yep, there you go. Just one gigantic fucking meme. There are a lot of bad parents in this game, indeed. Yeah, Miles Edgeworth's father was a good father. He just got shot, unfortunately. It's unbelievable if Iris has a twin sister. Could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris's sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Oh, that's a clue, I guess. A jeweler. Oh, like the jeweler was the person that she stole the diamond from. I guess he didn't know that, though. No, he didn't know that. Mia knew that, not him. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearl had 2 older half-sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken for her by her jeweler husband. But even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls? God, that was like the only reason she bore another child. What a... Seems that the incident here was the result of Mr. Morgan's anger. He was able to break free of the bars that confine her. Iris has a twin sister. Wait, like literally? It was holding her soul or something? The plot thickens. This information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. Oh. Didn't we see Morgan in prison? And she like said something at the end of the case? Or am I just dreaming that happened? Oh yeah, he did read about the case. That's what he was in the hospital doing. So yeah, he should know the answer to this question. I try to give him credit, like, I don't know, Phoenix doesn't have that terrible of a memory, does he? He does. He does. I need to ask more questions and get some more info. But it is related to this, in that if she somehow manages to kill Maya, then Pearls would lead the clan. When I think about it, I do feel kind of sorry for Mystic Morgan. It wasn't her fault that her sister was a more powerful spirit medium. It was her fault for being a bitch about it, though. Mystic Morgan just couldn't compete with her sister. It must have been really tough on her. But again, she tried to have, she had somebody murdered and then tried to set up Maya for the murder. She ain't getting a sympathy from me, bruh. Even so, that doesn't excuse all the things she did. No, of course not. Well then, why would you say something like that? Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? It looks like he's trying to think of the tune. No motive, no crime. No motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room in Karai. Whoop, I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? Good cases we have, good cases we lost along the way. I've never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. What? Reggae? Oh, every case is gonna be airtight. I see. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Hey, pal. Huh? Who, me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon? That barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? Giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. It looks like a letter or something. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter? So how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. It actually could hurt the state's case. Looks like the murder took place in the Inner Temple Garden, and they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What, you mean? I don't have the details, pal. All I know is, if you don't find Maya down in that sacred cavern, we're gonna be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me, I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot. Godot? What did he mean by that? About that letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some burnt up old letter. Burnt up old letter? Yeah, it was in the incinerator right outside the Inner Temple. The incinerator? I knew it. I wasn't imagining it. There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away. Which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I've got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case. Spirit mediums? I'm sure it has no relation to this case involving spirit mediums. It's got to be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. Better give it a good look over and some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal. Okay. What do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't the Shito that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, and man, is it tiring work, but let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? What's your secret weapon? You wanna know? You gotta think scientifically, okay? Alright. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? No. I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart. So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! A metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. Well, you wanna give scientific investigation a go? Huh? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? Of course you should fucking, yeah, do it. Come on, pal, it's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright then, I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best. It's so sensitive, you can make it cry. It's so high-tech, you could skydive off it. Oh, bother. So now I want to tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Right, so first, let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector's signal bouncing off of something metallic. Next, move the detector around and give the courtyard a good look-see, pal. Okay, so this. Traffic cop. Here, let's take a look. Let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off. Examining evidence is a job for the... Ah! Top is coming off. Look what you've done. You've damaged a really important piece of evidence. Ah! That's a sword.
Inside the staff! Could it be the murder weapon?
Nice. I have one of those. Although it's not a staff. It's like it's an eagle cane that also has a sword in it. Obviously, I can't actually take it outside of the house for obvious reasons, but I always thought those were cool. I never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. The real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden. Then why was the sword itself used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey Gumshoe, who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. Doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. Then I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. About the same length as the Shito, too. This must be the murder weapon. It does not look like it's the same length, but... Okay, I'm gonna run over the forensics. Two forensics, not the forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it has been wiped off. See you later, pal. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know? Going to get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know. I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. I mean, it's not already there. Oh, how so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, man. Well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think... Maya's been right. Please, detective, let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. You're looking kind of pretty in there. Okay. Just stop it with that face, pal. One thing, though. The staff's secret trick. Let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular, run-of-the-mill staff, you got it? Okay, now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Gumshoe. You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure, thanks. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. I can't help but wonder, though. What was Elise Donum doing with a staff like this in the first place? Alright, let's go... Oh, Gumshoe's a way fucking better character than Hero. They're not even comparable. Gumshoe's a great character. Hero's a shit character. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. You still claim that to be the truth?
Yes, that's where I was.
Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me too, but I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder.
Take that!
Talking about Sister Bikini, of course.
Sister Bikini.
Her testimony in court today was very clear. She saw her. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the inner temple on the night of the murder. So this is one thing I do like imagining, though, which is back to Phoenix's inconsistencies. So he has these weird memory lapses, but then he also has these situations where he's like, their testimony was very clear. And then I like to imagine that he recites it back line, like word by word, verbatim. You're just like, oh, holy shit. Come from.
That's very impressive, Mr. Wright.
No, not really. It's just what she said today in court.
The Acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late.
What time was that?
Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the inner temple. So I would have left at around 9:40 p.m., I think.
I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you.
Huh?
Now, you say you left the main gate hall at 10:40, but what you say doesn't add up with this.
Take that!
You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night.
Ah!
Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have.
Who's that?
Me.
Mr. Wright.
We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten.
No, that's right. I remember.
And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the Inner Temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent possibility. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time, which means there must have been 2 of you. Can't think of any other explanation, Iris.
But that's crazy. How could that be? It's only one of me. It's impossible.
Impossible, I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise.
You seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? And show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there's more than one of me.
Because I don't think we have the evidence otherwise. Yeah. This face has to be revealed, it seems. We have to reveal that she's Dahlia. Hey, Edward, did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but the problem is she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a twin sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler! Right, I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth, please. It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? You know about that case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh. Wait, so Dahlia was older than Valerie? Unless Morgan wasn't his first wife. No. Sorry, I'm dumb. It was just her daughter, but not actually only his daughter by marriage. Oh. This is where she entered my life. This is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. Whoops. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right? I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Yeah, how did he not know that she was going to die? Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. At the time, Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Oh, hadn't happened yet, I see. Executed? That doesn't happen to— oh wait, yeah, I know that this happens. I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, right? And for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead, and once someone is dead, there's no way to revive them. There's no way to revive the dead. I wonder. Seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia. Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? It's Morgan Fay, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Crime channeling technique. Did you say Crime channeling technique? Do you know something about it? He's seen it. He has actually seen it, hasn't he? Or am I just— we talked about this already, didn't he? With the Magatama thing, and how he should have realized that something like that was possible before it ever actually happened. Oh yes, I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Plus that, like, geez, fraudulent. It's like, that's Phoenix. Like, fraudulent? Who is he talking about? I don't think that was rhetorical in his head. It was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. Oh god, here we go. Yep, we know. I literally solved your case. You know what happened? As well as their efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth. Go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file and you'll know. Of course, how could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday. Then you'll see that the crime channeling technique is real. Alright, let's show her that there are two of her. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? Ah! That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne, woman I know only too well.
I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer...
Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry.
Thank you.
There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? Second you who was here at the temple the night of the murder. It was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne.
But you just said yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that?
You've forgotten this, Iris? That... This is a channeling dojo, a training ground for the crime channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Ah! Exodia, obliterate!
I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew it was my sister, Dahlia, the other half of me, who passed away last month.
Just as I suspected, the whole time. The Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on the night of the murder. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before?
Because my sister always does the right thing.
100% the correct reaction to that sentence. Excuse me?
And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do, I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again.
You betrayed her? What do you mean?
That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way.
What's she talking about? Betrayal.
You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? That was the start of it all. It's what started her down that twisted path. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her.
How did you betray her, Iris?
It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing.
What?
But I got scared, so I ran away.
What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful.
But I promised that I'd help.
Oh, that just explains everything.
And she didn't do it for the money.
Huh?
It was revenge on our father.
Revenge? What do you mean by revenge?
He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. The main family had a lot of influence in many businesses and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place. For power. What an asshole, right? But his plan backfired, because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the master of crime.
That would be Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Yes, it would.
But before long, the credibility of the crime tradition hit rock bottom. The new master mystic, Misty Faye, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive and that he had no reason to stay there.
And that's when you came here to Hazakura Temple?
Yes, the woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see.
Oh, that's fucking horrible. Oh. Nice response, Phoenix.
I haven't seen my mother once since then, having the master seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family. I've heard she's been very battered spiritually and emotionally.
I think I'm finally beginning to see how the feces pit together. Man, just the dyslexia recently has just been blech. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. Ah, I'm still here, by the way. I have asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fae clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me.
What is it?
During the incident in which your sister Dolly Hawthorne poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him?
Well, I did hear one thing. She said he hated his guts.
I definitely forgot Francisca was there. I see. Thank you for your help. I'm gonna go cry in a corner now.
You're welcome.
Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There's still much to investigate.
Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise.
Thank you. I suppose I'd better continue my investigation. Still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl Cyclops. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in front of the shack.
Oh, Mr. Nick!
Heh, you're too late, Nick. You came here for one of our potatoes, you've already polished them all off. Think I pretty much got all the evidence I need? Oh, I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Dunham's room, reading a book together, correct?
Yes, I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end.
You didn't go?
No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous.
But Pearls never went to Miss Dunham's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls. On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now, I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay?
You mean you know?
If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth?
Okay.
You went to this place for one simple reason, and that is this. For whom? It's obvious you were so worried about her. You were so worried about her, Pearls. Man, it's like you're teasing her for it. It was Maya, wasn't it?
Ah!
You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course. Sister Bikini scared you with what she'd said, didn't you? Because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about
Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple.
Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. It's not clear as what happened after that.
Nah.
Well, what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple?
It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. But there was so much snow I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock.
Until after 10? How'd you know what time it was?
Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out.
Heard the lights out bell? Hazakura's temple bell is pretty small though, isn't it? Must be have really good hearing.
I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible.
Trying to hear the bell? Tell me, Pearls, why are you so worried about hearing that bell?
Huh? Oh,
I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this. Does it say anything about the... Yeah.
Take that!
It said something about the lights out bell. Forgot about that. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? Presume you recognize these pieces of paper.
Ah! Where did you...
In the incinerator at the Inner Temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell.
I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing.
These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearls.
For me? No.
As you can see, a large portion has been burnt. The last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls is supposed to channel. The person you were supposed to channel that night, Pearls, was...
Take that!
It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter.
Ah!
Just as I suspected. You know anything about her, Pearls? You know what kind of woman Dahlia Hawthorne was?
No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions.
I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia Hawthorne is her sister. All the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you've never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow?
Take that!
Pearls, I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? He talks to her so, like, oh, I hate it. I hate it. I hate the way he's using language with her. It's so just like, I have to wonder here. Like, it's just so, I don't want to say, it's not condescending, but like patronizing, I guess would be more correct there. But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why.
How'd you...
I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay.
What?
Alright, Pearls, it's time you started telling me the truth.
Mr. Nick,
Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this.
Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child.
Huh?
You're trying to say I followed these instructions. I'd like to see some proof.
What?
Because I don't think you have any.
Holy shit! The brass balls on Pearl! Ooh! Ooh, baby! Huh. Ugh. Should say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. Guess I'll have to produce some more evidence, so then one more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder, but you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you.
I knew it!
However, I do know that whoever did it was a child.
Huh? How do you know that?
Couldn't have been an adult. No No adult would have made a simple mistake like this.
A simple mistake? What do you mean by that?
Sure, you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given, but you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. Wait. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition? Who writes that to a fucking child? Best mom. Oh. Oh, that's really funny. That is really funny. It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it?
Ah! What? Why would I do something like that?
You remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast, among others, right?
How do you know that?
Remember the conversation you had with Miss Donham on the night of the murder? You'd think Morgan would have a better idea that her daughter's not a great to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food. That's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from that night's pot roast.
To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess at least my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right.
Yeah, well, pay up now with the truth. Morgan Fay is the kind of person who'd tell her child, learn it yourself when giving complicated instructions and work. Yeah, right? Gravy roast the master. Like,
wow, that sounds tasty. She'll really like that in the afterlife. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy.
The gravy?
I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the master of crying like it said in the letter.
I see, and then?
Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area.
The guest area?
Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over.
Why didn't you just go to the training hall?
Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started. I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then
Or else, did you fall asleep?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it.
Hey, don't worry about it, bro. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris, too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple.
Yes, when I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter in the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and
let off some steam by chucking the gravy in. Question mark? Must have been pretty scary for you, Krill. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry.
It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring.
So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit?
No. I tried, but I couldn't do it.
You couldn't do it?
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it.
Don't let it get you down, Pro. It'll all work out. You want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that. She never managed to channel a spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone?
Yes, I don't know what to do.
Is there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though.
Could you please tell me what it is anyways?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Well, there's only one of each spirit, right?
Yep, just like there you go, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Quirls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne.
I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish.
Your final wish?
Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully.
This letter? Now we need to find out more about it. Wait, was she wasn't found guilty of murder. They're gonna execute her still?
My mother's gone to a place called the penitentiary.
Yeah, I know, Pearls. I sent her there.
I visit her every month. And last month she told me...
The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden.
She planned it very far in advance. How'd she know that that's when Maya was gonna do that? Well, I guess Pearl's the one that set it up. So I guess Morgan could have told her to set it up.
My mother was always so nice to me. I love her very much.
Oh, no. 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 That's so sad. That's so sad. Yeah, Mom would do anything for the kids, right? Well, yeah, that's not wrong.
She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her.
What a...
I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her too.
Oh my god, that's just so precious, but sad at the same time.
That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
I guess so, yeah.
There was a picture with her letter too.
A picture?
Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture's enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time...
Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff.
There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken as if someone had already opened it once before.
It sure is pretty strange. Just... Okay, thanks, Larry, for the internet. Let's just move along, sir. Move along. Someone had opened it already? Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out.
You're very welcome. My mother's watching over us. I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright.
That innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Huh. Oh.
Ha! Finally figured it out, have you, Trite? You finally realize how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is.
Godot! That was funny.
The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop.
I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort.
But it's all a waste of time.
Why do you say that?
Because Maya Faye isn't coming back.
What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that?
It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Faye. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances.
I realize that, but your logic is still flawed.
And you were the only one who was by their sides.
Literally was not by their sides either of these incidents, but okay.
You were the only one who could have saved them.
Also not true. But I didn't know anything about what was going on.
Ha, what did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow. We'll settle everything in court tomorrow, once and for all.
Okay, buddy. Suspect is right.
Mr. Nick, is what that man just said true?
It'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick.
My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child, my Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now, finally, after all this time, the master seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time.
Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself?
Morning, Pearls.
Mr. Nick, please tell me what's going to happen to Mystic Maya.
I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple.
Oh, I see. Your sister... Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall?
No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the Inner Temple. She's required to be here in court.
Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby?
I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over tonight's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecution is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Let's go back to that excuse me we had from Phoenix earlier, because that gets just as strong of an excuse me from me. That is utterly ridiculous. You would never be able to get away with that here without Phoenix at least like agreeing to it. This isn't like, it doesn't seem like it's a deposition. They're just like cornering her, grilling her. Ugh. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. Yeah, it's gonna be fucking Godot. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot. Franziska's engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern.
The Sacred Cavern? You mean that she's...
Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. Oh, what a fucking pal. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. She is a genius, after all. Prodigy, as she would like to remind us. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. So just stall for 3 hours. I hope, it would be a real shame if you were to stall for 3 hours, Phoenix. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow, and at least stall for 3 hours. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. Strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. Oh. There was a report about a Japanese prosecutor forced a confession out of the defendant so that the defendant can have peace. That happens here, where they confess just so that they get left alone. That happens, and it's really sad. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise don't. Oh, I mean Miss Misty Fey. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. With my suit. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor? What are you... Wait! Yeah, what the fuck? What is he doing back here? This is something that would never happen. They would not substitute, unless the judge became incapacitated. The only time a judge can be substituted is before the case, before the trial starts. Like, you have a very early window to request a substitution. Or like the trial's about to start. Yeah, basically. I didn't even notice I honestly was not paying attention to who I was voicing. I was just like, hey, I'm suddenly in a southern accent. I haven't done this in a while. Oh my God. Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. What would likely happen then is that they would simply postpone the trial, not substitute the judges. The only reason that there's a substitute here is because we know in this universe, the trials have to be finished within 3 days. Like, apparently there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. So that's why this is happening. Wait, they're brothers? Oh, that's interesting and rare. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother, he looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here.
Telekinesis. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. and we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgments.
Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement.
Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There is only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. Coffee. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug.
So then you mean, forget it. What do you mean? How is that an opening statement? There was no substantive argument in there at all, whatever, you know?
During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime, but today she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make.
Confession? The defendant?
Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first?
Random edgy argument apparently means something. It does to him, at least. And the judge just goes, I don't understand that, so it must be a good argument. Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. I think I bitched about that all throughout the first game. What is this? Why doesn't he why don't I have an opening statement? It doesn't work like that. Not to mention their opening statements are generally garbage.
Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
And is also one of the rules of the court for foundation purposes.
My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple.
Witness, is there something you want to confess to?
Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore.
It's alright. What is it?
Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident.
Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Dunham?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it.
What? Judge is like, what the fuck did I get into? Order in the court, order! Witness, are you saying that you were an accomplice to the murder?
Yes, that's correct.
What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat.
Telekinesis. Ha! Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something.
That literally means nothing.
It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite?
That Godot. This is the confession they were conferring about? Pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris' testimony was all a lie. Iris' testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket.
Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions?
Iris is covering up for someone? Ugh. I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket.
I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Karayan tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family.
I'm sorry, but main family?
Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. The daughter of the master of Karayan channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey.
Huh?
Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite.
She's naming Maya? Order in the court. Not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer.
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes, and then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her.
Phoenix is just over there like, well, still won the case at least. She's not guilty of murdering at least.
Objection!
That's ridiculous. Maya would... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor.
I thought I was prepared for the unexpected. I never imagined the case would end up wind up going in this direction. Yeah. What the fuck did my little bro pawn off on me? He's gonna get such a wet willy next time I see him. It's gonna feel like his ears being irrigated. Ugh. Okay.
I went to the inner temple that night and saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense, you can't blame her for it.
This makes absolutely no sense when you consider that Mystic Elise is Maya's mother. What is the motive? Motive. So it was in self-defense.
Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya.
You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal.
Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. That the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Even though this should be direct, since it is your client and your defendant. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple.
Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today.
Entirely untrue.
By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go?
I was in the inner temple's training hall.
A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony.
That's true.
That would be properly described as hearsay.
Ooh. Oh, now we care about hearsay. Now we care about hearsay. The amount of hearsay violations throughout all three games, now we care about hearsay. Okay. Yeah. Sure. What do you have to say, witness?
I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder.
There. We all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden?
Well, Your Honor. Statement.
You're saying that the victim attacked Miss Faye?
Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse.
What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting?
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock.
That's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that?
Statement.
She moved in to deliver a fatal strike?
Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon.
Wait a minute. What was this weapon?
It was some kind of dagger.
A dagger, huh? And Elise Donham tried to stab her with this weapon to kill Miss Faye.
Yes, exactly.
Ha! You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcester sauce. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy?
Aren't you a lawyer boy too? Touche? I don't know where he's going with that. It seems like only something a non-lawyer boy would say to, or just a non-lawyer would say to a lawyer who is also a boy. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Well, maybe you should have let me direct the fucking testimony then. Yes, well, nevertheless, it's not the first time we've made I have to call it our client for lying in a case.
That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that.
Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Ooh. Final judgment will be rendered by me.
Ugh.
Okay, now, let's continue.
Holy shit. I agree that he's a lawyer, man, but holy fuck. Wow. Got me a little hot and bothered. She threw her staff away.
Mystic Elise is trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon.
It's true, it's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff. Sister Iris, let me make sure I got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff.
Yes, that's what I saw.
Is there anything odd about that, Mr. Wright? Yeah, it's not alright. But didn't Gumshoe say he didn't want us to show that evidence? I guess fuck it at this point, right?
Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with the dagger, I'm sure of this.
Everybody's like, Godot's so cool, and he is fucking cool. He has great theme music, his sense of style is amazing. He says some stuff that sounds cool, but he is the worst out of the three main prosecutors that we've gone against. And then?
Mystic Maya, she turned things around, and then she used the weapon she had taken and lunged forward for a strike.
Witness, are you absolutely certain?
Yes, but believe me, she had no choice. If Mystic Maya hadn't done something...
Maya Fey's name would have been written on this autopsy report instead.
Yes, I see. This is bad. I still can't put the pieces together unless I find a contradiction in her testimony. Maya's going to get blamed for this.
I only have this to say. Statement.
So you're saying Maya Fey was the one who stabbed Miss Elise Donham? Sister Iris, is that really what you saw?
Yes.
Now he's being repetitive.
Tisk, 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 Trite. Telekinesis. If your mug is filled with black and bitter suspicions, the only way to get rid of them is to drink them down quick. Like this.
I know that's supposed to be a metaphor, but I don't get it.
There's only one thing you need to get, Trite. It's called evidence. Now hurry up before my next cup gets cold.
What does that mean? Is Godot waiting for me to point out the contradictions? I like to avoid the whole spirit channeling thing if I can. Not only would it be inadmissible as evidence, but I think it might actually hurt our standing with the judge. Bruh! This judge has actually, like, acknowledged its existence in a prior case, in Justice for All. In 2-2. Okay. First I need to pick her testimony apart and expose the unnatural sounding parts. I don't know why Iris would tell a story like this, but there are two things I noticed that just don't add up. Mr. Iris, there's something strange about your version of events.
Huh?
Miss Donham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me.
But all you can do with a staff is hit someone.
Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword.
Ah!
If Elise Donham really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say?
Telekinesis. That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade.
Well...
Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony.
There's something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument.
Mr. Wright.
I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Donham would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. What do I show here? This? Is it this? Or do I show her... Or do I show Donum herself. I think it's this.
Well, Mr. Godot, if you ask me, the only thing that seems strange is the angle of Mr. Trent's index finger. Okay, so it's not the thing, even though it shows that she was the master. Okay, that's fine. I guess we'll just use her. See, I'm pretty sure I would not take this line. I would take the line of the, because if she had that, then that's evidence that she's actually Misty Faye. Because otherwise, you're just saying, oh, she was somebody else here, without actual evidence, other than you're just saying it. You know, oh, she is. Well, how do you know? Because she is. That's circular logic. It's bad. It's bad. Bad argument. So I think it makes more sense to present the Misty's her thing or whatever she had. Is there a case where a lawyer stands up to a judge in this game? I mean, you saw Godot tell him to shut the hell up. Elise Donum would never have attacked Maya Faye.
How can you be so sure?
Because the victim's real name was not Elise Donum. Her real name was Misty Faye. Faye?
Ah, no! Not Misty Faye.
Who is this Misty Faye? Is she related to... Misty Faye is the master of the crime channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Faye. Are you serious? Like, there goes the motive. Right out the door.
Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Donum actually the great Mystic Misty?
There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea.
I can hardly believe it.
The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years, perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Yeah, exactly. Sit down. Shut up. Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling each other to death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe.
Telekinesis. Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible.
This is his argument.
Why can it happen? Well, because anything can happen. Oh, God. Except for one little thing.
Yes? What is this one little impossible thing?
Huh? You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps.
Could you get to your point?
I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of the morning coffee. God damn.
You're going to ruin your health, my friend.
Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty.
Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing?
Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else?
Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Where'd you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Also not a good argument. I didn't see it, so how could it possibly have been there?
Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene?
Huh? The pine tree?
This dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree.
How did Edgeworth not find that then? Unless he was just standing in the middle of it.
When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree.
Although, how? Based on where they would have been to have thrown it in the back of the pine tree? I don't think I'm seeing that right. Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct?
Huh. Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of coffee.
Didn't you just say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? It was seconds ago.
I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice.
In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that the blood test be performed on it immediately.
This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right.
Okay. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. You still don't have motive!
Cute girls never lie. Ever.
He's lying. He is literally lying right now. He saw it happen. In this game, in fact. Her twin! She looked just like her! In any case, witness, if you could please testify again in this court.
About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
That was a very heartbreaking story.
I don't know if there was any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this?
What do you mean?
Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle.
I wonder if that's true. Two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole time, I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me.
So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck? What happened to the victim's staff then?
I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated.
That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger.
Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. Then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up.
Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim?
Yes, but Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger.
I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point is just silly.
Telekinesis. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal.
You fucking don't make any goddamn sense. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified.
Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. Animal analogy.
I think you have that wrong.
Your analogies have grown tiresome.
Oh my god. You were the one who started it. Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw?
Yes, I'm almost certain.
Almost?
The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who.
What did she just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely.
We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night, and that the woman that was killed was Elise Donham. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who?
Ugh. I don't have anything to counter that yet. Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. A few of them faced each other for a moment, then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. Then Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground.
So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh?
Yes.
Where did that dagger go?
I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see.
According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck into the pine tree in the garden. Most likely, it was flung towards the tree after the struggle.
That is the most likely explanation, yes. Being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away?
Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while, and Mystic Maya stood there not moving an inch. It felt for a moment like time had just stopped. But then, suddenly, as if the spell worn off, Mystic Elise fell over.
Seems like a reasonable story at first, but there's only one thing that's completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone, that alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Okay. Stabbed in the back. But where is it? Here or is it the one before? Something about you just isn't right today, Iris.
Huh?
Till now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony that you just gave contains quite a few contradictions.
What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony?
Who's ready for Godot to come out with the...
That's right. Seems like you don't have the updated autopsy report.
Somewhere in the world, Edgeworth goes, according to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct?
Yes, that's right.
But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was blood loss due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
She asked them, not me.
It's simple. Telekinesis.
I mean, not simple, comma, telekinesis. Simple, period.
Telekinesis. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift?
Is that all you have to say? Yeah, that's a really good question.
I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind.
Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter. And now, she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it?
Well, it's just...
If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing.
What do you mean?
There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said?
Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself.
The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly.
This is what Max is talking about. Okay, so then that's just a cop-out for everything. It was dark. Well, then she didn't see clearly. She couldn't even see whether the person was facing front or back. How could she tell who the fuck the person was?
A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light.
Light. Yeah, exactly. Then her testimony's bullshit to begin with.
By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit.
I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly?
Normally, yes, Your Honor, but according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern.
Impossible?
It hadn't been used in a long time and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night.
Then it makes literally everything she says just close to worthless.
There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all.
Most enlightening.
Telekinesis slam! Yes, the illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away.
No. He's actually wrong. He's actually wrong.
If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. If a person had a face, it would have been difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. But she was able to see them all clearly somehow, despite not being able to tell whether they were facing the front or the back, thus not even knowing if a face was facing her or not. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right? Trite.
No! Yeah, you should have said, no, that was such utter bullshit! And then proceed to fucking pound him. He's garbage. Order, order, order!
Here, Your Honor, let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind.
This is some next level bullshit, though. This is some Danganronpa level bullshit. Don't you bring that up. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face?
What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot?
This lantern's, there's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet.
Written in blood?
It says Maya upside down.
What the?
Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her. And with the blood that was draining out of her body.
Not unless the knife had been taken out, as we established yesterday. And it certainly looks that way.
Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about?
What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood.
Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle.
Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? He can't see red! Now that I think about it, he did say something to me yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up.
Even blah, blah, blah. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot?
Okay then, let's move on.
I was literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Miss Donham was killed by Maya Fey. No, it has not. You actual idiots.
Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears.
It's a Phoenix! Just gonna let the judge. Oh my god.
After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the crime tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shitishito to alter the way the wound looked.
Didn't Sister Bikini make it seem like when Elise or Misty got stabbed that she was like, oh, why would she have reacted that way if she's already dead? So you moved the body.
Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Donham was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin.
A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for Twist of Fate, Your Honor.
I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but...
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. So you waited until everything was over before making a move?
No, it's not like that.
She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid.
Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't it your job as the judge to mediate the argument?
It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done. I thought it was my duty to protect the...
Oh, yeah. Done that already. So then, you knew? You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey?
Yes, of course I did.
That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position.
Anyway, she was a very special person indeed.
Why'd you do that?
Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
You moved her body all by yourself?
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow.
The snow, huh? It's pretty amazing you can make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge.
It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age.
It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold.
There's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? Would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
Thought it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body away as far away as possible.
Ha, makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge?
The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge.
This is the part where that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Let me hear more about the snowmobile ride.
Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge.
I'm sorry, witness, but now I've got a problem with your testimony.
Excuse me?
Oh, what are you up to now?
That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple.
Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates.
Let's recall her comments on the subject. The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say?
Order. Mr. Godot, why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony?
Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay?
Well, maybe Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it.
You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right.
Ha, whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just, you'd better be careful in your testimony. That's all I wanted to say. A smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that.
Yes, sir.
What's that all about? How would Godot want to give me a hint? Very well, let's continue with the testimony. So you transported the body by snowmobile all the way back to Hazakura Temple courtyard?
Yes, I thought that way Mystic Maya would never be suspected. That's what I thought anyway, and then I...
Is that what you were doing when Sister Bikini saw you?
Yes, that's right. She probably thought the worst.
Probably? More like definitely. I see. So Sister Bikini mistakenly thought you were the one that murdered Miss Donham.
I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault that this case has gotten so confusing.
I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. I was just trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Didn't say anything about the time, right? Wait. Didn't the autopsy say that she died? 10 to 11, okay. So there's no contradiction. Well, they said it happened around 11, right? Well, that's right. She hadn't gotten back there yet, so the lightning could have struck afterward. This is weird. What would have accounted for the 10-foot drop then? None of her testimony says anything about that. Still can't help but think something's weird about this. But I suppose if she got across there and then the snow stopped and then she brought the body over at 11. They said it takes about, what, 20 minutes? Or 5 minutes. 5 minutes. If you use the snowmobile, it takes about 5 minutes, right? So then that means, unless she was dawdling for some reason, she would have left at 10:55 to get there by 11, so that
sister Bikini would have seen her, which means the lightning would have struck the Dusky Bridge well before that. So yeah, I don't think there's any issue with like there being no snow on there. Shoot, I want to ask her. You really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are.
But I can only see one set of tracks here.
I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see, so snow was still falling, huh?
And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks.
How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? The murder took place, the snow had already stopped? It doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like this statement Iris just made added to the testimony. Good. Does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record.
Ha, this should be fun. Telekinesis. You, let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir.
There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true?
Yes, I am.
The murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear.
That's right, I'm certain of it.
I think I've trapped her this time.
I see how you think. Snow, huh?
What is going on here? The snow really had stopped by the time of the murder. It'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than the movie The Grid Revelations.
Ha. Well then, Mr. Trep, perhaps you'd like to share with your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather, at the end of your index finger.
I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing. Oh. Okay. There we go. Nope. Fuck! What am I missing? There isn't any, mention as to whether it snowed again afterwards? I do not know. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, yeah. If it had stopped snowing, the bridge would have been on fire. I put that together earlier and just completely forgot about that line of thinking. You claim that the snow had already stopped and the murder occurred. I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. I fucking hate when Phoenix does that. I'm sorry. That just isn't possible. Just tell her, dude.
What?
This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time.
Why do you say that?
Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire.
What'd you say? The bridge? It was on fire?
You don't mean to say you didn't know about it. That seems actually impossible. It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down.
What? But it can't be.
Looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney.
No!
Order, order, order. That's also true. It was just Iris flying. By herself, allegedly. I mean, good. I'm glad he's getting confident, but I'm sure the game at some point is going to be like, you need Mia to help you out. Oh, I see what you're saying. The grid is actually the Matrix. Man, the Matrix Revolutions could not catch a break back in the day, could it? Good lord. That's really fucking funny. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. That's enough eyeing from you. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
Telekinesis. The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man.
Me? How dare you? No, it was more like, was it more like a how dare you? No, it's an exclamation first, so how dare you?
Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now.
No, it does. It really does.
Squat?
The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right?
Which means that her lying actually affects our ability to find out the truth. Yes. You know. Yes, of course, but
Whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Donum was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Donum's body.
makes a good point on both accounts. Well, except that his earlier argument was still complete bullshit.
That's right, I'm not lying.
He's also using the evidence of a witness that we've basically discredited as like his argument.
Remember that witness that lied several times about what was going on? That is the testimony we need to be thinking about right this second.
What are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy.
What happens in this game?
I'm sorry, I just plumb forgot about it.
I would like to see Edgeworth v. Godot.
Objection!
Thank you, Phoenix. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? Don't sweat and be like, ugh. Be like, are you fucking kidding me?
Objection!
It is only human to err.
Another bullshit just means fucking nothing in this context.
If you're so perfect, Trep, maybe you can explain this for the court?
What is it?
When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick?
Yeah, the murder didn't happen before the bridge burned down. That's the most logical explanation there. She got across before the lightning struck. She could have got across before the lightning struck, but then still had took enough time to get to the temple to put her there before, like, to hit right when the snow had stopped, so that there was no snow on top of her body. Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. Just attack the fact that she was the one who made the statement. Just say, hey, why are we just assuming then that it took place after it was done snowing? But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation.
Telekinesis. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth.
This makes little sense. All right then, witness Latilia testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will this be her final testimony?
Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body, so I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there's a way to cross a burning bridge?
What? So it was just a misunderstanding, I see.
This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident.
It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder.
Trite, I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways.
The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Ride, please begin your final cross-examination. Well, she had to have taken it across after the snow because the body doesn't have any snow on it. Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place...
I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said. The body did make it across somehow.
You seem to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped.
terribly sorry. I was wrong.
Well, then maybe your entire testimony's wrong then. Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the hook? It shouldn't. Not in any competent court of law. This is no joke. You're giving sworn testimony in a court of law.
Now, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. You remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today?
Huh? Well, naturally it was, what, the night of the murder? The night of the murder? Oh my god, this argument's so bad. The question should have been, Mr. Wright, do you remember what happened, what the weather was like the night of the fucking murder? Because that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about a week ago, on some random ass day with no murders happening.
You see, it's not that easy to remember, is it?
But if it had been some kind of a special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation.
No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Trite.
What?
By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire.
Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way across. Good double negative there.
Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? Their body crossing a burning bridge? Did anyone actually witness such a thing?
Ha! If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness.
Well, funny you say that.
After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something.
Come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this out. But how do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even if I don't know the exact answer yet, it's okay. I'll start by examining all of my evidence and see where this takes me. You gotta be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm good as dead. Alright, so we show Larry's picture. Is that what we've come to? Larry's fucking picture? Are we fucking Larry's picture? Okay. I think we do it here, or is it the statement before? Yep. Oh god, here we go. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What?
Telekinesis. You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air.
I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen.
Preposterous!
Nice. Who is it? Who is this witness? Can't chicken out here. I've got to keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Donham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Larisse Donham. Nice. Nice. He is woke, Your Honor. Brilliant.
Highly gifted.
Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony? The night he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. I wouldn't be able to do this without laughing. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? I should have done it like that. Today is an April's Fool Day. That's something an old fucking man would say. Mr. Rod, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument. Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket.
Ha! Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it does. I'm going to prove it.
Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down.
That's what every lawyer tries to do.
If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch?
Didn't we say that like a while ago? Because of the way the
We saw the lines that were snapped, and the way Larry was looking at it looked like the lines were going upwards, but really they were below.
Upside down? Why did Godot say that? Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. The sketch by Elise Dunham is... Wait, is it a contradiction? Exactly what happened, but upside down. Or is it a complete contradiction? Or they're kind of ambiguous, I guess, would be the word. Godot is silent in chat. This is the second time he's helped us. he's backseating. Yeah, I mean, like, it's got to be exactly what happened, right? But upside down. I'm assuming that's what we're supposed to say, because contradiction kind of doesn't make as much sense, although you can say it's a contradiction in that it is upside down. Of course the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there and... Not even gonna finish that. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No. That's not what I mean, Your Honor. Elise Dunham stated it over and over again that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it.
It contradicts reality.
Ha! This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trite, so what exactly contradicts reality as we know it?
Is it... Wait, what do they want us to show? I mean, it's these. These would be upside down.
Take that!
It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire.
Ha! Is that the thing that contradicts reality?
It is indeed.
Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality.
Alright, we have to show... Is it that picture we just got? Yeah.
Take that!
That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat, the wires are below the guard wires. What? I don't understand this. So this has happened with, I think, Edgeworth before, where they give us a hint and then we explain it and then they're like, didn't they expect that? Or am I crazy? Order. This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong?
Or perhaps he just drew it wrong.
Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong.
With someone like Larisse, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then there begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason?
Are you saying that you know the answer to that?
Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Larisse was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited and he finally laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Larisse must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. Did he ever actually testify that he was lying on his back? Because what if he was lying on his stomach? Not everybody lies on their back, you know. He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates, but it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Ah!
Ugh, no way.
Elise Dunham witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. It would be the logical conclusion as to why he'd make the mistake, but there's nothing established in Foundation to suggest he actually did that. This is conjecture. That's the problem. There's no foundation to establish that he was lying on his back. So then, this sketch should actually... think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Elise Donham's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum.
Ridiculous! Of all the things to say, a pendulum? You really couldn't have came up with any other fucking comparison.
The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side, and a pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff.
Yes, that sounds right.
In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead.
The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them.
What?
Saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had rope on hand to create the pendulum? The fucking photo again? It's right fucking there. Look at it!
Take that!
And the meaning of this is, you want to know where the rope came from? It's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah, well thank you, it is quite glorious, but this is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Donham's body. Nice game. Oh, and it just so happened to fly off of the wire. Okay. Even I think that's a little ridiculous. That's very convenient, because there was simply no other way to move the body. Unless the criminal's holding on to it, then that makes sense. Dude wants to die. That's all I can assume here. Mr. Godot, stop trying to kill yourself. Well, it seems Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high, so I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. How is there any left in that cup?
Possible or impossible, that's not the question we have to ask. There's only one question: did that really happen?
Now, he is correct here.
Trite, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body swung over like a pendulum?
Is this where we use the, body fell 10 feet after death?
Take that!
Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snaps. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then, that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let us consider that the body's movement... We consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. The body was pushed from this point here. It would drop on the opposite bank at the approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank.
What makes you think something like that happened?
Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped from some distance.
What kind of evidence?
Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to the forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. So either of them were probably correct, right? That you could use? 'Cause that was the other one I was thinking about.
That's...
Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. The one that came off of Miss Elise Donham's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found, precisely, Your Honor. The very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with the way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright.
Most impressive.
Mr. Wright!
I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot?
Telekinesis. That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing.
How is it possible that any of his coffee goes cold, given how fast he drinks them? I was half expecting him to go,
That autopsy report was outdated.
oh, and what would that be?
The aroma.
Huh?
The coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma.
I will say that. It's the only thing that makes me still enjoy the presence and existence of coffee. It smells good. It smells really fucking good. And then I drink it and I'm like, this is not how it smells. If only you could just inhale the caffeine through smelling it, not even snorting it, just... Best part of waking up is smelling Folgers in your cup. Like that. I mean, the whole commercial is just... the rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Nice. Can you elaborate a bit more?
If the criminal had sent the body to the other side like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it.
An accomplice?
The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge, so who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite?
Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, do you know what you must do? Yes, Your Honor. Body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side? So, it could be Iris, or it could be her. It had to be Iris, right? There's nobody else that it fits. And it also means Iris never witnessed the murder. It can only be you, Sister Iris.
Huh? But
I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Trite, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on the night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony?
mention what?
The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known.
No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. What's a pendulum? I don't. Can you refresh my memory, Mr. Wright?
But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help, so you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing, unless you're not really Iris to begin with.
What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying that this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is?
There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday, and why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand, her real name is Dahlia Dahlia Hawthorne. Never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. Your face disgusts me. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells, distant bells, but bells nonetheless.
Ha! It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh yes, I remember now, that case 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
The others all my through all this shit. Nice. That was a cool transition. I like that. That was really neat. Subtle, but really cool. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month.
So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom.
I'm not. My eyeballs might get stuck in their spot if I keep rolling them so much every time he talks. What? Order, order, order.
Wait a moment. How can you? My sister, she's already dead. What kind of...
You of all people should already understand, after all, the blood of the master of the Trine channeling technique flows within that body. Yeah, she says that she has no channeling power, but really she does, because she's a fae. So she could channel her sister. And that's why Pearl couldn't channel her sister. The Trine channeling technique, well, where have I heard of that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit being.
What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister, Iris, was?
Well, if you're gonna put things that way, then yes.
We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens?
Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions.
What's that?
These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at the Hazakura Temple.
2 of them?
Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris, meaning that the Iris sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely, one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris.
What?
Telekinesis. Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum.
That's right.
Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far?
Yes.
After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center.
Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that.
Phew, thank goodness. Looks like he's finally convinced.
Something still seems off, way off. Still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night.
Ha! I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous?
I have an idea. I think we all have the same idea, right?
Like, the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places?
Switch places. To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do now. But I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, there have been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few moments, Iris's whereabouts were unknown.
Unknown? What do you mean?
What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murdered suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to move freely about was... This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? I'm sure Godot has reasons for what happens, for what he does. Earthquake! Oh my goodness! Blah, 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 I know! We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here, no judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and... Be quiet. Oh, be quiet.
It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
That voice.
Guess I'll have to ask again. Telekinesis. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession.
Man, he didn't blink an eye, or visor.
That's one of my rules.
The judge was about to make an ass of himself, considering he had already acknowledged spirit channeling.
Dahlia Hawthorne, in my current profession, permanently retired.
Huh. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me.
What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. Never thought we'd meet again. I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time I'll end it for her and for myself. He gets to finally dunk on Dahlia himself. Hell yeah! She has no her butterflies died with her. They were also lethally injected, or however they kill people. I mean, he could be a psychic, but also fucking terrible at logic, I suppose. Yeah, at that moment, the judge knew he would kill his brother for dumping the case on him. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness?
Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
Look at that fucking devious smile. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
God damn! Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay?
Yes, you have a problem with that?
Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way.
Watch yourself, Trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules.
Mr. Godot is correct. Actually, it's one of the court's rules, not his rules. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well. And actually, the law's rules, not just my rule. To kill Maya, could it be true? You were executed last month, correct? Oh, she was hanged. She was hanged. That means the butterflies were hanged as well as accomplices. Like, little bitty. They probably clipped off the wings and all. Now I'm suddenly super depressed.
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
How'd you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay?
Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see, so that's when you discussed the plan?
Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. Smile.
All to make Pearl Fay the master of crime?
She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh? You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct?
Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister Iris?
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Smile.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in my life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
She said she was really young. Did she convince her at age like 5 or something?
Daddy! She's a nuisance, leave her!
Well, yes, you're absolutely right, Dahlia. We should leave Iris here, because why not? You mean Iris?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible.
The real horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family.
Maya would have to die, but why?
For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
Now, this is a situation where you could see that as Phoenix forgetting the knowledge he has already been told, but in this case, it actually makes a lot of sense for him to bring this up again, because this needs to be foundation in court. This needs to be on the record. So, even though it seems like he might have just forgot, I would take this as he's making sure the court knows the reason. Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya.
How sad, you still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master, that's all.
That's ridiculous.
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fay as well.
Could anyone do that? She already tried to do it before! Okay, yeah. Okay, so one was explained, but that comment, asinine. We know that she could do that because she tried to do it before. I guess the difference is that before she just tried to kill Maya. He didn't have the additional contention of, oh, she doesn't actually care about Pearl at all. All she cares about is Master. Whereas it could have been construed before that she did it. The reason she did it was for Maya. Yeah, Dahlia is definitely a sociopath. Morgan's the one that I kind of struggle on figuring out which one. I mean, sociopaths can also pull off that charming public face, though. I mean, she said, the only person I ever cared about was myself. She loves her some her. Morgan might be one of the worst video game mothers of all time. I agree. You were gonna kill Maya?
Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used the body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
But why'd she go along with it if she hated her mother? Just because?
Just to fuck with people? Is she also the ultimate troll?
So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. Well, except I have blazingly red hair and she has this kind of mousy brown hair. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
Never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night, but she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Did I stutter earlier? She's a fucking nuisance. Twin sister, don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber? Yes, we know why. Put it on the record.
You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway.
I think the plan was a success.
You heard me, just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
That's absurd. Maya's she's just trapped inside the sacred cavern.
Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Oh,
There aren't many situations that would cause me to stand up in court and like Phoenix does. This would be one of those. I'm not sure I would be able to hold back some sort of involuntary response.
Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people.
I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan?
Fuck her plan. But then I also said, fuck you and everyone else. So, I already told you, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of.
That's how you feel. Why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
Because fuck it, that's why. You may not understand it being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
So then tell me why.
Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction.
What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Because she's Mia's sister. That's the only thing I can think of. And associated with Phoenix, who she also hated. Obviously, is because you were helping Morgan Fay.
Helping? Don't make me laugh. For the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. Thought that was obvious.
So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan in her plan so she could accomplish her own goal.
All I wanted to do was kill my Faye. That was the only thing I could think of to get revenge.
Revenge? Looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I got to keep a cool head, and I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan, what she was after as well. Could it be... Why would he object here? He's just finishing what she was saying. That your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself?
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone?
I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey.
I somehow knew this was it.
I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever.
God, I wish that's true. I really hope that's true. I've been dealing with some the fuck it's called. It's a phobia, fear of nothingness. So that would be fantastic.
I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with the woman's plans.
Say something legal but super sexy.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Wish I'd actually talk like that in court. People would be like, the fuck? Just for that you would kill Maya? Your goal is no different than that of Morgan Fay. Yeah, that's true. He's right, you know. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. No, indeed. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me.
Grrr, grrr. Dahlia is way better than Celeste. Dahlia is what I was hoping Celeste would be.
That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple.
So it was Elise Donum who channeled her after all.
That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing.
Oh my god. Why would she... Okay, I am slightly confused now.
She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I'd hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom man.
So then you're saying you stabbed Maya?
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory?
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
You were stabbed?
At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it.
Could it have been Misty, like, re-assuming control and stabbing her so that she wouldn't stab her daughter? That's my guess. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Nice. That's nice.
Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness.
Who comes up with something like that?
But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast a certain suspicion on her.
I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end.
That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops.
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern?
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I'd been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I'd killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern?
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who? Could it have been Maya?
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge, so I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern.
That morning, only two people could have gone to the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy.
Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
Flies had already started to gather.
The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out, so instead I returned to the cavern to put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I'd hoped, but just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck?
After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself.
The real Iris?
She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. Came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan had succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fay.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fay, the picture book author.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. My Fay, I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all, but even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide, the sin of killing her own mother.
No way! Order in the court. What's the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Miss Maya Fay, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Mr. Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Ridiculous. That's nonsense.
Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fay has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
No. Huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out from the bottom of the Eagle River? Where else?
Eagle River?
Maya Fay killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. Look how badass I am. So what do you have to say now, Feeny?
Oh, you rapscallion? That's dude's ringtone? Excellent. Can you just listen to this ringtone real quick? I might make this a ringtone of mine. That would have been actually a really nice touch if his ringtone had something to do with Mia.
Oops. Sorry. That's my phone.
What kind of ringtone is that?
Godot here. Okay, thanks.
What is it? Was it something important?
They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern.
That's great. What about Maya?
There was a woman in the cave.
Was it Maya Fay?
It was the accused, Sister Iris.
I knew it! Huh?
Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
So, what about Maya? Where is she?
There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern.
No, it can't be.
I told you, didn't I? She's dead.
No! No! It seems that this case has come to an end, a tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Donham, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. It can't be. Huh.
Trite, have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem.
Occam's razor? Is that how it's pronounced? What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Cadeau?
According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge.
That's right, that's where she jumped from.
But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there.
Because there's just we know this, there's nothing but ground underneath there.
Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again.
So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River. Well, Mr. Wright, Mrs. Hawthorne claims Miss Wright threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? Map. Is it in the map? Yeah.
Take that!
It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness.
What did you say?
11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at the overhead map. The overhead of this map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo.
Ah! Ha! So you finally figured it out.
You. No!
Order.
You're just playing with me. My face body's at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding.
Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
Thank you. Somebody finally pointed that out. That happens a lot in these games.
Yes, it happened literally just seconds ago. But yes, okay.
Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River.
Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities.
Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you are talking about?
It's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then?
Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fey is... There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom.
What? Maya Fey is here?
You say she's here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing you see.
So what?
I think there's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean?
Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne?
Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt.
Nah, bruh, you're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it.
Someone called me before Pearl did, but who?
Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now. Am I correct? Ah! It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone else who called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it and Misty Faye's gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. It's giving me a tension headache. Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye.
What?
What? But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal?
She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye.
Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her...
Ha! Well, Gramps, what would happen?
Could it be? Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
Well, I don't. What are you going on about?
What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. There's only one reason. To protect herself from you.
To protect herself from me?
Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Faye. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide?
Ah! You mean that's where she channeled me?
When she channeled me. All this time you thought you'd been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you.
No, don't say that.
Ooh, new sprite.
You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Faye killed herself, isn't it obvious?
You don't have to check to that, okay. Sorry, but no, it would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue to escape open for Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. Maya big-brained her!
I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world, she could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have given her such a brilliant idea?
Her mother, probably. Well,
me, of course.
Orbia comes to the rescue again. God. Why can't you just let Maya have it? Just let her have it herself. Mia
Faye. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
But I will admit, having her here makes sense, given the history. As irritated as I am that she's always fucking around, this time it really, really makes sense because having her face Dahlia as two channeled spirits is actually pretty badass. Wait, when did Pearls get next to me? When did that happen? The gallery's just above my head, so what, she hop over? She like appeared and Phoenix didn't even notice. That seems unlikely. Because the gallery's like raised. She jumped down. I mean, that'd be badass. That has to be the way it happened, right?
So it's true, it was you.
Yes.
Ha, you're something else.
But what are you doing here?
That hair, it's Pearls, right?
Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Faye. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did?
Not terribly surprising, since she was about to be killed. The judge is sitting here like, I'm trying to make heads or tails of this, but you'll have to forgive me. And in this case, I will forgive his stupidity, because I would be just as dumbfounded about what's going on here. He has a grace period of a while during basically this entire situation to say whatever stupid thing that he wants, and I will not criticize him.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear. And that was, I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free.
Free? What do you mean?
It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived.
So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fay. Pearl's? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fay's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly.
So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fay to kill Maya at all costs.
Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you? I won't forget this.
Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure.
Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another?
Hope she doesn't have any poison on her. That would be very unfortunate. Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure.
What? How dare you?
11 years ago. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed.
Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman.
And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. I would call that a failure. You have to admit he gives out a fair judgment. Only in the cases that we see. And it's only because Phoenix ultimately utterly destroys the other side. And because we happen to represent clients that are all innocent, except for the exception of one. We don't know what he does anywhere else. There are a lot more cases that are coin flips, closer to, well, it's basically up to the judge's decision making, than obviously who wins. And in those cases, I would not trust that judge a lick. He would be pretty terrible. It was one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. Apparently, we're all just having a good laugh at her stupidity.
You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face.
And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape. Even though she was right there in front of you.
Mia Fey. Mia Fey, Mia Fey, Mia Fey! You spinster!
Oh, ow. Ow. Spinster! Oh my god, she went there. How dare she go there? God, the nerve of her! Who says that?
I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. If only you hadn't gotten this spiky-headed jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death.
True.
But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me.
Goddamn. Dunk nuts all in face. Oh. Oh.
What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity.
Ugh. Remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you because you were already dead.
What about it?
Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever.
That's very true, Dahlia, and that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom.
Can ghosts mature? Can spirits mature? I don't know. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
I'm not ready to go. Fuck!
Nick, sis.
Go get her! Phoenix just sitting there like, well, that was something. Now then. Hey, it's Maya with her hair down. They don't teach this shit in law school here, right? Mia was a savage there. Woo! Just destroyed her.
Now then, I assume you are the real Iris?
Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne?
If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from.
It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye as well as the young Pearl Faye were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again.
No shit!
Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. Almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the crime channeling technique. Isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and in all that time I've finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Telekinesis. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial, it isn't over yet, that's what he means. What? Yeah, we still don't know what the fuck.
That's right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony?
Huh? Dahlia's testimony? Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right.
The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Stoneham, no, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it.
This isn't over?
Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial.
I know this is apparently something that happens in Japan, maybe, but this is utter bullshit. I don't have to prove that anyone else did it. I just have to prove that my client didn't do it. That's how it works.
We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence.
You can have evidence that proves her innocence without implicating anybody else. That's something that works out in evidence quite often. No way, but this court isn't prepared for any further testimony.
The prosecution is ready to call our final witness.
Final witness?
This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Indeed. Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's all right, Madam Attorney.
Very well then. Who is this final witness?
Ha!
Isn't it obvious? Is it him? Is it gonna be him? Is it gonna be fucking him because we didn't know where he was before?
There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case.
Someone who saw the murder take place?
The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes.
Oh, okay, it's Maya. You mean Maya? She can't testify after what she's been through.
We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand.
If I was the judge, I'd say, fuck off, we're pushing this to another day. At worst. She also has the right to remain silent, yes. Very well, but first we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial.
Hey, Trite, I've got something to say to you, so listen up.
What is it?
I don't think of much of you as a lawyer.
Well, that's funny because I don't think of much of you as a prosecutor. And only somebody who's an idiot wouldn't have respect for a person who wins and wins and wins and wins as a defense attorney in the Japanese court system. Just nothing about Godot is logic. It's just everything he says is bullshit.
It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a feint of understanding of the case.
Incorrect? Well, correct, but then incorrect. You've both made a truth and a huge lie in the same sentence. Also, it really doesn't matter because, again, of how difficult it is in the Japanese court system to win as a defense attorney.
Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you.
That is true, and it's been pissing me the fuck off. You've got some nerve.
That's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself.
That's enough. This court is now in recess.
I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places and Iris was inside the sacred cavern.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. Something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
You had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday. You wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there.
My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from my father either.
Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. Only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple.
Ironically, because she's the one who apparently had some influence in casting Iris out to Hazakura Temple.
I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her.
Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. The last minute I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up.
That was the case that wounded Mia so badly.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people? You must mean.
Yes, 2 defense attorneys, Mia Faye and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, he was getting too close to learning the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You.
That's right. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you.
Yes, what is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Donham, was it really you?
Yes,
It was me. That night after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. Around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile headed for the inner temple, but the path to the inner temple was cut off.
The path to the inner temple is cut off, right?
Exactly. We can't just leave the body here, so you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it? It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mr. Elise always held.
I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
Why? Why'd you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with Shito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground.
Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone, the real killer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
I see.
Defendant,
Yes?
the judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
All right. Well then, I'll see you later. Something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Something tells me something she wants to tell me. Blush. Iris cooperated with the real killer, maybe even from the very beginning.
Phoenix.
How is Maya doing?
Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case.
I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Donham really was?
Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her.
Shouldn't Mia be like a little sad about that? She hasn't seen her mother in 17 years too.
I told her everything I knew.
But why?
Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it.
What do you mean by that?
I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer, do you know who it is yet?
Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still, I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. The criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly, so the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura temple the following day.
That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose.
Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. I'm sorry. Confused. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier. Test? The blood test? Yes, test, on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that! That's right. I totally forgot about that.
That's the weapon that Maya Faye used when she fought with the victim.
So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or due to the time constraints, a full test wasn't possible? However, well, maybe we should stop and talk about how stupid a 3-day trial system starting a day after a murder is just preposterous. But anyway, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? Yeah, she knows exactly what transpired. It's her mother's death we're talking about. Her sister was just, not possessed, but channeled through somebody that wanted to kill her for a long time. You'd think Mia would actually want to be a part of this, but now was the time where it's like, all right, now it's time for you to do everything on your own and graduate from me helping you. It's like, okay, all right, fine, whatever. I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor.
From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly. You know what that means, Trite? You only get one cross-examination question, or you lose everything.
Agreed. Very well, please bring in the last witness.
Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices.
Maya, who's the manager then? I guess Phoenix is the managing partner, so I suppose. It's called like administrative assistant or something. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Quran channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan, I don't want any more to do with it.
Oh, that's really sad. Oh, Maya, the pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey, when the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Donham's murder. Is this correct?
I didn't see...
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But
God damn it, your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact.
Talk about ripping the fucking band-aid off. Jesus Christ, Godot.
But there's something you can do. You can finish this.
Oddly enough, Godot would probably be a pretty good dad, albeit a shitty prosecutor.
You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them.
Because it's like he has the firm hand, but you can tell that he really cares.
Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen?
Of course, problem is half the time he'd say something, his kids would be like, "What the fuck is Dad talking?" I don't know. Okay. Although him and Mia would have been a fantastic couple in that regard because the way they complement each other. Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just telling dad jokes. It seems like, from what we know, he was actually a really good defense attorney. Or whatever he would have done at that firm.
I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against a stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
So you were struck on the head. I would suppose it must have been this staff. Maya, the person who hit you, it was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Ha! Can't say it wasn't a especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone.
Now he's Captain Obvious. It seems that it would be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Maya, hang in there.
It doesn't look well at all. Because her being her normal self,
All right, Nick, let's go eat some burgers.
you know, that doesn't really fit here. To be fair, though, she's probably not actually lying. The other woman was outright lying. Who else was on the inner temple side that night?
Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well.
On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said?
Well, let me think.
She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired.
No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training.
Who did it? Who hit you?
Ah, well,
Now Phoenix sounds like a boyfriend who's ready to kick some ass. Who fucking did it? I was in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Dana Wayne will know what fucking hit him. Sorry, just got a little amp there.
I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind.
You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? God damn, Phoenix, relax.
Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember.
Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? Leave her alone. I really want to leave her alone, but I'm pretty sure we should. Come on, Maya. This isn't making any sense. Why didn't you see the person?
Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was Doc, that's it.
Okay, here we go. It was Doc. I mean, is true. It was dark.
It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training.
Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. Even though that testimony was from a gigantic liar. And none of the witnesses have been credible, really, at this point. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime, which is why she didn't see her attacker. Thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely a spirit that was channeled by Elise Donham, Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think.
You think?
After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at that time.
Well now, this is beginning to get interesting. Was it not already interesting, Judge? So what were the two things rolling around in your mind?
My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then? Did you really scream, help me? Like, Jesus Christ, dude. You think you screamed, but you're not sure?
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
Yes, you probably would have. I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought it was my last hope.
Oh, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. I wonder what you meant by last hope. What do? Do I press her for more details? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff?
What? What do you mean by your last hope? Smile.
No, that's what you said. You said my last hope.
Huh? What? I said what?
Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me.
Yeah.
But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, you know, that's like... What do you call it when that happens?
Maya's not doing so well up there. Probably because she shouldn't be on the fucking stand right now.
Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
What did you just say?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah!
What is it now?
I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? I don't think any of us can be sure of what she's saying. Behind the attacker, there was another person?
I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
Ha! It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
A ton of pressure?
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber.
Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony. A man? A man? Who is this man? It's probably Godot. I think Godot is involved in some way.
Well, you see, I couldn't see.
You couldn't see. You used this excuse twice now.
Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright.
Lantern light, did you say?
There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training.
Didn't they say they didn't light it?
Hey, you know what they say. Under the lantern, darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker, who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time.
You don't mean, was it?
I didn't know at the time. I think it was probably blood.
Saying that's when Miss Donham, who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer?
At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me.
So what happened next?
I don't remember.
How were you saved? You don't even remember that?
No, I haven't gotten any idea. I really don't know what happened at all.
That's too bad.
We're side by side with Maya for 2 years now. I can tell when she's trying to hide something by how she acts. And right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something. Alright, so there was a man standing behind your attacker.
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Donham, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
The killer.
Maya, do you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, the stone lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No!
Order in the court. Mr. Godot explained this.
Telekinesis. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait.
Did I pronounce that right? Relatively? Kind of? Cafe au lait? Is that even legal?
Mr. Trite's words are the milk and you are the spoon. Your Honor.
I'm a spoon. I'm no spoony bod, I'll have you know. Shoutouts to what? Final Fantasy. Fuck, which one was that? Even Final Fantasy?
Jesus
It's some old
fucking,
RPG.
are you kidding me?
You spoony bod. Good reference. That was a good reference. 5? You spoony bod. Sick reference, bro.
You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that.
Well, maybe, Godot, you shouldn't have insisted on her taking the stand right now, you piece of shit. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it.
What did you say?
There truly was no light in the garden. Then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony.
Nick.
May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, or an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker.
No!
4. Gotcha. Order. What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene.
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, did you see who the killer was in the dark? You did see who the killer was in the dark, and now you're trying to cover for him. Cover for the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is.
Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
Ha! You talk a good game, Trite, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't. Please, stop.
Maya's dead set on protecting this guy, the man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I am here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who was the person that Miss Faye saw in the darkness? Really? Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. I was right. He was involved. Conditions. Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. Bzzz. What? This is, but it can't be. Huh.
That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
Phoenix would be a good prosecutor. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order, order, order! Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this?
Telekinesis.
Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it?
Ha! Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person.
Well, what do you mean by that?
If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night, was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question.
Yeah, you're wrong. I never saw that.
Maya!
Thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason.
What? Witness, Mr. Ride, what the?
Stop your chattering, Your Honor.
Chattering?
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
Well, then let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. Didn't realize it until after I woke up, but when I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit and the body was gone, and all the snow around the stone lantern had carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor,
No need to apologize, and as Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right?
Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed.
So then the person that carried you into the inner temple, it could only have been the killer.
That's what I think too.
So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
Why did the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
I don't know.
Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. Torches were lit?
Yes, that's how I noticed the whole scene had changed.
going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them, since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. You're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. Snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern.
There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple. They're all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? There's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow?
Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. However, there's something that still bothers me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there's no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them.
So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right?
Yes.
But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind the attacker.
Nick, I'm sorry.
The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. What purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Something that's been nagging at me for the past, like, half hour.
The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
You did?
Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence from me for my sake.
What? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden.
She may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
They did it for your sake?
Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right?
Yes, I suppose that's true. Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master of Crime killed my own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you? But this evidence wasn't cleaned up. It still says Maya on it. Or this. The body of Elise Dunham was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd.
Oh, and what would that be?
You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya.
Ah!
The killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Ah, you're right. Order, order, order. But Mr. Wright, isn't that a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Right, but Godot can't see, so he never knew that there was something on the lantern. He freaked out earlier when he learned that there was something on the lantern because he couldn't see it.
Isn't it the fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Because I thought Godot for a second was going to be a red herring, and then, yeah, okay. Indeed, but it doesn't make sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern?
I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. Must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? Killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought.
The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it.
But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that.
You're right. There is no way any normal person would. What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I'd like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. Yeah, the snow's a good point, because, like, why would he be able to see the snow, the blood on the snow then? Well, he just assumed that there was blood in the snow, so he then removed more of it than he needed to. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right, we went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Tribulations.
This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on.
There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the blood stain to the court?
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that smeared all over the apron.
That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain.
I thought the game was going to pull some ridiculous, illogical, like, infuriating circumstance out of their ass that somehow Phoenix was the one to do it. It wouldn't have made any sense, at least as far as I can remember of what happened. But I was just like, oh, don't do that. Don't pull that out of your ass. That would be infuriating. Oh, that's a good point too. That explains why Godot wears a green suit instead of red now. That's interesting. I didn't think about that. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red.
Telekinesis. Ha! It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them?
So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern?
Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea.
You could just dislike it. For coffee. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. What? There's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Donham, also known as Miss Misty Fay. It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Ha! Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on, how does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red.
This is rich. Do go on, Trite.
The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow, how so? Well, for example, why did the killer remove all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If you wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not just take why not take out just that area? Yes, why didn't he just take that area? Ah, could it be? Yes, the real killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Sorry, I was gonna say entire. That would have been just silly.
Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark?
Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot?
Wait just a minute.
Maya, what is it, witness?
Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after the old bridge got fixed up.
Maya, you can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean?
I mean, I hold it.
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist.
She didn't. I'm afraid I don't follow.
Are you senile? Old man, we established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya, you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her.
Ha! Nicely done, Trite.
This is competent, Phoenix. I like it. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the inner temple, too. Pearlie was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. Next morning, she looked around but couldn't find any. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up.
Who is this Pearlie?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Fay.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as evidence. It's called hearsay, and now all of a sudden, after 3 games, we finally started talking about hearsay in this one case. Better late than never, I suppose.
What? Come on, Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath.
Ha! The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness.
Mr. Godot.
Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections.
This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright, let's get this cross-examination started. So where did you think Pearl slept that night?
In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during the acolyte's training.
But even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place? It seemed that Pearls became very worried about Maya.
She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense.
Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Stoneham. You just call her fucking Misty Faye by now? Jesus Christ. She searched the entire temple side, end to end?
Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone. There weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times.
The inner temple side has 2 structures, a training hall and a spare prep room.
There's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it.
A storage shack, too? Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would you have really examined a storage shack all that carefully?
Well, if it was me, that would have been the first place I would investigate.
So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. Girls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? Just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge.
Oh, well, Pearly said she was sleeping at the time. Said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl. All alone like that?
Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern. Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock.
She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls.
What happened after the bridge was finally fixed?
So was your first time in the Inner Temple side, Mr. Godot?
That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the fence ask me a question?
Mr. Wright, please save your question for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Well done. Oh well, what do you have to say, Mr. Godot?
Telekinesis. Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass.
So he had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh?
Ha! You want to say something, Trite?
In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is. Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right?
Yes, then Mr. Godot. Statement.
He cheered her up.
That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Ha! Cut it out. You're making me blush.
This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves in more ways than one.
The truth is, there aren't many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs, so I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style.
I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some more questions, Phoenix style. You said that you were conducting an investigation of your own. Did you find anything?
Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Tripe. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern.
Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles.
The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall.
Beauty?
Misty Faye, naturally, clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Western tastes? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there, you headed to the prep room? Wait a second, what did Godot just say now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise, don't he? Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place.
Why do you say that?
Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll.
But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother.
Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? Why would it still smell good? The gravy has strong preservatives. Yeah, I guess so. But we're talking about an old-ass wall scroll, too. The commingling, I would figure. The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy.
Gravy? But why gravy, Nick?
Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging wall scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that was Misty Faye.
Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes?
Take another look at the hanging wall scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there.
Ah, that's the mark of the master, correct?
Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark,
then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was unearthed underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western taste.
Oh.
Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place.
Telekinesis. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite?
What is it?
This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan.
Huh?
What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? Wait, her.
Take that!
Nope. Was not her. Ah! Oh, fuck. I didn't save. This is it. Wait, are we just saying that it's Godot knows the plan? It's just I have to pick him again? The only other person I think that know would be Mia, given their relationship. Iris knew about the plan. Dahlia knew about the plan. Morgan Fay knew about the plan. Pearl knew about the plan. My choices would be either one of these. I guess the other third choice would be that it was Iris. Oh, okay, so I misread it. I see. The possibility that there was a plan. Oh, it's the letter then, right? This is opened once before. Yeah. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found the instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple.
And you still insist this crafty killer is me?
You bet I do.
But you just said that the instructions were hidden.
That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and what was that? During a visit.
A visit?
Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center. Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, prosecutors such as Mr. Godot. Wait. They said this happened over... No. The letter had been written over a year ago and placed in there. How long did they say the visit occurred? Was that recently? Because he had only been a prosecutor recently. If that's the case, and the visit happened recently, then there's no issue. Yeah, he's not just like, oh man, bruh. He's just like, nope, you're full of shit. Oh yeah, this is not great evidence. In fact, I was thinking about this when I was first looking at the question of what or who or whatever. I was thinking, well, it could have been that like he intercepted the letter as a prosecutor with the letter going out, and that's. But then I remembered that it wasn't. The letter wasn't written in jail. It was sent, or it was already hidden, and it was just a matter of going to get it. So I thought of something about Godot like getting in there, but I was like, there's no way the game's gonna do that. That'd be really, that'd be something. Order. Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge, and you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder.
Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee.
Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean?
It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the Inner Temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then, he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness?
That's right.
If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress.
The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect his witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs.
I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover up for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Here it comes.
Okay, Trite, I'm all ears. Let's hear it.
It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister.
Mia Fey.
You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? With your Honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot, his real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right?
The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando, that name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise, but in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. Disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself.
Mia, you can't cry yet.
I remember that scene. That was pretty sick.
I was moved by her, the way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
Ah, just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned.
Telekinesis, don't worry about it. It gave me this ability to control cups with my thoughts. Even I didn't see it coming. That's a little side joke. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee.
Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released in the press. But you weren't dead at all.
No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma.
I see.
My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
Oh my god. An anime-esque thing actually explained why a young person has white fucking hair. Holy shit.
That's terrible.
Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee.
5 years? You were asleep for 5 years?
And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
The woman you loathed?
The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Ha, good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live, and it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor.
I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live?
The first was you, trite.
Huh? Me?
If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey would never have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her.
Again, he wasn't there at all, because he had no reason to believe he needed to be there to protect her from getting murdered.
But you let her die.
Again, untrue.
It was all your fault.
Very, very untrue. It was literally Red White's fault, and no one else's. It wasn't like that.
I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor.
My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Maya Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Crime Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her.
That's how you overheard Pearl's visits with Morgan at the detention center.
I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it.
That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. I'm not saying that it's bad writing. I'm just saying that Godot is just kind of shitty. I like Godot as a character, but he is shitty. That's a shitty reason to be all, because we've seen that before, right? That happens in stories. Somebody blames someone else who was actually blameless because they didn't do something to prevent some tragedy. This is not the first story to ever use that, right? It's not bad narratively. It's just Godot's kind of shit. Like when somebody does that, I think it's a shitty personality trait. But that doesn't mean it's bad writing. It's just attributed to that person individually, not the narrative of that person.
Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall on my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey.
But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean officially?
Telekinesis. I have telekinesis, so obviously. You've heard of it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government?
Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Crime had great authority.
Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police had been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff.
The staff? The one with the sword in it?
The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother!
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan.
You mean Pearls, don't you?
We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight?
Well,
Oh, wait. Yeah, we've seen that already.
We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
See, by Godot's logic, this is, well, it would still be all Phoenix's fault somehow, I guess. But you could say, oh, it was all Pearl's fault. Because she was worried about Maya, so she went in there.
That was the first thing that was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body.
What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself.
As master of crime, Misty Faye's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faith wouldn't be able to.
Ah! What, is this true?
My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the Inner Temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. No. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, trite.
Huh?
There's no doubt about it, you're a great defense attorney, but you're going to have to do the rest yourself.
The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say you, Mr. Godot, but not sad to say Maya Faye.
Telekinesis. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick, please don't.
Maya,
I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Martinia. And me, too.
Maya, I know that.
Nick.
But even so, doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. I'm ready to lie to you.
All right, young lady, tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. Thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead, though, and she struck back at the enemy from behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out, and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed, and I lost consciousness.
These red lights, I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. Thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Ha! Things break, Trite, even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it.
Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. Now it seems like it's less cross-examination and more just figuring out what the truth is. Filling in her blanks. Lights shining in the dark? I don't think you could make a mistake about that.
Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. I can't tell you for sure that they were from Mr. Godot's mask either.
I don't get the feeling she's covering from anymore. But just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask?
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time, but I can't remember. After all, there was a person I couldn't identify in front of me. Maya's life is in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly. Alright, then let's go on with the testimony. What did you see when you saw the red lights? That blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice.
So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation.
Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that?
Struck back? How do you know that?
Well, you see,
well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movements, and also the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one lifetime. So then, what did you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do.
You can still see the red lights you mentioned earlier?
Yes, I think so, but...
They went out?
Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean? The red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and then they went out right in the middle of the fight.
Maybe the mask was damaged.
Or maybe it was knocked off.
Or maybe the batteries ran out, right, Trite?
Or maybe those little red pinhead looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened to them? What do you mean by just at that moment? You mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? So then that scream came from the killer? That's gotta be it.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation will create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. He just doesn't miss a beat. It's like, that makes sense. After all, I'm almost certainly wrong all the time.
Oh, God, that's funny.
Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out a scream? Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Ah, is that right?
She couldn't have struck back with the sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. Yeah, very self-aware. Still don't think that's good evidence of him being why he's a judge.
If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite.
There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here.
Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have used to strike back at the killer?
Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right, I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck in a pine tree.
Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me.
Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim.
We know it's not the victim. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have had a wound somewhere on his body. Strip him, boys! So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. The DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood.
Telekinesis. Nice theory, Trite.
Order in the court.
Is this the end? Have I done it? You won't even be able to change the results of a scientific test.
Huh. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that?
What?
Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There's already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom.
Yes, what does that prove? Could just prove that you're an idiot.
Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it.
You just fabricate someone else's blood? Like, unrelated to the case? It can't be.
In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance.
What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue your testimony.
Wait a minute.
What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation.
Maya!
This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer.
That's right.
But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right?
Maya? Maybe just change his clothes? That'd solve the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all.
Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the inner temple site got trapped there.
Ah, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple,
Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them.
Counterpoint. If he knew he was going to have to possibly get into a struggle and also have to cover it up, he could have brought a briefcase and brought a change of clothes. Very easily.
Never had a chance to change his clothes.
Ugh. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? That's a fair counterpoint. Doesn't mean that he couldn't have, given that he might have had to have changed right there instead of going back over the bridge over to Hazakura Temple, knowing that Phoenix and everybody else is going to be over there. A fair counterpoint, but I don't think it completely defeats the argument. Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Well, then maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them.
That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid.
Huh.
So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already.
He's not wrong. Mia Fey were here.
So come on, Trite. Can you do it or not?
How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence?
I guess we'll find out, won't we, guys?
The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. It's the only choice I have. God, I love Mia's hair like that. It makes me sad, like, because she was, like, when we first met her, I'm like, man, she's fine. But, like, knowing that she went from this to that kind of makes me sad, because this is better. Just, I don't know, something about that haircut just... Cross-examine me, please. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition just as you want. It's...
Ah, that's good. A fire till the bitter end, Trite. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the ultimate penalty, the unlimited penalty? I should have said ultimate.
Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Mr. Godot, are you trying to seduce me? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need.
Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite.
So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you got. And save your game, goddammit. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by the dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. One place the killer could have hidden the wound. What did you say? Hidden? This is it, my last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to think about how he hid the wound.
It's the end of the line, the final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you've got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid the wound?
Wait. What?
I was thinking under his, I was thinking underneath his visor, but the location's it's a physical location, right? Like on the person. And if he got his visor knocked off and was sliced by the knife, but it was in a place that the visor could cover, that would be a way that you would never be able to tell that he was injured.
What was that just now?
Mia?
Can't be. You're living on through him?
Wait. What? What? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. That's cool. That was cool. I like that. It's kind of weird, but I mean, in the context of the game, I guess not really. Although it is, because she actually does have a spirit that, inhabits Phoenix most of the time then? Or is it just a metaphorical thing? Figuratively, she lives through him with the skills that she passed on to him. Right? It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
Metaphorical. Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, metaphorical. Okay. That's what I thought. I was like, okay, because otherwise that'd be weird. Yeah, that was a pretty sick moment.
Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life.
He didn't care. He thinks about me all the fucking time, dude.
You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer.
He was already a lawyer before she did.
I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Godot.
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me.
You yourself?
I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit.
But you saved Mia, or Maya. Not Mia. You let Mia actually, no. Red White killed Mia.
Yeah, that was the plan. That was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason?
No, why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia, nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya.
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, a part of me must have known the truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl, but I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else?
Could have been a combination of all the things.
Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could have been simply a desire for revenge. And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. A stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom.
Fantasy, yeah, basically.
You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything.
Mr. Godot. Well, to be fair, if he didn't kill Misty, then Maya'd probably be dead.
I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Thanks.
Your wound, it's bleeding.
Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears.
Tears?
Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando.
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
This time it really is all over, isn't it? Defended.
Yes, Your Honor?
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew that the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there's one thing. I'd like to say something, Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you.
Apologize to me? For what?
For the case 5 years ago, of course.
I just remembered, weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. He was going to do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
Oh! It was her! Man, she hated that dude that much that she had her fucking twin sister come down and pretend to be her with this dude. Which is why she still, like, knew who he was and, like, felt bad about what happened. Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister, you only met twice.
Huh? We only met twice?
The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. Next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way! It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship we were... He did say that she was a lot different. She's a terrible person. Iris is a terrible human being.
For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Oh, it wasn't Dahlia.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
where does the ride stop?
Hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny.
You mean?
That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
I don't love awful human. Well, that's not true. I love Von Karma, and that dude's a piece of shit. But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and the surveillance, she couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you?
My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
I mean, she's ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for, I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back for me in her place? Okay, so they're using this to justify her lying to him for 8 months. Like, she would have killed you otherwise. Yeah, okay, but you still could have went about it an entirely different way.
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer.
Yeah, but again, there could have been a better way that she went about. That was not the only option. Yeah, she didn't care at all about the judge.
She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened.
Yeah, no, she saved his life, sure, in the shittiest way she possibly could have. She could have saved him a lot of grief, that entire situation, if she just ratted her fucking sister out for being a fucking murderous sociopath. Or at least told Phoenix to just get the fuck away. Tell him the truth. And be like, just give this back to me. Go on your way. But she didn't do that either. She put him in a situation to still be murdered because Dahlia was going to kill her. Kill him. That's not justification. It's literally not justification in terms of not being a shitty person. Again, maybe not tell the police, tell Phoenix. How do you know Phoenix might not go to the police? He might be just so afraid he just gives it up and leaves and is like, all right, well, as long as I don't have this, she'll be fine. She was a piece of shit. That's just the bottom line. Well, she wants the best for everyone from her point of view. In this case, she tried to have her cake and eat it too, save Phoenix, and that was selfish. Something that seemed selfless was actually selfish. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed.
Noticed what?
My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine.
Oh! Now she'd kill Iris. Or, Dahlia. Okay, we're just moving on. I've bitched about this enough. I have not heard one good argument as to why she's not garbage for what she did. Iris.
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
I have something to say to you too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you.
Thank you.
Is she Dahlia bad? No, absolutely not.
Telekinesis. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so? Phoenix, right?
Oh, he said the name! Wow, what is this pose all of a sudden? Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial... Wait, where did you get... Anyways, the purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Donan. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty.
Yeah, that was a cool moment. Them both sharing coffee. That was nice. That was nice. Court is now adjourned. Purpose of this trial was to get everyone a nice hot cup of Colombian coffee. God, this sucks. What the hell? But I guess I might as well just enjoy this coffee. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended was justice really served. The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Wait, so he's found guilty of murder? As opposed to like a lesser charge because he was saving someone else who was about to get murdered? Well, there's probably additional charges on top of that. He's a prosecutor, didn't tell anybody. That could be a problem. It's conspiring. But it wasn't conspiring to commit murder. It was conspiring to protect someone? But there was obstruction of justice there. That's a huge problem. And I wouldn't think that would hold the death penalty. In fact, it can really be mitigated quite a bit based on the circumstances. Of course, justice was served. Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You're as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia! You've accomplished something I wasn't able to do. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Phoenix, hopefully not in the games though. I've handled lots of cases, seen a lot of things. Along this journey, I've found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produces one possible answer. Nick, Maya, I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia, what'd she say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry. Be happy. Phoenix will save everyone in the end. Damn, the confidence! That's a self-esteem booster. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see, me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too? We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Aya, how? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Youch! Francisca! Still as softy as always, Phoenix, right? Huh, excellent work, right? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me. Helping you? These two hadn't been there on the first day of the trial. The defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Oh, but where were you, Nick? I already fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Miss Edgeworth. And you too. Francisca? I don't suppose... Oh no, I don't suppose... God, it should have been Gumshoe. There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry. What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never very used to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? Am I useless? Yeah, of course, you're not useless. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah, the portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Where are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Yes, indeed. Certainly can't say they lacked resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Francie? Francie, did I draw you well too? Wah! My beauty cannot possibly be captured by a mere crayon. God damn. Claire. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. And then you'll do it like you promised. You're going to model for Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. Painting a pro is pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? No, now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls, where could she have gone? Normally, she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back.
Hey, Pearly.
Right, you seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah.
To be honest, I can't understand it either.
Francisca. That's right, she lost her father fairly recently as well. Due to something... Well, actually it's due to something he did, but I outed him for it. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can.
What do you mean by now is exactly the time?
Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya? Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too.
Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Fey being strong for?
Pearl, right?
Take that!
Pearl Fey.
The poor kid, after all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. That's such a cute picture of the two of them. Pearl is fucking OP. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya's fated mother was killed and Maya herself was put in the deepest peril imaginable. That's exactly why Maya's putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake until she can see her smile again. Oh hey, so this is where you all were. Wow, what, ouch! What was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own.
What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's all right. I made reservations at first-class French restaurant tonight. Oh God, no, not that French restaurant. No. Oh no, that dude's gone. Yeah.
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward.
Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean? Très bien. Where else?
Wait, didn't the owner conspire to commit murder? Why is that restaurant still open?
I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, Crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong?
Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere.
Huh? I'll bet she just went back home, that's all.
Thought so too, so I called the village, but no one has heard from her.
Dude, her body was just here like 5 minutes ago. Why would she have been home already?
But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before.
As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick!
Don't worry about us. Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. Well, we have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're there. Ah!
Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead.
Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't.
But where should we look? Where could Pearl possibly gone?
Let's go, Maya. So in one place I can think of that Pearl might have gone to.
Hazakura Temple.
For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's Sister Belle back again so soon? God, I was hoping I wouldn't have to do her voice anymore. Sister Bikini. I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight.
So she's here? Pearly's here?
She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her?
Okay. Pearly's not here.
Ah, Maya, the hanging scroll.
Ah. Someone cleaned it off without removing the ink somehow. That seems really good.
It's gotta be pearls.
Ah, Mystic Maya! Pearly, why'd you just leave like that? Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother...
That's why you came here?
The least I can do to pray for your happiness.
You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong with your awful, awful mother. Of course, I'm sad that my mother's gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy.
You don't have to lie just to make me feel better.
No, really, it's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong for all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do.
Mystic Maya!
I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty.
Sister Bikini.
Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night.
After dishonoring the good name of crime, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya's always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die.
Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. As she was being pendulumed across that chasm.
She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die.
That's the Master's talisman!
The thing that Misty kept by her heart would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather it was the contents.
That's...
A photo?
Ah! Mother!
It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We as defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Oh, that's a cute picture of me and Maya. That's when they broke the fucking jar. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them. So wait, Misty just sat there and took the picture as they're like frantically trying to put that back together. She's laughing at them. They're like, oh my god! Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting.
Ah!
This is a day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today.
But I still can't...
Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise.
I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 when you get back. Oh, wow!
All right, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance.
Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
It's tradition for all the little girls to break the urn and try to color it. Yeah, I guess it is tradition. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but
what is it, Nick?
Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3?
Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us.
Huh? Fuck that shit. I'll be waiting for you. No, didn't you hear me? I said fuck that shit.
Sister Bikini will take special care of you.
I told you, fuck that shit. Huh?
It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course, naturally.
Huh?
That's a great idea, after all, Mr. Nick. You'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right?
We'll have a nice big meal right before next time. But right before we come next time, right, Nick?
You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing.
Sure, of course you can.
I love this part. I can't wait to hear it.
I'm getting goosebumps too.
Well then, here goes nothing.
Bang, 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 bang.
Well done.
That's right.
Really have to work extra hard now. Master of Crime and the office manager of Right and Cool offices. And I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that.
true. Mystic Nick is really Mr. Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation.
Her voice is the hardest to do after 6 hours. Yep.
Hey, Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off.
No, it's against it.
Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective life, sir.
Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly.
They're cute. They're cute. I like those two. Oh, Bay came back.
Mr. Wright, and once again, blah, blah, blah. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Crime exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma and seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned.
Oh!
Twain Pogs in chat, please? Cakes in chat, please? All of those things in chat, please? Nessie and I started a company called Mass to Mass Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our model is cut it out, please! Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to the criminals as kind of a side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals.
They are super cute.
I want to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre. Wait, did she say exterminating? So I lent him $500,000. Special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now and went through compromise.
I haven't done her laugh in a while. I went a little crazier before, but it's kind of late, so I don't want to. My wife's awake and she will freak out. I'm just old little way, a wrinkly, grumpy, clown-nosed waste of flesh. My grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day, talking about embarrassing 69 years old, I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper.
As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Matta. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. Because it's a palindrome. Wait, palindrome, right? Front and back? Yeah.
My. We're reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. Must be nice, right? I think the magazine's like us because I provide a nice visual. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Wow! Right. Because that's what I meant. That he has a palindrome. That's why they'll get along, like Glenn Elg. I forgot that I'd probably have to do all the voices.
You've turned into such a respectable man, Fanny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed.
Oh, Pearl. Defending Maya's honor. Shrug. Wait, do we get to see it? Do we get to see it? Do we get to see it? Half flip. Hell yeah.
Objection. Hell yeah.
I don't have anything for her. Whip! Oh god. What? Remember when I had hair? What's this? I'm back from a long entire vacation. No one's here to greet me? I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit. Now I've got no one. What kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyways? What with all the flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts? If I bring them over to Edgy Point, I know exactly what I really can't accept these. I'm afraid of some just painful of a heart. Oh, why will I ever find a gentleman? I finally found something I love to do. Francie's whippity whip trip. It's gonna turn the art world upside down. I should have even realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. Not a loser after all. It's because it was the devil. Axbolt, the literal devil, is who voiced Manfred von Karma's objection. Or are you talking about Francisca?
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
Why? That was nice. I thought that was nice. Did I miss something? The top part was nice. This is a very good game. It's better than 2. I'm not sure if it's better than 1. They took a really good concept that was prevalent in 1, and they actually allowed you to experience that past and make it this overarching narrative across many cases. There weren't a lot of characters I didn't dislike other than that old guy. Even Sister Bikini, who it was annoying to voice her. I liked her. She was cool. I liked her. Unlike some of the first 2 games, each had characters that's just like, who cares? Who fucking cares? Old Bag. I fucking hate Old Bag. Ugh, it's so annoying. It's just her presence. It's just. But look at the other old guy. That's how they're supposed to be, right? From what I saw at How Long to Beat, it wasn't that much longer than the first game. I mean, it's longer, but I didn't think it was going to be that much longer than the first game. I don't expect the other games to be as good as the trilogy, but I'm still interested. The stories will still be good enough. I'm sure that I'll follow them. The characters. I'm interested. I'm invested in the characters, so that will help. So yeah. All right, everyone. Thank you to everybody that watched throughout this playthrough, whether or not you did it in a live stream or watching a VOD. Also something I need to get on. You guys have a good one. I'll see you next time.